Third person singular simple present indicative of asphyxiate. Asphyxiating. Causing asphyxiation, depriving living beings of the ability to be. Asphyxiatingly. Stiflingly. Asphyxiation. Death due to lack of oxygen. Asphyxiations. Plural of asphyxiation. Asphyxiative. Causing or relating to asphyxiation. Asphyxiator. One who or that which asphyxiates. Asphyxiators. Plural of asphyxiator. Asphyxiatory. Causing or relating to asphyxiation. Asphyxia. Related to or causing asphyxia. Asphyxia. Simple past and past participle of asphyxia. Asphyxies. Plural of asphyxia. Asphyxiophilia. A paraphilia involving an attraction to breath play. Asphyxiophilia. A person who enjoys erotic asphyxiation. Asphyxiophiliacs. Plural of asphyxiophiliac. Asphyxia. Asphyxiation typically resulting in death, asphyxia. Asphyxia. Present participle and gerund of asphyxia. Asphy. Initialism of advanced SCSI peripheral interface. Aspe. A meat or fish jelly. Aspicilloi. Partially to completely immersed in the thallus. Aspicillin. An 18-membered cyclic molecular substance with UPAC name 3Z5R6 is 7R18 5,6,7-trihydroxy 18-methyl 1-oxycyclutadic 3N21. Aspe. Obsolete form of aspic and asp, the snake. Aspex. Plural of aspic. Aspects. Plural of aspic. Aspiculomycin. A particular site is a nucleus at antibiotic. Aspicular. Lacking spicules. Aspiculate. Lacking spicules. Aspiculous. Without spicules. Aspiculus. Without spicules. Aspidate. Shield-shaped, having the form of a flat plate. Aspides. Plural of aspies. Aspidia. Plural of aspidium. Aspidiaceous. Of art relating to the aspid. Aspirin. The toxic compound 2-butyl 4,3-butyl 2,6-dihydroxy 4-methoxy 5-methyl 3,5-dihydroxy 6,6-diempylcyclohexa 2,14-1,1 found in aspidium. Aspidinol. The compound 1,2,6-dihydroxy 4-methoxy 3-methylphenyl butane 1,1 found in the rhizome of the male fern. Aspidus. Iota Carinii, a star in the constellation of Carina. Aspidistra. Any of several Asian plants of the genus Aspidistra having large leaves and small bell-shaped flowers, widely cultivated as a houseplant. Aspidistral. Relating to or abounding in aspidistras. Aspidistras. Plural of aspidistra. Aspistrin. A particular steroid glycoside. Aspidium. Synonym of Dryopteris, a member of a certain genus of ferns, including the male fern. Aspidiums. Plural of aspidium. Aspidobranch. Any member of the Aspidobranchia, a taxonomic order of sea snails. Aspidobranchs. Plural of aspidobranch. Aspidosratid. Any of the extinct anaes in the family Aspidosratidae. Aspidos. Aspedaratids, plural of Aspidoceratid. Aspidochelone, a fabled sea creature according to the tradition of the Physiologus and medieval bestiaries, variously described as a large whale or vast sea. Aspidocheirotes, plural of Aspidocheirote. Aspidocheirotid, any sea cucumber of the order Aspidocheirotida. Aspidocheirotids, plural of Aspidocheirotid. Aspidodiadmete, any of the sea urchins of the family Aspidodiadmetidae. Aspidodiadmetids, plural of Aspidodiadmetid. Aspidogastrid, any freshwater fluke of the family Aspidogastridae. Aspidogastrids, plural of Aspidogastrid. Aspidolite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, fluorine, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, oxygen, potassium, silicon, sodium, and titanium. Aspidorhynchid, any of the distinct in the family Aspidorhynchidae. Aspidorhynchids, plural of Aspidorhynchid. Aspidorhynchiform, any extinct fish of the order Aspidorhynchiformes. Aspidorhynchiforms, plural of Aspidorhynchiform. Aspidorhynchiform, misspelling of Aspidorhynchiform. Aspidosamine, an alkaloid found in a quebracho. Aspidoci, a particular steroid glycoside. Aspidosiphonid, any of the peanut worms in the family Aspidosiphidae. Aspidosiphonids, plural of Aspidosiphonid. Aspidosperma, a tree in the genus Aspidosperma. Aspidospermas, plural of Aspidosperma. Aspidospermin, an alkaloid obtained from quebracho bark that was once used as a respiratory stimulant and antispasmodic, and as an antipyretic in typhoid fever. Aspidospondylus, of, pertaining to, or afflicted with aspidospondyle. Aspidospondyle, the condition of having the centra of the vertebra arranged in separate ossifications. Aspi, alternative letter case form of aspi. Aspidome, the state or quality of being an aspi. Aspish, characteristic of an aspi or Asperger's syndrome. Aspinus, the condition or quality of being an aspi. Aspies, plural of aspi. Aspocueta, a surname from Spanish. Aspen, a variety of mongrel dog breed in the Philippines. Aspinall, a surname. Aspinalls, plural of aspinall. Aspinose, lacking a spine. Aspines, lacking spines. Aspens, plural of aspen. Aspinwall, a surname from Old English. Aspinwalls, plural of aspinwall. Aspiny, lacking spines, sharp protrusions. Aspirable, that can be aspired. Aspirate, someone who aspires for high office, etc. Aspirate nation, a nation which seeks to achieve international recognition as a sovereign state. Aspirant nation state, a polity that seeks to achieve international recognition as a sovereign state, often through secession or establishing a new state, and claims sovereignty over its territory. Aspirant nation states, plural of aspirant nation state. Aspirant nations, plural of aspirant nation. Aspirant state, a political entity which seeks to achieve international recognition as a sovereign state. Aspirant states, plural of aspirant state. Aspirates, plural of aspirant. Aspirate, the puff of air accompanying the release of a plosive or fricative consonant. Aspirate mutation, an alteration of the initial consonant of a word which occurs in certain Celtic languages under particular linguistic circumstances. Aspirate mutations, plural of aspirate mutation. Aspirate, simple past and past participle of aspirate. Aspirated H. In the French language, usage of the letter H at the start of a word which does not allow liaison with a preceding consonant or elision of a preceding schwa. Aspirates, third person singular simple present indicative of aspirate. Aspirating, present participle and gerund of aspirate. Aspiration, the act of aspiring or ardently desiring, an ardent wish or desire chiefly after what is elevated or spiritual with common adjunctipositions being to endo. Aspirational, the ambitious. Aspirational recycling, setting aside materials for recycling that are not actually recycled by one's garbage collection service. Aspirationalism, the philosophy or practice of striving to better one's situation in life, especially economically and materially. Aspirationally, in an aspirational manner. Aspirationals, plural of aspirational. Aspirations, plural of aspiration. Aspirator, a pump which draws gas through a liquid. Aspirators, plural of aspirator. Aspiratory, pertaining to aspiration. Aspire, to have a strong desire or ambition to achieve something. Aspire, simple past and past participle of aspire. Aspirement, aspiration desire. Aspirements, plural of aspirement. Aspire, one who aspires to something. Aspires, plural of aspirer. Aspires, third person singular simple present indicative of aspire. Aspires, second person singular simple present indicative of aspire. Aspire, third person singular simple present indicative of aspire. Aspirin, a marketed variety of acetylsalicylic acid. Asprinate, any salt or ester of aspirin. Aspirinates, plural of aspirinate. Aspirined, under the influence of aspirin. Aspiring, hoping to become. Aspiringly, in an aspiring manner. Aspiringness, the state or quality of being aspiring. Aspirings. Plural of aspiring. Aspirin-like, resembling or characteristic of aspirin. Aspirins, plural of aspirin. Aspiritual, not spiritual. Aspirituality, the quality of being aspiritual. Aspirometer, a device used to diagnose dysphagia by analysis of the sounds produced by swallowing. Aspirometers, plural of aspirometer. Aspis, a type of round shield borne by ancient Greek soldiers. Aspish, pertaining to or like an asp the snake. Aspal, assistant senior patrol leader. Asplanchme, without the viscera. Aspland, a surname. Asplasia, any of several forms of anemia or erythroblastopenia. Asplenia, absence of normal function of the spleen from any cause. Aspleniaceous, belonging to the family Aspleniaceae of ferns. Asplenic, having or relating to asplenia. Asplenics, plural of asplenic. Asplenism, asplenia. Asplenium, synonym of spleenwort, any plant of the genus Asplenium. Aspleniums, plural of asplenium. Asplenoi, resembling the fern genus Asplenium. Athbly, a suburban area and ward in the city of Nottingham, Nottinghamshire, England. OS grid ref SK 5442. Asply Guys, a village and civil parish in central Bedfordshire district, Bedfordshire, England. OS grid ref SB 9435. Asply is plural of asply. Asplike, resembling or characteristic of an asp. Asplode, to explode. Asploded, simple past and past participle of asplode. Asplodes, third person singular simple present indicative of asplode. Asploding, present participle and gerund of asplode. Aspel, plural of aspel. Aplund, a surname. Asplunds, plural of asplund. Aspartalasin, any of a group of macrocyclic ketones present in aspergillus. Aspartalasins, plural of aspartalasin. Spontaneity, the absence of an immediate and spontaneous reaction to stimulus. Asporin, a protein similar to decorin. Asporogenic, not producing or produced by spores. Asporogenous, that does not produce spores. Aspirus, that does not have spores. A spore, an object that is spontaneously moved or teleported to another place. Exportation, the illegal movement of goods or carrying away of a person. Exportations, plural of exportation. Esported, simple past and past participle of a sport. Esporting, present participle and gerund of a sport. Asports, plural of a sport. Esporulate, that does not produce spores. Esporulated, not sporulated. Esporulation, a lack of sporulation. Asposed to, alternative form of supposed to. Asposta, pronunciation spelling of supposed to. Aspout, spouting. Aspoxycillin, an aguilaminopicillin synthesized from amoxicillin. Espra, sprawling, covered or filled with something sprawling. Aspray, a surname. Aspread, spread out. Aspredinid, any member of the family Aspredinidae of banjo catfishes. Aspredinids, plural of aspredinid. Aspirin, misspelling of aspirin. Aspro, associate professor. Aspri, alternative form of a spur. Asprons, plural of aspron. Aspros, plural of aspro. Asprout, sprouting. Aps, initialism of American Society of Plastic Surgeons. Half, plural of ASB. Aps, plural of asts. Apo, a village in the metropolitan borough of Wigan, Greater Manchester, England. OS grid ref ST 6108. Aspulvinon, any of a group of hydroxylated pulvinans found in cultures of the mold Aspergillus terreus. Aspulvinons, plural of aspulvinon. Avi, abbreviation of arsenopyrite. Aspi, alternative form of aspi. Aspiridone, a polyketide derivative of pyridone produced as a metabolite by Aspergillus. Aspiridones, plural of aspiridone. Af, initialism of American Society for Quality. Ac, initialism of American Society for Quality. quality control. That a staggered action arising when a gluon with momentum of order pi's hash a is exchanged between quarks. As boy, squatting. As squeal, squealing. At boing, looking sideways as though warily. As squirm, squirming. At boy. A surname from Old Norse. Aquithian, of or relating to Herbert Henry Asquith, 1st Earl of Oxford and Asquith 1852-1928, British statesman and Liberal politician who served as Prime Minister from 1908 to 1916. Asquith, a political supporter of Herbert Henry Asquith, 1st Earl of Oxford and Asquith 1852-1928, British statesman and Liberal politician who served as Prime Minister from 1908 to 1916. Asquithites, plural of Asquithite. Aquis, plural of Asquith. Afar, initialism of Air Sea Rescue. Afar, the afternoon Islamic prayer. Arau, alternative spelling of Ashram. Azirama, alternative form of Ashrama. Aramas, plural of Esrama. Adrams, plural of Esram. Alha, initialism of American Society for Reproductive Medicine. As RNA, abbreviation of antisense RNA. As RNA, plural of as RNA. Adrai, abbreviation of anti-submarine rocket and anti-submarine missile system. Atlas, initialism of aviation safety reporting system. At, initialism of argininoxygenate synthase. At, any of several species of horse-like animals, especially Aquus asinus, the domesticated of which are used as beasts of burden. Ass backward, alternative spelling of ass backwards. Ass backwards, alternative spelling of ass backwards. Ass bandit, a gay man. Ass bandits, plural of ass bandit. Ass beating, a very brutal and violent experience. Ass beatings, plural of ass beating. Ass blasts, alternative form of ass blast. Ass blasted, simple past and past participle of ass blasts. Ass blasting, present participle and gerund of ass blasts. Ass blasts, third person singular simple present indicative of ass blast. Ass breath, alternative form of ass breath. Ass breaths, plural of ass breath. Ass call, an unintentional telephone call made from a cell phone in a back pant pocket due to body movement or sitting down. Ass calls, plural of ass call. Ass cart, a cart hauled by an ass the animal. Ass carts, plural of ass cart. Ass catch, a catch made by bending over forward with one hand between one's legs and catching the prop behind one's buttocks. Ass catches, plural of ass catch. Ass cheeks, buttocks. Ass clown, alternative form of ass clown. Ass clowns, plural of ass clown. Ass crack, the gluteal cleft. Ass crack of dawn, an intensifier used in the same contexts as crack of dawn but more intense. Ass cracks, plural of ass crack. Ass eating, analingdes. Ass floss, synonym of butt floss. Ass guard, a mud guard which is attached at the back of a bicycle saddle. Ass guards, plural of ass guard. Ass hat, alternative spelling of ass hat. Ass hats, plural of ass hat. Asshole, alternative spelling of asshole. Assholes, plural of asshole. Ass in a sling, an uncomfortable personal state of affairs involving injury, defeat, or other trouble, especially a state of affairs resulting from one's own ill-considered actions. Ass in the grass, the situation of a soldier deployed in active combat. Ass juice, semen, saliva, or other fluid lubricant present in the rectum. Ass juices, plural of ass juice. Ass kicking, a beating sometimes prearranged. Ass kickings, plural of ass kicking. Ass kisser, alternative form of ass kisser. Ass kissers, plural of ass kisser. Ass kissing, alternative form of ass kissing. Ass kissings, plural of ass kissing. Ass liquor, alternative form of ass liquor. Ass liquors, plural of ass liquor. Ass lift, synonym of butt lift. Ass like a Japanese flag, alternative form of arse like a Japanese flag. Ass load, alternative form of ass load. Ass loads, plural of ass load. Ass out, to hurry away. Ass over teacups, synonym of ass over teakettle. Ass over teakettle, tumbling upside down. Ass over tin cups, synonym of ass over teakettle. Ass pounding, an instance of brutal violence. Ass poundings, plural of ass pounding. Ass pull, alternative form of ass pull. Ass pulls, plural of ass pull. Ass rape, alternative form of ass rape. Ass raped, simple past and past participle of ass rape. Ass rapes, plural of ass rape. Ass raping, present participle of ass rape. Ass sucker, a subservient person. Ass suckers, plural of ass sucker. Ass to mouth, a sexual act in which the penis or another object is removed from someone's anus and promptly put into another's mouth. Abbreviation of association. Alternative form of asin association. Atoms, plural of asin. Asizirabalon, the sea snail Haliotes esinina. As, abbreviation of assistant. Ass backward, alternative spelling of ass backwards. Ass backwards, oriented backwards, particularly after a mishap. Ass blast, to have anal sex with someone. Ass blasted, simple past and past participle of ass blast. Ass blasting, present participle and gerund of ass blast. Ass blasts, third person singular simple present indicative of ass blast. Ass brain, extremely stupid, idiotic. Ass breath, alternative form of ass breath. Ass breaths, plural of ass breath. Ass crack, alternative form of ass crack. Ass cracks, plural of ass crack. Ass eater, someone who performs analingus. Ass kicker, someone or something that kicks ass. Ass kicking, alternative form of ass kicking. Ass kickings, plural of ass kicking. Ass kisser, someone who kisses us who acts obsequiously in order to gain another's favor. Ass kissers, plural of askisser. Askissery, synonym of askissing. Askissing, the practice of kissing ass, flattery, obsequious behavior. Askissings, plural of askissing. Asslicker, someone who succumbs to authority, doing whatever authority figures ask and attempting to please them in every possible way, by extension any contemptible person. Asslickers, plural of asslicker. Asslicking, sika hansi. Assload, alternative form of assload. Assloads, plural of assload. Asspounding, alternative form of ass-pounding. Ass-boundings, plural of ass-bounding. Assbowl, a hastily fabricated explanation or contrived plot twist. Assbowls, plural of assbowl. Assrape, the act of forcing anal sex upon another person. Assraped, simple past and past participle of assrape. Assrapes, plural of assrape. Assraping, present participle and gerund of assrape. Ass, abbreviation of assistant. Azaf, a port city in the southern Red Sea region of Eritrea on the west coast of the Red Sea. Adash, synonym of pain in the ass. Asashes, plural of asash. Asahu, synonym of sandbox tree. Azai, an Arab surname, notably borne by Syrian Presidents Hafez al-Assad and Bashar al-Assad. Assad curse, a supposed curse causing anyone who criticizes Syrian President Bashar al-Assad to have their criticism backfire on them, especially that a politician who says Assad must go will themselves be removed from power. Assadian, of or relating to Hafez al-Assad 1932,000, Syrian politician and president. Assadism, the Syrian strain of Baathism. Assayas, a supporter of Assadism. Assadists, plural of Assadists. Asaf, a surname. Asafetida, dated form of Asafetida. Asafetida, alternative spelling of Asafetida. Ahas, plural of Asaf. Asagai, alternative spelling of Asegai. Asagaya, archaic form of Asegai. Asagaid, simple past and past participle of Asagai. Asagayas, plural of Asagaya. Asagaying, present participle and gerund of Asagai. Asagais, plural of Asagai. Asagai, archaic form of Asagai. Asagaid, simple past and past participle of Asagay. Asadang, present participle and gerund of Asagay. Asagays, plural of Asagay. Acid, ass in the sense of buttocks and in related idioms. Athai, a tempo direction equivalent to vary. Assail, to attack with harsh words or violent force, also figuratively. Assailability, the quality of being assailable. Assailable, able to be assailed or attacked. Assailableness, the state or quality of being assailable. Assailant, someone who attacks or assails another violently or criminally. Assailants, plural of assailant. Assail, obsolete spelling of assail. Assailed, simple past and past participle of assail. Assailer, someone who assails. Assailers, plural of assailer. Assails, third person singular simple present indicative of assail. Assailasts, second person singular simple present indicative of assail. Assaileth, third person singular simple present indicative of assail. Assailing, present participle and gerund of assail. Assailment, the act of assailing. Assailments, plural of assailment. Assails, third person singular simple present indicative of assail. Allay, to heal or save. Assain, simple past and past participle of assain. Assaining, present participle and gerund of assain. Assains, third person singular simple present indicative of assain. Assal horizontology, the act of sitting around doing nothing for long periods of time. Assalamu alaikum, alternative form of salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, alternative form of salam alaikum. Adam, a state in northeastern India. Capital, Dispur. Asaur, the soft, bitter, yellow substance produced when meat, bread, gum, sugar, starch, etc. are roasted till they turn brown. Assamese, of, from or relating to the northeast Indian state of Assam, or the region for which it is named. Assamese, plural of Assamese. Assavid, any of the Hindus men in a family is Amidi. Assadids, plural of Assamid. Asa, an extinct Yanisian language formerly spoken in Russia. Asaya, alternative form of Asanet. Azad, a surname from French. Assanges, plural of Assange. Asafan, a southern flying squirrel Glaucomys volans, found in the southern and eastern United States. Asapans, plural of Asapan. Assyria, plural of Assyrian. Assyriat, plural of Assyrias. Assyrian, synonym of as ancient Roman coin. Assyrias, synonym of as ancient Roman coin. Asars, forest land cleared for agriculture. Asarda, simple past and past participle of asart. Asarting, present participle and gerund of asart. Asarts, plural of asart. Assassin, a member of the Nizari Ismaili Muslim community of the 11th period. Assassin bug, any two bug from a subfamily Uduvini of the family Uduvidae, all of which eat other insects. They can inflict a very painful bite, but don't cause disease. Assassin bugs, plural of assassin bug. Assassin flies, plural of assassin fly. Assassin fly, synonym of robber fly. Assassin spider, any palpamanoid. Assassin spiders, plural of assassin spider. Assassinate, to murder someone, especially an important person, by a sudden or obscure attack, especially for ideological or political reasons. Assassinated, simple past and past participle of assassinate. Assassinati, one who is assassinated. Assassinatius, plural of assassinati. Assassinates, third person singular simple present indicative of assassinate. Assassinating, present participle and gerund of assassinate. Assassination, the murder of a person, especially for political reasons or for personal gain. Assassinations, plural of assassination. Assassinative, characterized by assassination, inclined to murder. Assassinator, an assassin. Assassinators, plural of assassinator. Assassinatress, a female assassin. Assassinatresses, plural of assassinatress. Assassinatrices, plural of assassinatrix. Assassinatrix, a female assassin. Assassined, simple past and past participle of assassin. Assassinee, one who is assassinated. Assassinees, plural of assassinee. Assassining, present participle and gerund of assassin. Assassinism, the actions of an assassin. Assassin-like, resembling or characteristic of an assassin. Assassinus, murderous, assassin-like. Assassins, plural of assassin. Assassins of Alamat, the followers of Hassan I Saba, the Sheikh of Alamat. Assassinship, the state or condition of being an assassin. Assaide, an Algonquian people speaking the Nanticoke language, who historically lived on the Atlantic coast side of the Delmarva Peninsula. Assaideg horse, synonym of Chinkoteg pony. Assation, roasting, baking. Assations, plural of assation. Assault, a violent onset or attack. With physical means, for example blows, weapons, etc. Assault and battery, the combination of two violent crimes. Assault, the threat of violence, and battery, physical violence. This legal distinction exists only in jurisdictions that distinguish assault as threatened violence rather than actual violence. Assault at arms, a display of attack and defense in fencing. Assault course, a path for running, with a series of obstacles such as nets and walls, used for military training. Assault courses, plural of assault course. Assault rifle, a military select-fire rifle or carbine that fires a shortened rifle caliber round or lower power smaller caliber round from a high-capacity magazine. Assault rifles, plural of assault rifle. Assault weapon, any select-fire firearm that allows semi-automatic and fully automatic operation and is used or was once used by a military organization. Assault weapons, plural of assault weapon. Assaultable, capable of being assaulted. Assaulted, simple past and past participle of assault. Assaultee, one who is assaulted, the victim of an assault. Assaultees, plural of assaultee. Assaulter, one who commits assault. Assaulters, plural of assaulter. Assaultus, second person singular simple present indicative of assault. Assaulta, third person singular simple present indicative of assault. Assaulting, present participle and gerund of assault. Assaultive, confrontational, tending or seeming to assault, characterized by assault. Assaultively, in an assaultive manner. Assaultiveness, quality of being assaultive. Assaultive, plural of assaultive. Assaults, plural of assault. Assaults at arms, plural of assault at arms. Assay, trial attempt. Assay dish, a small, square glass or plastic dish having ruled orientation lines that is used in biological experiments such as agar diffusion assays, propagation of bacteria and fungi, culture and screening of bacteria and yeast colonies. Assay dishes, plural of assay dish. Assay plate, a flat plate with multiple wells used as small test tubes. Assay plates, plural of assay plate. Assay pound, a small standard weight used in assaying bullion, etc., sometimes equal to half a gram, but varying between assayers. Assay pounds, plural of assay pound. Assay ton, a standard quantity used in assaying, equal to 29 plus grams the short assay ton or 32 plus 2 grams the long assay ton. Assay tons, plural of assay ton. Assay dish, alternative spelling of assay dish. Assay dishes, plural of assay dish. Assayability, the condition of being assayable. Assayable, that may be assayed. Assay, simple past and past participle of assay. Assayer, one who assays or performs chemical tests on metals. Assayers, plural of assayer. Assayas, second person singular simple present indicative of assay. Assaya, third person singular simple present indicative of assay. Assaying, present participle and gerund of assay. Assayings, plural of assaying. Assayer, alternative form of assayer. Assayers, plural of assayer. Assays, plural of assay. The back, the back of a donkey. Backs, plural of s-back. As-back, term of abuse. As-bad, plural of s-bag. As-bray, an idiot, a fool. S-brains, plural of s-brain. S-breath, alternative form of arse-breath. S-breaths, plural of s-breath. A-bucket, a worthless or objectionable person or thing. S-buckets, plural of s-bucket. Asperger's, Asperger's syndrome. A-but, a term of abuse. As-a-bus, plural of s-bus. Astique, a wubbit. Asteaks, plural of s-cheek. A-clown, a jerk, a buffoon, a person who is inept or ill-behaved to the point of being found laughable by others. S-clownery, behavior that is rude, obnoxious, ignorant, or foolish. A-clowns, plural of s-clown. As-crack, alternative form of ass-crack. I-grass, plural of s-crack. A-guy, us. A-guns, plural of s-cunt. Asp, abbreviation of associated. Other, obsolete spelling of ass. Asse fox, and asse, the Cape Fox. Asse foxes, plural of asse fox. Assecuration, assurance, certainty. Assecurations, plural of assecuration. Assecure, to make safe or sure, to assure. Assecured, simple past and past participle of assecure. Assecures, third person singular simple present indicative of assecure. Assecuring, present participle and gerund of assecure. Assecution, acquisition and obtaining. Assecutions, plural of assecution. Ass, having a particular kind of ass or backside. Assed out, simple past and past participle of ass out. Asafa, a surname from Amharic. Asafas, plural of Asafa. Asegai, alternative form of Asegai. Asegai, plural of Asegai. Asegai, a slim hardwood spear or javelin with an iron tip, especially those used by Bantu peoples of southern Africa. Aseged, simple past and past participle of Asegai. Asegaing, present participle and gerund of Asegai. Asegais, plural of Asegai. Asege, alternative form of Asegai. Asegas, plural of Asege. Aselbornai, an isometric hexactahedral mineral containing arsenic, barium, bismuth, hydrogen, lead, oxygen, phosphorus, and uranium. Aselve, a village and civil parish in the east Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 7128. Aselwan, a subdivision of the Permian period. Acelot, any isopod of the suborder Acelota. Acelots, plural of acelot. Other, abbreviation of assemblyman. Assemblabilities, plural of assemblability. Assemblability, the condition of being assemblable. Assemblable, that can be assembled. Assemblage, a gathering of people. Assemblage point, any vortex of an energy field including but not limited to any given organism. Assemblage points, plural of assemblage point. Assemblage theory, an ontological framework developed by Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari for the analysis of social complexity by emphasizing fluidity, exchangeability, and multiple functionalities. Assemblages, plural of assemblage. Assemblages, one who constructs assemblages, a form of 3D collage. Assemblages, plural of assemblages. Assemblance, resemblance, likeness, appearance. Assemblances, plural of assemblance. Assemblance, obsolete form of assemblance. Assemblances, plural of assemblance. Assemble, to put together. Assemble, a jump that takes off from one foot and lands on both feet. Assembled, simple past and past participle of assemble. Assembler, a program that reads source code written in assembly language and produces executable machine code, possibly together with information needed by linkers, debuggers, and other tools. Assembler language, alternative form of assembly language. Assembler languages, plural of assembler language. Assemblers, plural of assembler. Assembles, third person singular simple present indicative of assemble. Assemblées, plural of assemblée. Assemblist, second person singular simple present indicative of assemble. Assembla, third person singular simple present indicative of assemble. Assembly, obsolete form of assembly. Assemblies, plural of assembly. Assemblies of God, a Christian Pentecostal denomination made up of a number of autonomous groupings of churches in various countries. Assembling, present participle and gerund of assemble. Assemblings, plural of assembling. Assembly, the lower legislative body of each of a number of states of the United States. Assembly hall, a hall in a public building designed to hold meetings or deliberative assemblies. Assembly language, Alternative spelling of assembly language. Assembly language, a programming language in which the source code of programs is composed of mnemonic instructions, each of which corresponds directly to a machine instruction for a particular processor. Assembly languages, plural of assembly language. Assembly line, a system of workers and machinery in which a product is assembled in a series of consecutive operations. Typically, the product is conveyed by a continuously moving belt. Assembly lines, plural of assembly line. Assembly of guy, singular of assemblies of guy. Assembly plan, a factory where machines, especially cars, are made from their components. Assembly plants, plural of assembly plant. Assembly point, a designated place where people gather or assemble for a particular reason. Assembly points, plural of assembly point. Assembly room, assembly hall. Assembly rooms, plural of assembly room. Assembly ship, a garishly painted aircraft flying as an initial reference point for a bomber formation in the early part of a mission. Assembly ships, plural of assembly ship. Assembly time, the amount of time required to assemble a group of components in order to create another component or final product. Assembly times, plural of assembly time. Assemblyman, a male member of an assembly. Assembly member, a person who serves as a member of an assembly. Assembly members, plural of assembly member. Assemblyman, plural of assemblyman. Assemblyosum, the Ardenellos pensivofli assembly of unifilaproteins. Assemblyosums, plural of assemblyosome. Assembly people, plural of assembly person. Assembly person, an assembly member, an assemblyman of any gender. Assembly persons, plural of assembly person. Assemblywoman, a female member of an assembly. Assemblywomen, plural of assemblywoman. Alle, a city, municipality, and capital of Drenthe, Netherlands. Azar, to agree to a proposal. Assentaneous, ready to agree. Assentation, insincere or obsequious assent, hypocritical or pretended concurrence. Assentations, plural of assentation. Assentator, an obsequious flatterer, a yes man. Assentatorily, in an assentatory manner. Assentators, plural of assentator. Assentatory, flattering, obsequious. Assented, simple past and past participle of assent. Assenter, one who assents. Assenters, plural of assenter. Assentest, second person singular simple present indicative of assent. Assenteth, third person singular simple present indicative of assent. Assentient, assenting, agreeing. Assenting, present participle and gerund of assent. Assentingly, in an assenting manner. Assent, giving assent, agreeing. Assentiveness, the state or quality of being assentive. Assentment, assent, agreement. Assentments, plural of assentment. Assentor, alternative form of assenter. Assentors, plural of assentor. Assents, plural of assent. Assert, to declare with assurance or plainly and strongly, to state positively. Assert oneself, to defend one's rights or opinions, sometimes with unnecessary zeal, to thrust oneself forward. Assertability, the quality of being assertable. Assertable, that may be asserted. Assertables, plural of assertable. Assertion, an assertion, statement of opinion. Assertions, plural of assertion. Assertive, serving to assert something. Assertatives, plural of assertive. Asserted, stated, declared, or alleged, especially with confidence but no proof. Asserted oneself, simple past and past participle of assert oneself. Assertedly, according to an assertion. Assertest, second person singular simple past indicative of assert. Asserter, alternative form of asserter. Asserters, plural of asserter. Assertist, second person singular simple present indicative of assert. Asserta, third person singular simple present indicative of assert. Assertabilities, plural of assertability. Assertability, alternative form of assertability. Assertable, alternative form of assertable. Assertables, plural of assertable. Asserting, present participle and gerund of assert. Asserting oneself, present participle and gerund of assert oneself. Assertings, plural of asserting. Assertion, the act of asserting, positive declaration or averment. Assertional, of or pertaining to assertion. Assertionally, in a way that uses or relates to assertion. Assertionless, without assertion. Assertions, plural of assertion. Assertive, boldly self-assured, confident without being aggressive. Assertively, in an assertive manner. Assertiveness, the quality of being assertive. Assertivenesses, plural of assertiveness. Assertment, assertion. Assertments, plural of assertment. Asserter, one who asserts or avers. Assertorial, that makes an assertion or positive statement declaratory. Assertorially, in an assertorial manner. Assertor, stating that which is actual, usually in contrast with modal sentences. Assertorical, synonym of assertor. Assertorically, in an assertoric fashion. Assert orally, in an assertory manner. Asserters, plural of asserter. Assertory, assertorer. Assertress, a female asserter. Assertresses, plural of assertress. Assertrix, a female asserter. Asserts, third person singular simple present indicative of assert. Asserts oneself, third person singular simple present indicative of assert oneself. Asservation, preservation. Asservations, plural of asservation. Assury, the quality of being an ass's stupid person, idioticity, dopiness. Assos, plural of ass. Asses in a sling, plural of ass in a sling. Asses in slings, plural of ass in a sling. Asses in the grass, plural of ass in the grass. Asses out, third person singular simple present indicative of ass out. Assessment, misspelling of assessment. Thus. to impose or charge, especially as punishment for an infraction. Accessibility, the quality of being accessible. Accessible, able to be assessed. Accessibly, in an accessible manner. Assess, simple past and past participle of assess. Assessee, something or someone that is assessed. Assesses, plural of assessee. Assesses, third person singular simple present indicative of assess. Assessa, third person singular simple present indicative of assess. Accessible, alternative form of accessible. Assessing, present participle and gerund of assess. Assessingly, so as to assess. Accession, a sitting beside or near, especially as a participant in an official proceeding such as a meeting of an organization or a court case, an official membership or seat. Accessions, plural of accession. Assessment, the act of assessing or an amount of tax, levy or duty etc. assessed. Assessments, plural of assessment. Assessor, one who assesses a property for tax or insurance evaluation. Accessorial, relating or belonging to an assessor. Accessorials, plural of accessorial. Assessors, plural of assessor. Assessorship, the office or function of an assessor. Assessorships, plural of assessorship. Assessor, obsolete form of assessor. Assessors, plural of assessor. Asseth, initialism of association of supervisory staffs, executives, and technicians. Asseth, a thing or quality that has value, especially one that generates cash flows. Asset class, a group of financial instruments that have similar financial characteristics and behave similarly in the marketplace. Asset classes, plural of asset class. Asset flip, a form of shovelware involving the creation of numerous generic video games based on pre-made assets that the developer has purchased from elsewhere. Asset flips, plural of asset flip. Asset management, the process of managing, monitoring, and maintaining the value of a commercial entity. Asset strip, alternative form of asset strip. Asset stripped, simple past and past participle of asset strip. Asset stripping, alternative form of asset stripping. Asset strips, third person singular simple present indicative of asset strip. Asset-backed, having assets as collateral. Asset-backed commercial paper, a form of commercial paper that is collateralized by other financial assets. Asset-backed commercial papers, plural of asset-backed commercial paper. Asset-backed security, a security whose income payments, and hence value, are derived from and collateralized by a specified pool of underlying assets. Asset strip, to sell off a company's assets in order to improve returns for equity investors. Asset stripped, simple past and past participle of asset strip. Asset stripping, the practice of selling off a company's assets in order to improve returns for equity investors. Asset strips, third person singular simple present indicative of asset strip. Assetization, the process of converting something into an asset. Assetize, to convert into an asset. Assetize, simple past and past participle of assetize. Assetizes, third person singular simple present indicative of assetize. Assetizing, present participle and gerund of assetize. Assetless, without assets. Assetlessness, absence of assets. Assets, plural of asset. Assever, archaic form of asseverate. Asseverate, to assert earnestly, seriously, and confidently. Asseverated, simple past and past participle of asseverate. Asseverates, third person singular simple present indicative of asseverate. Asseverating, present participle and gerund of asseverate. Asseveratingly, in an asseverating manner. Asseveration, an earnest affirmation, a declaration of support. Asseverational, of or pertaining to asseveration. Asseverations. Plural of asseveration. Asseverative, characterized by asseveration, asserting positively. Asseveratively, in an asseverative manner. Asseveratory, asseverative. Assever, simple past and past participle of assever. Assevereth, third person singular simple present indicative of assever. Assevering, present participle and gerund of assever. Assevers, third person singular simple present indicative of assever. Atwise, a contemptible person. Aspaces, plural of aspace. Ashag, term of abuse. Aspaget, term of abuse. Aspagets, plural of aspaget. Aswag, plural of aspag. Fish, any of several types of fish. Aspicious, plural of aspish. Ahai, sodomy, anal sex, an act of anal intercourse. Ivai, simple past and past participle of asfuck. Astocker, synonym of top, the active partner in anal sex. Asstockers, plural of asfucker. Astocking, present participle and gerund of asfuck. Aphis, plural of asfuck. Asgalum, an orgasm derived from the penetration of the anus. Asgalums, plural of asgasm. Asair, the hair on an animal's or individual's buttocks. Asairs, plural of asair. Asat, an obnoxiously ignorant person, a fool. Asatinas, the quality of being an asset. Assats, plural of assat. Assatedness, the condition of being an asshat. Asshattery, the obnoxious behavior of an asshat. Assatish, like an assat, obnoxiously foolish, rude, etc. Assatitude, behavior of an asshat. Assati, like an assat, obnoxiously foolish, rude, etc. Asset, an idiotic or undesirable person. Asseds, plural of asshead. Asshole, dinus. Asshole buddies, plural of asshole buddy. Asshole buddy, a close friend, bosom buddy. Asshole, extremely drunk. Assholedom, the state or condition of an asshole or objectionably antisocial person. Assholehood, the state or condition of being an asshole. Assholish, alternative form of assholish. Assholishness, alternative form of assholishness. Assholeness, the state of being an asshole. Assholeries, plural of assholery. Assholery. Patterns of behavior consistent with those of an asshole. Assholes. Plural of asshole. Asshole. Obnoxiously inconsiderate or objectionable. Assholic. Of pertaining to, being, or being like an asshole, used as a term of abuse. Asshole. Asshole. Assholes. Plural of assholeo. Assolish. Like an asshole, objectionable, confrontational, etc. Assolishly. In an assholish manner, rudely. Assholishness. The quality of being asshellish. Assholism. Consistently antisocial behavior. Assholisms. Plural of assholism. Assholocene. The current era of human history inhabited by assholes. Asshole. The state or quality of being an ass. Assurance. I dialect spelling of assurance. Assurances. Plural of assurance. Assure. Obsolete form of assure. Assured. Simple past and past participle of assure. Assures. Third person singular simple present indicative of assure. Assuring. Present participle and gerund of assure. Alternative spelling of assi. Assodolate. To change into or pronounce with the accompaniment of a sibilant sound or sounds. Assimilated. Simple past and past participle of assimilate. Assimilates. Third person singular simple present indicative of assimilate. Assimilating. Present participle and gerund of assimilate. Assimilation. A sound change resulting in a sibilant consonant, commonly the final phase of palatalization. Assimilations. Plural of assimilation. Assimilation. An emoticon that takes the form of buttocks. Assigans. Plural of assican. Asidia. Alternative form of Hasidian. Asidians. Plural of Asidian. Ascident. A symptom generally, but not always, accompanying a disease, indicative of the presence of a disease but not a necessary occurrence in conjunction with that disease. Assiduous. Misspelling of assiduous. Assiduate. Unremitting, requiring a lot of effort. Assiduities. Plural of assiduity. Assiduity. Great and persistent toil or effort. Assiduous. Hard-working, diligent, or regular in attendance or work, industrious. Assiduously. In an assiduous manner, diligently, industriously. Assiduousness. The state or property of being assiduous, industriousness. Assini. Assid. Assided. Simple past and past participle of a siege. Assedes. Plural of a siege. Asseding. Present participle and gerund of a siege. Scientist. A shareholder of the Asiento company involved in the slave trade. As scientists. Plural of a scientist. Asiento. A contract or convention between Spain and other powers for providing African slaves for the Spanish colonies in America, especially the contract made with Great Britain in 1713. Asientos. Plural of asiento. Asientos. Plural of asiento. A third comparative form of assi, more assi. Avas. Superlative form of assi, most assi. Athe. A plate of food, but typically is a small plate containing the same food item prepared in various different ways. Assets, plural of SAS. Assay, abbreviation of assignation or assignee. Assignee, a township on Manitoulin Island in Manitoulin District, Ontario, Canada. Assign, to designate or set apart something for some purpose. Assigned, simple past and past participle of assign. Assignability, the quality of being assignable. Assignable, capable of being assigned all senses. Assignat, a banknote used during the French Revolution on the security of state land. Assignation, an appointment for a meeting, generally of a romantic or sexual nature. Assignations, plural of assignation. Assignats, plural of assignat. Assigned, which has been assigned or designated for some purpose. Assigned risk, a government-mandated method of providing insurance coverage to an individual by compelling insurance companies to service them when such companies would ordinarily not do so due to perceived risk. Assigned servant, a convict assigned to work as a servant for a free settler, either a male or female convict, and either a male or female settler. Assigned servants, plural of assigned servant. Assignee, one to whom a thing is assigned. Assignees, plural of assignee. Assigneeship, the role or status of assignee. Assigneeships, plural of assigneeship. Assigner, one who or that which assigns. Assigners, plural of assigner. Assignes, second person singular simple present indicative of assign. Assigna, third person singular simple present indicative of assign. Assigning, present participle and gerund of assign. Assignment, the act of assigning, the allocation of a job or a set of tasks. Assignment operator, an operator that sets the value stored in the storage location as denoted by a variable name. Assignment operators, plural of assignment operator. Assignments, plural of assignment. Assignor, the person or party which makes an assignment. Assignors, plural of assignor. Assigns, plural of assign. Assigs, plural of assay. Assili, the storm petrel. Assimilabilities, plural of assimilability. Assimilability, the quality or degree of being assimilable. Assimilable, capable of being assimilated, susceptible to assimilation. Assimilatable, assimilable. Assimilate, to incorporate nutrients into the body, especially after digestion. Assimilated, simple past and past participle of assimilate. Assimilateness, similarity. Assimilates, third person singular simple present indicative of assimilate. Assimilate, third person singular simple present indicative of assimilate. Assimilating, present participle and gerund of assimilate. Assimilation, the act of assimilating or the state of being assimilated. Assimilational, related to assimilation. Assimilationism, the policy or practice of the assimilation of immigrant or other minority cultures into a mainstream culture. Assimilationists, an advocate of the policy or practice of the assimilation of immigrant or other minority cultures into a mainstream culture. Assimilationists, plural of assimilationists. Assimilations, plural of assimilation. Assimilated, tending to or characterized by assimilation. Assimilativeness, the quality of being assimilative. Assimilativity, the quality of being assimilative. Assimilator, a person or thing which assimilates. Assimilators, plural of assimilator. Assimilatory, that tends to assimilate. Assimilitude, synonym of assimilation. Assimilitudes, plural of assimilitude. Asseminid, any of the gastropods in the family Assiminidae. Asseminids, plural of asseminid. Assimilate, to feign, to counterfeit, to simulate. Assimilated, simple past and past participle of assimilate. Assimilates, third person singular simple present indicative of assimilate. Assimilating, present participle and gerund of assimilate. Assimilation, obsolete form of assimilation. Assimilations, plural of assimilation. Asyingo, alternative form of asynico. Asyingos, plural of asyingo. Asyingos, plural of asyingo. Assing out, present participle and gerund of ass out. Assington, a village and civil parish in Babberg District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TL 9338. Assiniboine, alternative form of Assiniboine. Assiniboine, a member of an indigenous people related to the Sioux living in the Great Plains in the United States and Canada. Assiniboines, plural of Assiniboine. Assiniboines, plural of Assiniboine. Assinico, a stupid fellow, an ass. Assinicos, plural of assinico. Assinicos, plural of assinico. Asinine, misspelling of asinine. Asininary, misspelling of asininary. Thus, plural of assi. Assassin, or relating to Assisi in Italy. Assassins, plural of assassin. Assize, two or more beds or strata of rock united by the occurrence of fossils of the same characteristic species or genera. Assizes, plural of assize. Athish, characteristic of an ass or donkey. Assishoi, in an assish manner. Assishness, the quality of being assish. Assisi, a city in the province of Perugia in the central Italian region of Umbria. Assisi embroideries, plural of Assisi embroidery. Assisi embroidery, a form of counted thread embroidery based on an ancient Italian tradition where the background is filled with embroidery stitches and the main motifs are left unstitched. Avest, to help. Assist, abbreviation of assistant. Assistable, capable of being assisted. Assistance, aid, help, the act or result of assisting. Assistance animal, service animal. Assistance animals, plural of assistance animal. Assistance dog, a guide dog. Assistance dogs, plural of assistance dog. Assistances, plural of assistants. Assistant, having a subordinate or auxiliary position. Assistant Chief Constable, the third highest rank in all British territorial police forces. Assistant Chief Constable, plural of Assistant Chief Constable. Assistant Field Cornet, the holder of a military rank formerly used in South Africa from 1960–1968, equivalent to second lieutenant. Assistant manager, a manager who works for another manager, middle manager. Assistant professor, an entry-level position in a university faculty lower than an associate professor and a full professor. Assistant professors, plural of assistant professor. Assistant referee, one of the two officials at an association football match, previously known as linesmen, who assist the referee. Assistant referees, plural of assistant referee. Assistant stage manager, a backstage worker whose main responsibility is the maintenance and supply of props. Assistant stage managers, plural of assistant stage manager. Assistant manage, to manage in the capacity of assistant manager. Assistant managed, simple past and past participle of assistant manage. Assistant manages, third person singular simple present indicative of assistant manage. Assistant managing, present participle and gerund of assistant manage. Assistantly, so as to assist or aid. Assistance, plural of assistant. Assistantship, the occupation of being an assistant. Assistantships, plural of assistantship. Assistance, obsolete form of assistance. Assistances, plural of assistance. Assistant, obsolete form of assistant. Assistance, plural of assistant. Assisted, simple past and past participle of assist. Assisted dying, the administration of medical procedures to hasten an individual's death, a legal form of assisted suicide. Assisted living, any of the various residential arrangements under which people with special needs reside in a facility, such as a group home or supportive apartment building, where trained staff specialize in aiding residents with at least some of the activities of daily living. Assisted reproductive technologies, plural of assisted reproductive technology. Assisted reproductive technology, any technological means of inducing pregnancy, for example by artificial insemination. Assisted suicide is suicide with the assistance of another individual, especially the suicide of a terminally ill person with the assistance of a physician. Assisted suicides, plural of assisted suicide. Assistance, misspelling of assistance. Ancestor, one who assists. An assistant or helper. Assistors, plural of assister. Assesses, second person singular simple present indicative of assists. Assesse, third person singular simple present indicative of assists. Assessful, helpful. Assisting, present participle and gerund of assists. Assistings, plural of assisting. Assiste, providing or designed to provide assistance, especially to persons with a disability. Assistive technologies, plural of assistive technology. Assistive technology, umbrella term that includes adaptive, assistive, and rehabilitative devices for people with disabilities. Assistiveness, the quality of being assistive. Assistless, without aid or help. Assister, alternative form of assister. Assistors, plural of assister. Assists, plural of assist. Assivement, dated form of assivement. Assivments, plural of assivement. Assize, a session or inquiry made before a court or jury. Assize, obsolete spelling of assize. Assized, simple past and past participle of assize. Assier, an officer who has the care or inspection of weights and measures. Assizers, plural of assizer. Assizes, plural of assize. Assizes, plural of assize. Assizing, present participle and gerund of assize. Assier, a juror. Assizers, plural of assizer. Askadzer, someone who kisses ass, a sycophantic individual. Askdezers, plural of askisser. Askdezing, alternative form of askissing. Askgissings, plural of askissing. To sit, move, or scoot about on one's buttocks, loaf, wander idly around, waste time. Assold, simple past and past participle of assold. Third person singular simple present indicative of assold. Atlas, without an ass. Asslessness, the quality of being assless. As liquor, alternative form of ass liquor. As liquors, plural of as liquor. As liggy, tending to suck up to people in power in order to get some reward, benefit, or perk. As lifter, and Muslim. As lifters, plural of as lifter. As like, resembling or characteristic of an ass, the animal. Assling, present participle and gerund of assel. Asselings, plural of assling. Allowed, an amount carried by an ass or donkey. Atloads, plural of asload. Asmad, overly annoyed or bothered by a perceived insult or injustice, needlessly offended. Asmar, someone who rides a donkey. Ismanchazer, a red wine from Ismanchausen in the state of Hesse, Germany. Ismanchazers, plural of Ismanchazer. Asmanship, the skill of riding a donkey. Asman, plural of asman. Asmonkey, an obnoxious or contemptible person, a jerk. Asmonkeys, plural of asmonkey. Asmosis, the act of gaining favor or advantage through sycophancy. Asmouth, a term of abuse. Asmouths, plural of asmouth. Out, abbreviation of assessment. Ounce, plural of asant. Munch, a despicable person. Ismuncher, term of abuse. Ismunchers, plural of ismuncher. Asmunches, plural of asmunch. Allen, abbreviation of association. Allen, alternative form of asn association. Alla, agniondavat. Asans, plural of asen. Asai, abbreviation of associate. Asak prof, synonym of associate professor. Asai, abbreviation of associate. Asai, synonym of associate professor. Associabilities, plural of associability. Associability, the condition of being associable. Associable, sociable, companionable. Associableness, the state or quality of being associable. Associahedera, plural of associahedron. Icosahedron, a convex polytope in which each vertex corresponds to a way of correctly inserting opening and closing parentheses in a word of n letters, and the edges correspond to a single application of the associativity rule. Associationism, an adaptation of Fourierism to a democratic capitalist economy. Associate, an associate's degree. Associate degree, alternative form of associate's degree. Associate degrees, plural of associate degree. Associate justice, a member of a judicial panel who is not the Chief Justice. Associate professor, a teacher in a higher education institution who ranks above an assistant professor and below a professor. Associate professors, plural of associate professor. Associates, clipping of associate's degree. Associate's degree, an academic degree awarded after the equivalent of approximately 2 years of college education, usually by a community college. Associate's degrees, plural of associate's degree. Associated, connected with something or another person. Associated prime, an ideal of R which is the annihilator of some prime submodule of M. Associated primes, plural of associated prime. Associatedness, the state equality of being associated. Associates, plural of associate. Associateship, the regular period of being associate. Associates, plural of associateship. Associatist, second person singular simple present indicative of associate. Associative, third person singular simple present indicative of associate. Associate, pronunciation spelling of associating. Associating, present participle and gerund of associate. Association, the act of associating. Association copies, plural of association copy. Association copy, a copy of a book that once belonged to the author to somebody connected with the author or to somebody particularly associated with its contents. Association football, a ball game played between 2 teams of 11 players, each attempting to win by scoring more goals than their opponent. Association link, a device that is used to group multiple words or concepts. Association links, plural of association link. Association lists, a data structure that associates keys with data, implemented as a list whose members are paired storage locations, cons cells, one element of which the car contains the key and the other element of which the CDR contains the key data. Association lists, plural of association lists. Association of ideas, the manner in which one idea follows from another. Association time, the amount of time elapsing between the moment of a stimulus and the moment of its verbalized response. Association times, plural of association time. Associational, of pertaining to or deriving from association. Associationality, the quality of being associational. Associationally, in an associational manner. Associationism, a theory that association of experiences etc. is the basis of consciousness and mental activity. Associationism, plural of associationism. Associationists, one who explains the higher functions and relations of the soul by the association of ideas. Associationistic, of or pertaining to associationism. Associationists, plural of associationists. Associations, plural of association. Associatism, a self-regulatory movement in the 1920s in which community members assumed a duty of mutual obligation to support each other. Associative, pertaining to, resulting from, or characterized by association, capable of associating, tending to associate or unite. Associative algebra, an algebra over a ring, or more narrowly, an algebra over a field whose bilinear product is associative. Associative algebras, plural of associative algebra. Associative array, an array-like data structure where the indices called keys are not limited to integers. Associative arrays, plural of associative array. Associative case, the grammatical case that is associative. Associative cases, plural of associative case. Associative plural, a form of plural, typically used with a name, title, or kinship term, which collectively refers to all those people associated with the referent within the given frame of reference. Associative plurals, plural of associative plural. Associatively, in an associative way. Associativeness, the condition of being associative. Associativities, plural of associativity. Associativity, the condition of being associative. Associator, a person who or thing that associates. Associators, plural of associator. Associatory, of or relating to association, associative. Associate, a female associate. Associates, plural of associate. Associationistic, misspelling of associationistic. Assoil, to absolve or release someone from blame or sin, to forgive, to pardon. Assoiled, simple past and past participle of assoil. Assoiledst, second person singular simple past indicative of assoil. Assoil, third person singular simple present indicative of assoil. Assoiling, present participle and gerund of assoil. Assoilment, act of soiling defilement. Assoilments, plural of assoilment. Assoils, third person singular simple present indicative of assoil. Assoils, alternative form of assoilsy. Assoilsed, simple past and past participle of assoils. Assoil is, third person singular simple present indicative of assoils. Assoilly, synonym of assoil. Assoilly, simple past and past participle of assoilsy. Assoilsy, present participle and gerund of assoilsy. Assoillies, third person singular simple present indicative of assoilsy. Assoilly, present participle of assoilsy. Assoiling, present participle and gerund of assoils. Assoilsy, present participle and gerund of assoilsy. Asamada, a city in Interior Sediado Island, Cape Verde, the island's second largest city. Alnance, the repetition of similar or identical vowel sounds though with different consonants, usually in literature or poetry. Ahonance, containing assonance. Assonances, plural of assonance. Alne, characterized by assonance, having successive similar vowel sounds. Assonantal, alne. Assonantic, alne. Assonale, in an assonant manner. Allonance, plural of assonant. Assonate, to correspond in particularly vowel sounds. Assonated, simple past and past participle of assonate. Assonates, third person singular simple present indicative of assonate. Assonating, present participle and gerund of assonate. Other, archaic spelling of as soon as. Assort, to sort or arrange according to characteristic or class. Assortation, the act of assorting. Assortations, plural of assortation. Assortative, characterized by assorting. Assortative mating, between males and females of a species, the mutual attraction or selection for reproductive purposes of individuals with similar characteristics. Assortative matings, plural of assortative mating. Assortative pairing, synonym of assortative mating. Assortative pairings, plural of assortative pairing. Assortatively, in an assortative way. Assortativeness, the quality or degree of being assortative. Assortativities, plural of assortativity. Assortativity, the extent to which nodes of a graph link to others of the same degree. Assorted, simple past and past participle of assort. Assortedly, in an assorted manner. Assortedness, the state or quality of being assorted. Assorter, one who assorts or arranges by class or category. Assorters, plural of assorter. Assortus, second person singular simple present indicative of assort. Assorta, third person singular simple present indicative of assort. Assortment, misconstruction of assortment. Assortiments, plural of assortment. Assorting, present participle and gerund of assort. Assortment, a collection of varying but related items. Assortments, plural of assortment. Assorts, third person singular simple present indicative of assort. Associametric, more or less associative and also symmetric. Dazed, foolish, infatuated. Assos, third person singular simple present indicative of assos. Assotted, simple past and past participle of assot. Assotting, present participle and gerund of assot. Awa, obsolete form of aswan. Assola, a surname from French. Assoil, obsolete spelling of assoil. Assoil, simple past and past participle of assoil. Assoils, third person singular simple present indicative of assoil. Assoiling, present participle and gerund of assoil. Associate, misspelling of associate. Association, misspelling of association. Asbah, undeserved sympathy or approval. Asbas, plural of aspat. Aspy, a person who has Asperger's syndrome. Aspies, plural of aspy. Asplan, an unintentional landing on one's buttocks. Asplanted, simple past and past participle of asplant. Asplanting, present participle and gerund of asplant. Aplant, plural of asplant. Absoprint, the mark or impression left by buttocks having been pressed against a surface. Asprints, plural of asprint. Abo, alternative form of aspol. Abos, plural of aspo. Aspodis, plural of asposi. Aspodi, the anus as the receiving orifice in anal sex. Aspoi, explosive diarrhea or any extreme or disgusting bowel movement. Aipwax, plural of esquak, Afar, initialism of autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic. Iran, simple past of Asrun. Asrape, alternative form of Asrape. Asraped, simple past and past participle of Asrape. Asrapes, plural of Asrape. Asraping, present participle and gerund of Asrape. Afar, plural of Asr. Ashra, to follow a player in a first-person shooter game in order to shoot them from behind. Ashrunning, present participle and gerund of Asrun. Irun, third-person singular simple present indicative of Asrun. As, abbreviation of assistant. Ast, abbreviation of assistant. Astar, an extremely stupid person, especially one who causes harm. Astards, plural of astard. Astaste, having exceptional looking buttocks. Ast, abbreviation of assisted. Asta, a large amount and asload. Astans, plural of astan. Asts, plural of ast. Astanal, rectum. Astanals, plural of astanal. Assuage, to lessen the intensity of, to mitigate or relieve hunger, emotion, pain, etc. Assuageable, able to be assuaged. Assuaged, simple past and past participle of assuage. Assuagement, the action of assuaging, appeasement. Assuagements, plural of assuagement. Assuager, someone who or something which assuages. Assuagers, plural of assuager. Assuages, third person singular simple present indicative of assuage. Assuagists, second person singular simple present indicative of assuage. Assuagia, third person singular simple present indicative of assuage. Assuaging, present participle and gerund of assuage. Assuagingly, so as to assuage. Assuagings, plural of assuaging. Obsolete form of assuan. Assuasive, mild, soothing. Assuasively, in a soothing manner. Assuasos, plural of assuasive. Assubjugate, to bring into subjection. Assubjugate, simple past and past participle of assubjugate. Assubjugates, third person singular simple present indicative of assubjugate. Assubjugating, present participle and gerund of assubjugate. Etufaction, habituation. Assud, accustomedness, habit. Assutudes, plural of assutude. Assumability, the quality of being assumable. Assumable, capable of being assumed or taken to be true. Assumably, presumably as one may assume. To authenticate by means of belief, to surmise, to suppose to be true, especially without proof. Assume room temperature, to die, to be killed. Assume the mantle, to take on a specific role or position along with any associated responsibilities. Assume the position, often used other than figuratively or idiomatically, to assume a given position. Assume, simple past and past participle of assume. Assumed name, an alias, especially one adopted in order to deceive others. Assumed names, plural of assumed name. Assumed room temperature, simple past and past participle of assume room temperature. Assumed the mantle, simple past and past participle of assume the mantle. Assumed the position, simple past and past participle of assume the position. Assumedly, in an assumed manner, presumably. Assument, a patch, in addition, a piece put on. Assuments, plural of assumant. Assumer, one who assumes. Assumers, plural of assumer. Assumus, third person singular simple present indicative of assume. Assumes room temperature, third person singular simple present indicative of assume room temperature. Assumes the mantle, third person singular simple present indicative of assume the mantle. Assumes the position, third person singular simple present indicative of assume the position. Assumes, second person singular simple present indicative of assume. Assume, third person singular simple present indicative of assume. Assuming, present participle and gerund of assume. Assuming room temperature, present participle of assume room temperature. Assuming the mantle, present participle and gerund of assume the mantle. Assuming the position, present participle and gerund of assume the position. Assumingly, in an assuming manner. Assumingness, the state or quality of assuming. Assumings, plural of assuming. Assumpted, a promise or undertaking, either express or implied, founded on a consideration. Assumpsets, plural of assumpsit. Assumped, that which is assumed, an assumption. Assumpted, simple past and past participle of assumped. Assumpting, present participle and gerund of assumped. Assumptio, the introduction of a proposition into a speech, especially an extraneous one. Assumption, the assumption of Mary, the mother of Jesus, into heaven, a Catholic dogma. Assumption of risk, an affirmative defense in tort law which bars a plaintiff's right to recovery against a tortfeasor if the defendant can demonstrate that the plaintiff assumed risks inherent to the dangerous activity in which the plaintiff was participating. Assumption Parish, one of 64 parishes in Louisiana, United States, the equivalent of a county in other U.S. states. Parish seat, Napoleonville. Assumptionists, a member of the Congregation of the Augustinians of the Assumption, a worldwide congregation of Catholic priests and brothers. Assumptionists, plural of assumptionists. Assumptions, plural of assumption. Assumptus, assuming, presumptuous, prone to assume things or take them for granted. Assumptuousness, the quality of being assumptuous. Assumptive, held as true or valid without evidence. Assumptively, in an assumptive manner. Assumptiveness, the state or condition of being assumptive. Assumpts, plural of assumpt. Athor, one of the ancient capitals of Assyria in modern Iraq. Ashur, alternative form of Ashur. Ashur, simple past and past participle of assure. Assurance, the act of assuring, a declaration tending to inspire full confidence, something designed to give confidence. Assurances, plural of assurance. Assurance, obsolete form of assurance. Assurances, plural of assurance. Assure, to make sure and secure and sure. Assured, simple past and past participle of assure. Assuredly, in an assured manner, confidently. Assuredness, the state or quality of being assured. Assured is plural of assured. Assurer, an insurer, an underwriter. Assurers, plural of assurer. Assurers, third person singular simple present indicative of assure. Assurist, second person singular simple present indicative of assure. Assura, third person singular simple present indicative of assure. Assurgency, a tendency to rise. Assurgent, rising or tending to rise. Assurgents, plural of assurgent. Uttering, synonym of reassuring. Assuringly, in an assuring manner. Assuristan, alternative spelling of Assuristan. An assurer, an underwriter, an insurer. Assurers, plural of assurer. Azoa, an ancient confederation in Anatolia. Aswai, an obnoxious person, a jerk. Aswads, plural of aswa. Alwyn, obsolete spelling of assuage. Aswadis, simple past and past participle of assuage. Aswadres, third person singular simple present indicative of assuage. Aswading, present participle and gerund of assuage. Aswagging, a term of abuse. Aswagons, plural of aswagon. Aswar, as first, backward. Aswards, as first, backwards. As we, a term of abuse. Asshole, alternative spelling of asshole. Assholes, plural of asshole. Asshole, a prostitute who is willing to do anal sex. Assors, plural of assor. Aswife, an annoying, contemptible, or worthless person. Aswipes, plural of aswipe. As a characteristic of or like an ass or asshole. Asymmetrical, misspelling of asymmetrical. A remote area in Western Sutherland, Highland Council area, Scotland. Our abbreviation of Assyrian. That's our abbreviation of Assyrian. Assyria, an ancient Semitic Akkadian kingdom and at times an empire extant from the mid-23rd century BC to 608 BC and centered on the upper Tigris River in northern Mesopotamia, present-day northern Iraq, but at its maximum extent including parts of modern Iran, Syria, Israel, Palestine, and Egypt. Assyrian, a person who resided in the ancient region on the upper Tigris River with capital city of Ashur. Assyrian Church of the East, a church descended from the historical Church of the East and seated in Erbil, distinguished from the ancient Church of the East over issues concerning the calendar. Assyrian Neo-Aramaic, a Neo-Aramaic language spoken by the modern Assyrian people in the eastern regions of Upper Mesopotamia. Assyrian plum, Ani Teria species Cordiomaixa. Assyrian plums, plural of Assyrian plum. Assyrianization, the process or result of Assyrianizing. Assyrianize, to make Assyrian. Assyrianize, simple past and past participle of Assyrianize. Assyrianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Assyrianize. Assyrianizing, present participle and gerund of Assyrianize. Assyrianness, the quality or characteristic of being Assyrian. Assyrians, plural of Assyrian. Assyriological, of or pertaining to Assyriology. Assyriologist, a person who studies ancient Assyria. Assyriologists, plural of Assyriologists. Assyriology, the study of the ancient Assyrian language and culture. Assyro, Assyrian, a Syro-Babylonian, synonym of Akkadian. Aerodonis, of or pertaining to several ethnic groups known as Assyrians or from Assyria, for example Syrians, Jacobites, Nestorians, and Chaldeans, and arguably also Maronites, Melkites, and Arameans. Asiathiko, a Greek grape variety used to make a white wine of the same name. Asiathikos, plural of Asiatiko, as a compensation for an insult or harm. Assignment, alternative form of assignment. Assignments, plural of assignment. Assignment, compensation or reparation for a criminal offense. Assignments, plural of assignment. AST, initialism of Alaskan Standard Time. AST, a surname. ASTA, acronym of American Society of Travel Advisors, formerly American Society of Travel Agents. ASTA, a surname from Italian. Astable, not stable. Astacine, a particular carotenoid. Astacine, the carotenoid keton 3,5,5,3,E3,E5, E7E9, E11E13, E15, E17, E3, 7, 12, 16 tetramethyl 18, 2, 6, 6-trimethyl 3,4-dioxycyclohexane, 1,3,5,17, 11,13, anynyl cyclohexene, 1,2-dione. Astaciculture, crayfish farming. Astacea, any of the crayfish in the family Astaceae. Astacids, plural of astacid. Astacin, astaxanthin. Astacins, plural of astacin. Astacio, a surname. Astacidos, plural of astacio. Astacological, relating to astacology. Astacologists, one who practices astacology. Astacologists, plural of astacologists. Astacology, the study of crayfish Astacodia. A letter 1E63, letter 1E6D, A macron D, HY, A macron Y, A macron. IS transliteration of Ashtidi. Astatagadja, a term applied to the 8 male elephants standing guard over the 8 zones. Astatagadjas, plural of Astatagadja. Astagfirullah, a short prayer of redemption. I seek forgiveness from Allah, God forgive me. Astaire, a surname from French. Astachine, any of a group of cytokines found in freshwater crayfish. Astachines, plural of astachine. Astali, a village in Kazan County, Iran. Astana, the capital city of Kazakhstan. Astanan, someone from Astana. Astanans, plural of Astanan. Astan, to arise, rise up. Astans, third person singular simple present indicative of a stand. Astanga, alternative form of Ashtanga. Astangas, plural of Astanga. Asar, covered with bright or sparkling objects. Astarboard, over to the starboard side. Astar, staring amazed. Astarianments, the Astarian Oman subplot in the video game Baldur's Gate 3. Astarianmenser, a player who romances Astarian during a playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. Astero, alternative form of Astaroth. Astaroth, the Great Duke of Hell, in the first hierarchy with Beelzebub and Lucifer. Astarte, to cause to start, startle, start up, jump. Astarte, a Semitic goddess of fertility, sexuality, and war, cognate in name, origin, and function with the goddess Phoenician letter 1090F letter 10914 letter 10915 letter 10913 letter 10915 letter 2 BFAS Achakti ART of Phoenicia. Astarte, simple past and past participle of Astarte. Astarte, any of the families of Vivalos. Astartids, plural of Astarted. Astarting, present participle and gerund of Astarte. Astartes, third person singular simple present indicative of Astarte. Astas, plural of Astat. Astasia, inability to stand without assistance. Astasia basia, the inability either to stand or walk due to loss of motor control. Astaias, plural of astasia. Astasin, a particular steroid glycoside. Astases, astasia. Astathing, astatine hydride or hydrogen astatide hat. Astatate, the anion, any salt containing this anion. Astatates, plural of astatate. Astae, a substance supposed to lie between the outer and inner lining of a cell. Astae, not static or stable, unsteady, unstable. Astatically, in an astatic manner. Astaticism, the state of being astatic. Astati, a binary compound of astatine and another element. Astatides, plural of astatide. Astatinate, to react with astatine. Astatinated, simple past and past participle of astatinate. Astatinates, third person singular simple present indicative of astatinate. Astatinating, present participle and gerund of astatinate. Astatination, the action with astatine. Astatinations, plural of astatination. Astatine, a highly radioactive chemical element symbol at one of the halogens with atomic number 85. Astatines, plural of astatine. Astatize, to render astatic. Astatized, simple past and past participle of astatize. Astatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of astatize. Astatizing, present participle and gerund of astatize. Astati, a thick liquid residuum obtained in the distillation of Russian petroleum, much used as fuel. Astaxanthin, a xanthophyll pigment that occurs widely in plants and animals, especially crustaceans. Astaxanthins, plural of astaxanthin. Astae, of an anchor, such that in heaving it, an acute angle is formed between the cable and the surface of the water. Asmari, a surname from Old English. Astberries, plural of astberry. Asdir, giving off steam, water vapor, or smoke. Astetosis, plural of astetosis. Astetosis, persistent dry scaling of the skin due to an absence or shortage of sebum. Acetotic, relating to astetosis. Ather, alternative form of aster. Astae, any of the flies in the family Asteidae. Astaids, plural of astae. Astaism, polite irony, a genteel and ingenious manner of deriding another. Astaisms, plural of astaism. Astasmus, witty dialogue or response. Astaste. Politely ironic. Astelea. Any plant of the genus Astelia. Asteleas. Plural of Astelia. Astele. Lacking steels. Asteleoi. Any plant of the family Asteleaceae. Asteleo. Plural of Astelioi. Astelian, of or relating to Mary Estelle 1666-1731, English proto-feminist writer and philosopher. Astele, absence of steels. Estemizo, a second-generation antihistamine drug discovered in 1977. Asten, a village and municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. Aster, any of several plants of the genus Aster, one of its flowers. Aster yellows, a type of plant disease caused by phytoplasma primarily affecting plants of the Asteraceae family. Aster, relating to stars. Asteraceous, of or relating to the family Asteraceae. Asterae, any of a group of hydrocarbon cage compounds consisting of two cycloocane rings linked to each other by methylene groups. Asteranes, plural of asterane. Asteriodnosia, synonym of asteriodnosis, which is the more common synonym. Asteriognosis, the inability to identify an object by touch without visual input, a form of tactile agnosia. Plural of Asterian. Asteriacerebroside, any of a group of cerebroside glycosides produced by starfish of the class Asteroidea. Asteriacerebrosides, plural of Asteriacerebroside. Asterias, a sea star. Asteriaces, plural of Asterias. Asteriate, radiated with diverging rays. Asterid, pertaining to the asterids. Asteriform, synonym of star-shaped. Asteria, any member of the family Asteridaceae. Asteridaceae, a particular steroid glycoside. Asteridas, plural of Asteria. Astericos, a metal cross that is placed over the discos to prevent the veil from touching the host. Asterinaceous, a war relating to the Asterinaceae. Asterinin, any of the family Asteridaceae. Asterinins, plural of asterinin. Asvirie, the point on the side of the skull corresponding to the posterior end of the parietomastoid suture. Asterionolopsis, any diadem of the genus Asterionolopsis. Asterionolopsids, plural of Asterionolopsis. Asterionic, relating to an Asterian. Asterias, plural of Asterian. Asteriasaponin, any of a group of toxic saponins produced by starfish. Asteriasaponins, plural of Asteriasaponin. Asteriatoxin, any of a group of toxic steroids produced by starfish of the class Asteroidea. Asteriatoxins, plural of Asteriatoxin. Asterisk, alternative spelling of asterisk. Asterisci, plural of asteriscus. Asterisks, plural of asterisk. Asteriscus, one of the otoliths found in the lagina of many non-mammalian vertebrates. Asteris, a small star, also by extension something resembling or shaped like a star. Asterisk, containing asterisks. Asterisking, present participle and gerund of asterisk. Asteriskos, not marked with an asterisk. Asteriskoi, resembling or characteristic of an Asterisk. Asterisks, plural of asterisk. Asterism, an unofficial constellation, small group of stars that forms a visible pattern. Asterismal, relating to asterisms. Asterisms, plural of asterism. Asterite, alternative letter case form of asterite. Asterites, plural of asterite. Asterix, a series of French comic books written by René Goscinny and illustrated by Albert Uderzo about an ancient Gaul named Asterix. Asterixes, plural of asterixes. Asterixin, of or relating to Asterix, a French comic book series known for its puns and its stereotypes of various nationalities. Asterixes, an abnormal muscular tremor characterized by involuntary jerking of the hands. Astos, without asters, star-shaped structures in cells. Astoe, a village in Shropshire, England. Aster, behind a vessel, in the rear. Astern of, behind. Asternal, not sternal, that do not join the sternum. Asterobactin, an antibiotic 3,1,15-carbamidoyl hydroxy-amino 1-hydroxyamino 1-oxopentin 2-il-amino 2-methyl 1-oxounecin 3-il-oxy 5-formyl-hydroxyamino 1-oxopentin 2-il-amino 2-hydroxy 3-oxopropyl 2-hydroxybenzoate present in Nocardia asteroids. Asterosratid, any amonid of the genus Asterosras. Asterosratids, plural of asterosratid. Asteroid, a naturally occurring solid object which is smaller than a planet and a dwarf planet, larger than a meteoroid and not a comet, that orbits a star and often has an irregular shape. Asteroid belt, alternative letter case form of asteroid belt. Asteroid belt, the main asteroid belt, the region of the orbital plane of the solar system located between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter, which is occupied by numerous minor planets, asteroids, and the dwarf planet series. Asteroid belts, plural of asteroid belt. Asteroidal, of or pertaining to an asteroid. Asteroidean, any starfish of the class Asteroidea. Asteroideans, plural of asteroidean. Asteroidean, of or relating to the Asteroidea. Asteroideans, plural of asteroidean. Asteroid-like, resembling or characteristic of an asteroid. Asteroids, plural of asteroid. Asterocinae, any of the scale insects in the family Asterocinae. Asterocinids, plural of asterocinae. Asteropid, any fish of the family Asteropidae. Asteropidoid, synonym of asteropid. Asteropids, plural of asteropid. Asteron, an astrocyte/neuron hybrid cell. Asterons, plural of asteron. Asteronachid, any brittle star in the family Coeloplanidae. Asteronym, an asterism or similar symbol which replaces the name of the author in a literary work. Asteronyms, plural of asteronym. Asterope, one of the stars in the Pleiades cluster. Asterophrae, any of the so familiar Asterophrae of Macroheliphobes. Asterophrens, plural of Asterophraein. Asterophyllite, a fossil plant from the coal formations of Europe and America, now regarded as the branchlets and foliage of calamites. Asterophyllites, plural of asterophyllite. Asteropygid, synonym of asteropogenid. Asteropogenid, any trilobite of the genus Asteropyge. Asterosoponin, a particular steroid glycoside. Asterosismic, of or pertaining to asterosismology. Asterosismical, asterosismic. Asterosismologic, alternative form of asterosismological. Asterosismological, of or pertaining to asterosismology. Asterosismologically, with regard to asterosismology. Asterosismologist, one who studies asterosismology. Asterosismologists, plural of asterosismologists. Asterosismology, the study of oscillations in stars. Asteroside, a particular steroid glycoside. Asterostade, any of the extinct placoderm fish of the family Asterostei. Asterostades. Plural of asterostade. Asterostromoid describes tissue which is made of branched hyphae where many branches start at right angles along the main axis, giving the ends a star-like appearance. Asteroth, alternative form of asteroth. Asterozoa, plural of asterozoan. Asterozoan, any animal in the echinoderm subphylum Asterozoa, which includes the brittle stars, basket stars, and starfish. Asterozoans, plural of asterozoan. Asterias, alternative spelling of Astorpirius. Asteriquinon, any of a group of indoquinons based on 2,5-dihydroxy, 3,6-bis-1,2-methyl but 3N2-il-indol-3-il cyclohexate 2,5-diene 1,4-dione. Asteriquinons, plural of asteriquinon. Asters, plural of aster. Asterseismology, alternative form of asterosismology. Asterwort, aster any of several plants of the genus Aster. Asterworts, plural of asterwort. Astexin, any of the family of heat-sensitive lysopeptides. Astexins, plural of astexin. Astek, ancient Armenian goddess of sensual love, beauty, and water. Lover of Vahan, often identified with Aphrodite and the planet Venus. Astana, a surname from Hindi. Astanas, plural of Astana. Astanga, alternative form of Ashtanga. Asthenia, weakness, loss of strength. Asthenias, plural of asthenia. Asthenic, characterized by or pertaining to debility, weak, debilitating. Asthenical, asthenic. Asthenicity, the quality of being asthenic. Asthenics, plural of asthenic. Asthenes, plural of astheny. Astheno, asthenia, weakness. Asthenobiosis, a form of hibernation or estivation that is not dependent on season, temperature, or humidity. Asthenochoria, torpidity of the pupillary light reflex. Asthenodont, synonym of desmodont. Asthenoneurotic, relating to both asthenia and neurosis. Asphenopia, an eye condition that manifests itself through nonspecific symptoms such as fatigue, red eyes, eye strain, pain in or around the eyes, blurred vision, headache, and occasional double vision. Asthenope, having or pertaining to asthenopia. Asthenospermia, loss or reduction in the strength or energy of sperm cells, hence infertility or subfertility. Asthenospermic, characterized by or pertaining to asthenospermia, hence infertile. Asthenosphere, the zone of the Earth's upper mantle below the lithosphere. Asthenospheres, plural of asthenosphere. Asthenospheric, of, pertaining to, or arising from the asthenosphere, the soft area of the upper mantle. Asthenotratospermia. Asthenotratospermia. Asthenotratospermia, a condition in which the motility and morphology of the sperm are both abnormal. Asthenotratospermic, relating to asthenotratospermia. Asthenogedative, both asthenic and vegetative. Asthenozoosperm, any sperm produced by asthenozoospermia. Asthenozoospermia, condition in which a large proportion of spermatozoa produced in an ejaculate possess poor motility. Asthenozoospermic, of or pertaining to asthenozoospermia. Asthenozoosperms, plural of asthenozoosperm. Astheny, dated form of asthenia. A long-term respiratory condition in which the airways may unexpectedly and suddenly narrow, often in response to an allergen, cold air, exercise, or emotional stress. Symptoms include wheezing, shortness of breath, chest tightness, and coughing. Asthma attack, an incident wherein a person who suffers intermittent experiences of bronchoconstriction undergoes such an experience, usually with a sudden onset. Asthma attacks, plural of asthma attack. Asthma paper, paper impregnated with saltpeter and burned to produce fumes that can be inhaled to alleviate asthma. Asthma papers, plural of asthma paper. Asthma thunderstorm, a thunderstorm in the presence of a large amount of pollen, in which the pollen grains are broken up into granules small enough to cause asthma. Asthma thunderstorms, plural of asthma thunderstorm. Asthmaweed, alternative form of asthmaweed. Asthma plant, a tropical plant of species Euphorbia hirta, used in herbal medicine. Asthma-like, resembling asthma. As, plural of asthma. Asthmata, plural of asthma. Asthmatic, having the characteristics of asthma, as in an asthmatic cough. Asthmatic attack, synonym of asthma attack. Asthmatic attacks, plural of asthmatic attack. Asthmatical, dated form of asthmatic. Asthmatically, in an asthmatic manner. Asthmatic, obsolete form of asthmatic. Asthmatics, plural of asthmatic. Asthmatics, plural of asthmatic. Asthmatoi, resembling asthma. Asthmaweed, the plant Erigeron bonariensis. Asthmogenesis, the origination of asthma. Asthmogenic, that causes an asthmatic attack. Asthore, treasure as a term of endearment. Asthores, plural of asthore. A province in Piedmont, Italy. ASEP, initialism of Armed Services Technical Information Agency. Astechas, having a structure or layout that is not in rows. Astigmat, a person who has astigmatism. Astigmatic, suffering from astigmatism. Astigmatical, astigmatic. Astigmatically, in an astigmatic manner, through or in relation to astigmatism. Astigmatics, plural of astigmatic. Astigmated, any mite of the cladostigmatina. Astigmatids, plural of astigmated. Astigmatism, a defect of a lens such that light rays coming from a point do not meet at a focal point so that the image is blurred. Astigmatisms, plural of astigmatism. Astigmats, plural of astigmat. Astigma, astigmatism. Astigmias, plural of astigmia. Astigmae, archaic form of astigmatic. Astigmatics, plural of astigmatic. Astigmatism, archaic form of astigmatism. Astigmometer, an optical device used for measuring the degree of astigmatism. Astigmometers, plural of astigmometer. Ascetic, a philosophical school or individual accepting certain tenets fundamental to Hinduism by various definitions. Asthel, any species, subspecies, cultivar, or specimen of the genus Astilbe. Astils, plural of Astilbe. Astilben, a flavonol found in astilbe and other plants, used as an insecticide. Astilur, a commune and village in Bihar County, Romania. Astel, a surname. Asde, a surname. Astink, stinking. Astens, plural of asten. Astipulate, passant. Astipulated, simple past and past participle of astipulate. Astipulates, third person singular simple present indicative of astipulate. Astipulating, present participle and gerund of astipulate. Astipulation, stipulation, agreement. Astipulations, plural of astipulation. Astar, in motion, characterized by motion. Avis, plural of asti. Ale, a surname. Astley, a place in England. Astley and Dunley, a civil parish in Malvern Hills District, Worcestershire, England, which includes the named places. Ashleys, plural of Astley. Alec, alternative spelling of Estgek. ASAN, initialism of American Society for Testing and Materials, former name of ASTM International. ASTMS, initialism of Association of Scientific, Technical, and Managerial Staffs, a trade union. Astachaste, non-random. Astacetoma, misspelling of astracetoma. Astogenetic, of or pertaining to the growth stages of a colonial organism. Astogenic, relating to astogeny. Astogeny, any morphological change in colonial zooids as the colony grows. Astomatal, lacking a stoma. Astomig, without a stoma or mouth. Astomate, having no or very few stomata. Astomatus, having no mouth, mouthless. Astomas, alternative form of astomatus. Aston, a common place name. Aston Abbots, a village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 8420. Aston by Budworth, a civil parish in Cheshire East, Cheshire, England. Aston Cantlow, a village and civil parish in Stratford-on-Avon District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1359. Aston Clinton, a village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Aylesbury Vale District. OS Grid Ref SB 8712. Aston cum Aughton, a civil parish in the Metropolitan Borough of Rotherham, South Yorkshire, England. Aston dark space, the dark space in a glow discharge that is adjacent to the cathode. Aston dark spaces, plural of Aston dark space. Aston Fields, a suburban area in Finstall Parish, Bromsgrove, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SO 9669. Aston Magna, a hamlet in Blockley Parish, Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1935. Aston Rollet. A village and civil parish in South Oxfordshire District, Oxfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 7299. Aston Somerville. A village and civil parish served by Hinton on the Green and Aston Somerville Parish Council in Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0438. Aston Tyrol. A village and civil parish served by Aston Tyrol and Aston Upthorpe Parish Council in South Oxfordshire District, Oxfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 5586. Aston-on-Trent. A village and civil parish in South Derbyshire District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4129. Aston. To astonish. Aston. Simple past and past participle of a stone. Astons. Third person singular simple present indicative of a stone. Astoni. Obsolete spelling of Astani. Astani. Simple past and past participle of Astani. Astoniness. The state or quality of being astani. Astanis. Third person singular simple present indicative of astani. Astoning. Present participle and gerund of astone. Astonish. To surprise greatly. Astonishable. Astonishing. Astonish. Amazed, surprise. Astonishedly. In an astonished manner. Astonishness. The state or quality of being astonished. Astonisher. Something that astonishes, an astonishing thing or event. Astonishers. Plural of astonisher. Astonishes. Third person, singular simple present indicative of astonish. Astonishing. Causing astonishment. Astonishingly. In an astonishing manner, so as to surprise or astonish. Astonishingness. The state or quality of being astonishing. Astonishment. The feeling or experience of being astonished, great surprise. Astonishments. Plural of astonishment. Astonish. Obsolete form of astonished. Astons. Plural of aston. Astoni. To astound. To paralyze, to stun. Asvedier. Present participle and gerund of astani. Azod. Simple past and past participle of a stand. Athu. In a stooping or inclined position. Asor. A surname. Asor. A city and district of Gilgit-Baltistan, Pakistan. Astor. A municipality of Leon, Castile and Leon, Spain. Astoria. An incorporated town in Fulton County, Illinois, United States. Astoria. Of or relating to the city of Astoria, Oregon. Astorians. Plural of Astorian. Astorino. A surname from Italian. Astorinos. Plural of Astorino. Astorpirius. Stuck up, haughty. Astors. Plural of astor. Astound. To astonish, bewilder, or dazzle. Astoundable. Capable of being astounded. Astounded. Simple past and past participle of astound. Astoundedly. In an astounded manner. Astoundedness. The state of being astounded, astonishment. Astounder. A person who astounds. Astounders. Plural of astounder. Astoundus. Second person singular simple present indicative of astound. Astoundeth. Third person singular simple present indicative of astound. Astounding. Present participle and gerund of astound. Astoundingly. In an astounding manner, so as to astound, surprise, or amaze. Astoundingness. The quality of being astounding. Astoundment. Amazement. Astounds. Third person singular simple present indicative of astound. At. Initialism of American Software Testing Qualifications Board. Aster. Abbreviation of astrology. Aster. Alternative form of astro before a vowel. Astroplaneta. The 5 Greek gods of the wandering stars, i.e. planets, Phenon Saturn, Phaethon Jupiter, Pyro is Mars, Eosphorus / Hesperus Venus, and Stilben Mercury. They were the sons of the Eos goddess of the dawn and Astrius god of the dusk, and their siblings were the 4 anemone winds. Astrakhan. Archaic form of Astrakhan. Astrakhans, plural of Astrakhan. Astraciceran, a fungicidal isoflavone found in Astragalus cicer. Astradal, in a straddling position, astride. Astradal of, in a straddling position on. Athrea, the Greek goddess of stars and justice, similar to Dike, equivalent to the Roman goddess Justitia. Ashrea, of or relating to the goddess Astrea. Astrians, plural of Astrian. Astrias, the Greek god of the dusk, husband of O's goddess of the dawn, and father of the 4 anemone winds and the 5 astroplaneta wandering stars / planets. Astragal, synonym of ankle bone, the bone forming the ball of the ankle joint. Astragalar, of or pertaining to the astragalus. Astragalectomes, plural of astragalectomy. Astragalectomy, the surgical removal of the astragalus or talus in order to stabilize the ankle. Astragali, plural of astragalus. Astragalin, a chemical compound, a 3-O-glucoside of chemoferol found in Phytolacca americana, the American pokeweed. Astragaline, alternative form of astragalin. Astragalo, pertaining to the astragalus, the ankylobone. Astragalicalcania, plural of astragalicalcaneum. Astragalicalcanal, describing the fusion of the astragalus and calcaneum. Astragalicalcanian, relating to the astragalus and the calcaneus. Astragalicalcaneum, a fused astragalus and calcaneum. Astragalicalcaneums, plural of astragalicalcaneum. Astragalifibular, relating to or connecting the astragalus and the fibula. Astragali, plural of astragalos. Astragali, of pertaining to or shaped like the astragalus ankylobone. Astragalomancy, any form of divination by dice. Astragalos, an ancient form of die used in games of chance made from the knucklebone of a sheep. Astragaliscaphoid, relating to the knucklebone and scaphoid bone. Astragalici, any of a group of glycosides found in the root of the astragalus plant, thought to have some medical applications. Astragalicides, plural of astragalici. Astragalitibial, relating to or connecting the astragalus and the tibia. Astragals, plural of astragal. Astragalus, synonym of ankle bone. Astragyromancy, divination by dice. Astray, strained or straining. Astrakhan, alternative form of astrakhan. Astrakhanite, an evaporite consisting of a mixed sodium and magnesium sulfate. Astrakhans, plural of Astrakhan. Astrakhan, an oblast of Russia. Astrakhan fever, synonym of Bautinus fever. Astrakhan, wearing astrakhan, Astrahanian, of or pertaining to Astrakhan or its natives, residents, or culture. Astrahanians, plural of Astrakhanian. Astrakhans, plural of Astrakhan. Astro, relating to or resembling the stars, starry. Astral bodies, plural of astral body. Astral body, a ghost-like replica of one's physical body which supposedly inhabits or is somehow associated with the physical body, conceived as a subtle body composed of some sort of ethereal material or as being non-physical and capable of sometimes separating from the physical body to travel to other places or to other realms of existence. Astral crown, a gold crown surmounted with 8 low points. The centrals and laterals points are topped with a star with an unspecified number of points between 2 wings. It is mounted atop the shields of coats of arms of units belonging to some air forces or the personal arms of its distinguished commanders. Astral crowns, plural of astral crown. Astral jelly, synonym of star jelly. Astral lamp, an argan lamp constructed so that no shadow is cast upon the table by the flattened ring-shaped oil reservoir. Astral lamps, plural of astral lamp. Astral plane, a supernatural plane of existence consisting of the world of the celestial spheres propounded by esoteric philosophies, some religious teachings, and New Age thought. Astral planes, plural of astral plane. Astral projection, the ability to deliberately detach one's mind, or a ghost-like replica of one's astral body, from one's physical body and to send it to distant places or into alternate realities or into people's dreams. Astral projections, plural of astral projection. Astral spirit, one of numerous beings formerly believed to live among the heavenly bodies, variously seen as fallen angels or the spirits of dead men. Astral spirits, plural of astral spirit. Astral project, to undergo astral projection. Astral projected, simple past and past participle of astral project. Astral projecting, present participle and gerund of astral project. Astral projects, third person singular simple present indicative of astral project. Astrole, in an astral manner or context. Astrals, plural of astral. Ashran, resting on the bed of a body of water rather than floating on or onto a shore or beach. Of a watercraft. Astrentia, any of the genus Astrentia of herbaceous plants. Astrentias, plural of Astrentia. Astrape, the goddess/personification of lightning, sister of Bront, and an attendant of Zeus. Her Roman counterpart is Fulgora. Astrophobe, someone suffering from astrophobia. Astrophobes, plural of astrophobe. Astrophobia, an abnormal fear of thunder and lightning. Astrophobic, morbidly afraid of thunderstorms. Astrapia, any of the birds in the genus Astrapia found in New Guinea. Astrapias, plural of Astrapia. Astropophobia, astrophobia. Astropother, any of several extinct, hoofed, herbivorous mammals of the order Astropotheria from Cenozoic South America. Astropothers, plural of astropother. Astropotherian, any member of the order Astropotheria of extinct mammals. Astropotherians, plural of astropotherian. Astropoteri, any of the extinct males in the family Astropotheri. Astropoids, plural of astropotheria. Astration, in the galactic cycle of matter, the incorporation of matter into a stellar interior during star formation, especially when referring to a specific element or isotope. Astrovis, a city in Hrutna Oblast, Belarus. Astrai, in a wrong or unknown and wrongly motivated direction. AstraZeneca, the COVID-19 vaccine made by the AstraZeneca company. AstraZeneca's, plural of AstraZeneca. Aria, alternative form of Astrea goddess. Ashream, streaming, flowing of a liquid, object blown by wind, light, sound. Asteroide, decorated with stars. Astrach, stretched out, extended. Astraxi, synonym of chlorhexidine. Asvia, alternative form of Astrea goddess. Astric, to bind, constrain, or restrict. Astricted, simple past and past participle of astrict. Astricting, present participle and gerund of astrict. Astriction, the act of binding, restriction, obligation. Astrictions, plural of astriction. Astrictive, binding, astringent. Astrictives, plural of astrictive. Astrix, third person singular simple present indicative of astrict. Astre, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Astrai, with one's legs on either side. Astrid, a surname. Astrages, plural of astrage. Astriferous, bearing stars. Acerate, to constrict, to compress. Astringe, simple past and past participle of astringe. Astringence, alternative form of astringency. Astringences, plural of astringence. Astringencies, plural of astringency. Astringency, an astringent taste. Astringent, a substance which draws tissue together, thus restricting the flow of blood. Astringently, in the manner of an astringent. Astringents, plural of astringent. Estringer, obsolete form of Austringer. Estringers, plural of astringer. Astringes, third person singular simple present indicative of astringe. Ashrinmeth, third person singular simple present indicative of astringe. Estringing, present participle and gerund of astringe. Askiavosis, misspelling of astrogliosis. Astriane, relating to astrianics. Astrianics, the science dealing with the application of electronics to astronautics. Astropotent, that rules the stars. Astropotence, plural of astropotent. Astro, a player for the Houston Astros. Astro, celestial bodies, fixed stars, wandering stars, planets, etc. Space, astronomy. Astroboffin, an expert in a field relating to the stars, especially astronomy. Astroboffins, plural of astroboffin. Astroengineer, alternative form of astroengineer. Astroengineers, plural of astroengineer. Astrogricultural, relating to astrogriculture. Astrogriculture, the cultivation of crops in space. Astroanthropology, synonym of xenoanthropology. Astroarchaeological, of or relating to astroarchaeology. Astroarchaeology, archaeoastronomy. Astroarchitecture, synonym of xenoarchitecture. Astrobabble, worthless astrological talk. Astrobacteriology, synonym of xenobacteriology. Astroballistic, of or pertaining to astroballistics. Astroballistics, the ballistics of high velocity projectiles, especially of meteors, etc. Astrobiological, of or pertaining to astrobiology. Astrobiologically, by means of or in reference to astrobiology. Astrobiologists, abiologists is biology is astrobiology. Astrobiologists, plural of astrobiologists. Astrobiology, the study of life anywhere in the universe, including Earth. Astroblasts, a differentiated neural stem cell that becomes an astrocyte. Astroblastic, relating to astroblasts. Astroblastoma, a rare glial tumor derived from the astroblast. Astroblastomas, plural of astroblastoma. Astroblastomata, plural of astroblastoma. Astroblasts, plural of astroblasts. Astrobulb, a pit-like structure created by an impacting meteoroid, asteroid, or comet. Astrobulbs, plural of astrobulb. Astrobulpid, any of the catfish in the family Astrobulpidae. Astrobulpids, plural of astrobulpid. Astrobot, robot designed to work in space. Astrobotany, synonym of xenobotany. Astrobots, plural of astrobot. Astrocartography, a form of astrology that links elements of the birth chart with locations on Earth, resulting in travel recommendations. Astrocentric, having a star at the center. Astrochemical, of or pertaining to astrochemistry. Astrochemically, in an astrochemical manner. Astrochemist, a chemist or astronomer whose specialty is astrochemistry. Astrochemistry, the study of the chemical composition of stars in outer space. Astrochemists, plural of astrochemists. Astrochem, a chimpanzee used in a spaceflight program. Astrochimps, plural of astrochem. Astrochronologic, alternative form of astrochronological. Astrochronological, relating to astrochronology. Astrochronologically, by means of astrochronology. Astrochronology, the dating of sedimentary units by calibration with astronomically tuned time scales. Astrocladistics, the phylogenetic analysis of galaxy evolution. Astroclimate, the part of the climate of a place that is a result of solar radiation. Astroclimates, plural of astroclimate. Astroclimatic, of or pertaining to astroclimate. Astaconia, any of the stony corals in the family Astaconiidae. Astaconiids, plural of astraconia. Astrocompass, a form of compass in which direction is evaluated by sighting stars of known position. Astrocompasses, plural of astrocompass. Astrocosme, relating to space and the cosmos. Astrocyte, a neuroglial cell in the shape of a star in the brain. Astrocytes, plural of astrocyte. Astrocytic, of or pertaining to the astrocytes. Astrocytical, alternative form of astrocytic. Astrocytically, in an astrocytic manner. Astrocytin, a recognin present on the cell membrane of astrocytes found in the serum of patients with malignant glial tumors. Astrocytogenesis, the creation and development of astrocytes. Astrocytoma, a cancer of the brain that originates in astrocytes. Astrocytomas, plural of astrocytoma. Astrocytomata, plural of astrocytoma. Astrocytomatus, pertaining to an astrocytoma. Astrocytopathies, plural of astrocytopathy. Astrocytopathy, an autoimmune disorder of the central nervous system associated with astrocytes. Astrocytosis, an abnormal increase in the number of astrocytes due to the destruction of nearby neurons. Astrocytotic, relating to astrocytosis. Astrodiagnosis, the use of astrology to diagnose illness. Astrodome, a domed sports stadium in Houston, Texas. Astrodomes, plural of astrodome. Astrodynamic, pertaining to astrodynamics. Astrodynamical, astrodynamic. Astrodynamically, in an astrodynamic way. Astrodynamicist, one who studies astrodynamics. Astrodynamicists, plural of astrodynamicists. Astrodynamics, the study of the motion of rockets and spacecraft, usually from Newton's laws of motion, Newtonian gravity, and Kepler's laws. Astrocological, relating to astrocology. Astrocologists, one who studies astrocology. Astrocologists, plural of astrocologists. Astrocology, the study of the interactions of biota with space environments. Astroengineer, an engineer who designs or operates spacecraft or space stations. Astroengineering, the construction of megastructures in space by technologically advanced beings. Astroengineers, plural of astroengineer. Astrophysical, relating to astrophysics. Astrophysics, synonym of xenoethics. Astrofest, an astronomy-themed festival or exhibition. Astrophysics. Astrophysics, synonym of xenoethics. Astrofest, an astronomy-themed festival or exhibition. Astrofests, plural of astrofests. Astrogalicide, misspelling of astrogalicide. Astrogate, to astronavigate, to control and guide a spacecraft. Astrogated, simple past and past participle of astrogate. Astrogates, third-person singular simple present indicative of astrogate. Astrogating, present participle and gerund of astrogate. Astrogation, astronavigation, navigation through space. Astrogational, relating to astrogation. Astrogator, one who navigates through space. Astrogators, plural of astrogator. Astrogenesis, the formation of astrocytes. Astrogenic, of or pertaining to astrogeny. Astrogeny, the creation or evolution of the stars or heavens. Astrogeodesy, the use of geodetic techniques in astronomy. Astrogeodetic, relating to astrogeodesy. Astrogeography, the study of exoplanet geography. Astrogeological, of or pertaining to astrogeology. Astrogeologists, one who studies astrogeology. Astrogeologists, plural of astrogeologists. Astrogeology, the science dealing with the structure and composition of planets and other bodies in the solar system. Astrogeometry, a study of geometry of the universe, orthos. Astrogeophysical, of or pertaining to astrogeophysics. Astrogeophysicists, one who studies astrogeophysics. Astrogeophysicists, plural of astrogeophysicists. Astrogeophysics, a branch of geophysics dealing with material found in space and the surface and internal processes of celestial bodies. Astroglaciological, of or pertaining to astroglaciology. Astroglaciology. Part of glaciology is studying the effects of ice and glaciers on extraterrestrial bodies. Astroglia. The group of star-shaped glial cells in the brain and spinal cord. Astroglial. Of or pertaining to the astrocytes, the star-shaped glial cells of the brain and spinal cord. Astrogliogenesis. The production of astrogliosis. Astrogliogenic. Relating to astrogliogenesis. Astroglioma. A low grade form of cystic astrocytoma. Astrogliomas. Plural of astroglioma. Astroglium morphogenesis. The morphogenesis of astrogliomas. Astrogliopathies. Plural of astrogliopathy. Astrogliopathy. Gliopathy of astroglia. Astrogliosis. Plural of astrogliosis. Astrogliosis. An abnormal increase in the number of astrocytes due to the destruction of nearby neurons. Astrogliatic. Relating to astrogliosis. Astroglosis. Misspelling of astrogliosis. Astronomy. Knowledge of the stars, especially the fixed stars, the branch of astronomy dealing with the fixed stars. Astrogonic. Of or pertaining to astrogony. Astrogony. Alternative form of astrogeny. Astrograph. A telescope designed and used for astronomical photography. Astrographic. Astrometric. Astrographies. Plural of astrography. Astrographs. Plural of astrograph. Astrography. Synonym of uranography, the mapping of celestial bodies. Astrohistory. The study of alien history. Asteroid. A hypocycloid with 4 cusps. Asteroids. Plural of asteroid. Astroinformatics. The processing of large amounts of astronomical data. Astrointerferometer. A combination of astronomical telescopes used as an interferometer. Astrointerferometers. Plural of astrointerferometer. Asteroid. A radiated fossil or stone, a starstone. Asteroids. Plural of asteroid. Astrojax. A toy consisting of 3 balls on a string. Astrojaxes. Plural of astrojax. Astral. Abbreviation of astrology. Astral. Abbreviation of astrology. Astrolabe. An astronomical and navigational instrument for gauging the altitude of the sun and stars. Astrolabes. Plural of astrolabe. Astrolabe. Relating to an astrolabe. Astrolabical. Archaic form of astrolabic. Astrolator. One who worships the stars. Astrolators. Plural of astrolator. Astrolatrix. Synonym of astrolatress. Astrolatress. Star worship. Worshipping. Astrolatry. The worship of the stars. Astrolaw. The practice of law in outer space. Astrolinguistics. Synonym of xenolinguistics. Astrolithology. The science of aerolites. Astrologaster. A foolish or petty astrologer. Astrologasters. Plural of astrologaster. Astrologer. One who studies or practices astrology. Astrolodress. A female astrologer. Astrolodresses. Plural of astrolodress. Astrologers. Plural of astrologer. Astrologies. The jargon used by astrologers. Astrologess. A female astrologer. Astrologesses. plural of astrologes, astrologian, and astrologer, astrologans, plural of astrologian, astrologic, archaic form of astrological, astrological, of or relating to astrology, astrological sign, any of 12 signs corresponding to constellations that are used as the basis of astrology. Astrological signs, plural of astrological sign, astrologically, in an astrological manner, astrologic, rare spelling of astrologic, astrologies, plural of astrology, astrologize, alternative spelling of astrologize, astrologized, simple past and past participle of astrologize, astrologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of astrologize, astrologizing, present participle and gerund of astrologize, astrologists, one who practices astrology, an astrologer, astrologists, plural of astrologists, astrologize, to study or practice astrology, to attempt to foretell the future using astrology, astrologized, simple past and past participle of astrologize, astrologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of astrologize, astrologizing, present participle and gerund of astrologize, astrologue, an astrologer, astrologues, plural of astrologue, astrology, divination about human affairs or natural phenomena from the relative positions of celestial bodies, astromancer, one who performs astromancy, a diviner who uses astrology, astromancers, plural of astromancer, astromancy, divination by the stars, astrology in its modern prophetic aspect, astromantic, of or pertaining to divination by means of the stars, astrological, astromaterial, any material recovered from space, astromaterials, plural of astromaterial, astromathematical, relating to astromathematics, astromathematics, the branches of mathematics used in the study of astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology, astrometeorological, of or pertaining to astrometeorology, astrometeorologically, in terms of astrometeorology, astrometeorologist, a scientist working in the field of astrometeorology, astrometeorologists, plural of astrometeorologists, astrometeorology, the practice of using astrology for weather forecasting, astrometer, an instrument designed to measure the brightness, relation, or apparent magnitude of stars, astrometers, plural of astrometer, astrometric, of or relating to astrometry, astrometrical, astrometric, astrometrically, in an astrometric manner by means of astrometry, astrometrician, one who studies astrometry, astrometricians, plural of astrometrician, astrometries, plural of astrometry, astromfres, one who practices astrometry, astromfrests, plural of astromtrists, astromtri, measured or calibrated by reference to neighboring stars. Astrometry, the branch of astronomy that deals with the measurement of the positions and motions of celestial bodies, particularly stars. Astromycin, an aminoglycoside antibiotic. Astromicrobiology, Synonym of xenomicrobiology. Astromolecule. Any molecule that has been detected in interstellar or circumstellar space. Astromolecules. Plural of astromolecule. Astromythologies. Plural of astromythology. Astromythology. Astrological mythology. Astromyxin. Synonym of star jelly. Astrom. Netherlands Institute for Radio Astronomy, a research institute in the Netherlands. Astron, abbreviation of astronomical. Astronaut, a member of the crew of a spaceship or other spacecraft that travels beyond Earth's atmosphere, or someone trained to serve that purpose. Astronaut ice cream. Ice cream that has had most of the water removed from it by a freeze-drying process and been sealed in a pouch and requires no refrigeration. Astronaut maneuvering unit. Synonym of astronaut propulsion unit. Astronaut maneuvering units. Plural of astronaut maneuvering unit. Astronaut propulsion unit. A mechanism used to move an astronaut relative to the spaceship during a spacewalk. Astronaut propulsion units. Plural of astronaut propulsion unit. Astronautas. A female astronaut, a spacewoman. Astronautesses. Plural of astronautess. Astronautic. Of or pertaining to astronautics. Astronautical. Referring to travel in outer space. Astronautically. In an astronautic way. Astronautics, navigation through space. Astronautrix, a female astronaut. Astronauts, plural of astronaut. Astronaut, a female astronaut. Astronauts, plural of astronaut. Astronaut, astronavigation. Astronavigation. Navigation by using the positions of the stars and other heavenly bodies. Astronavigational. Relating to astronavigation. Astronavigator. One who performs astronavigation, an astronaut or space pilot. Astronavigators. Plural of astronavigator. Astronauts. Synonym of astronstid. Astronstid. Any fish of the former family Astronstidae, especially those of the genus Astronsis. Astronstids. Plural of astronstid. Astronaut. A female astronaut. Astronauts. Plural of astronaut. Astronomer. One who studies astronomy, the stars, or the physical universe. A scientist whose area of research is astronomy or astrophysics. Astronomer Royal. An honorary title given to a leading astronomer, once the director of the Greenwich Observatory. Astronomer Priest. A leader in various ancient religions which worshipped heavenly bodies as gods and goddesses. Astronomer Priests. Plural of astronomer priests. Astronomeress. A female astronomer. Astronomeresses. Plural of astronomeress. Astronomers. Plural of astronomer. Astronomass. A female astronomer. Astronomesses. Plural of astronomass. Astronometrical. Astrometrical. Astronomian. An astrologer. Astronomians. Plural of astronomian. Astronomy. Pertaining or relating to astronomy. Astronomic refraction. Synonym of atmospheric refraction. Astronomical. Of or relating to astronomy. Astronomical clock. A type of clock with specialized mechanisms and dials to accurately tell astronomical information about the sun, moon, planets, and constellations. Astronomical clocks, plural of astronomical clock. Astronomical refraction, synonym of atmospheric refraction. Astronomical time, the time past mean noon of a particular day, reckoned onto 24 hours in mean time. Astronomical transient, a localized discrete transient optical spectrum event at astronomical distances. Astronomical transients, plural of astronomical transient. Astronomical twilight, the period in which the sun is between 12 degrees and 18 degrees below the horizon in the morning and evening. Astronomical twilights, plural of astronomical twilight. Astronomical unit, 149,597,870,700 meters, the approximate mean distance from the Earth to the Sun, the semi-major axis of Earth's orbit, symbol O, used to measure distances in the solar system. Astronomical units, plural of astronomical unit. Astronomical year, the time it takes the Earth to pass once around the Sun, particularly a topical, sidereal, or anomalistic year. Astronomical years, plural of astronomical year. Astronomically, of or relating to astronomy. Astronomic, obsolete form of astronomic. Astronomics, astronomy. Astronomies, plural of astronomy. Astronomize, alternative form of astronomize. Astronomize, simple past and past participle of astronomize. Astronomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of astronomize. Astronomizing, present participle and gerund of astronomize. Astronomist, astronomer, specialist in astronomy. Astronomists, plural of astronomists. Astronomize, to study or talk astronomy. Astronomize, simple past and past participle of astronomize. Astronomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of astronomize. Astronomizing, present participle and gerund of astronomize. Astronomy, the study of the physical universe beyond the Earth's atmosphere, including the process of mapping locations and properties of the matter and radiation in the universe. Astronaut, alternative form of astronaut. Astronaut, synonym of actornaut. Astronaut, plural of astronaut. Astronauts, plural of astronaut. Astronuclear, of or pertaining to the applications of nuclear physics to space, as for example in nuclear space propulsion. Astronaut, a person with an obsessive interest in astronomy. Astronauts, plural of astronaut. Astronym, the name of a star, planet, or other heavenly body. Astronyms, plural of astronym. Astroparticle, a subatomic particle of cosmic origin. Astroparticles, plural of astroparticle. Astropause, the stellar equivalent of the heliopause. Astropauses, plural of astropause. Astrophthan, any of the genus Astrophthan of sea stars. Astropthans, plural of Astrophthan. Astroctinid, any in the family Astrocidae. Astrophtinids, plural of astrophthinid. Astrophil, a male lover similar to that in the poem Astrophil and Stella. Astrophils, plural of astrophil. Astrophic, not written in stanza form. Astrophil, obsolete form of astrophile. Astrophilatelist, one who practices astrophilately. Astrophilate lists, plural of astrophilate lists. Astrophilately, the branch of philately dealing with space flight and similar subjects. Astrophile, one who loves stars or astronomy. Astrophiles, plural of astrophile. Astrophilia, love of and/or obsession with planets, stars, and outer space. Astrophilic, related to or exhibiting astrophilia. Astrophilosophy, the study of alien philosophy. Astrophils, plural of astrophil. Astrophobia, a fear of stars and celestial space. Astrophort, any member of the order Astrophorda of marine demisponges. Astrophords, plural of astrophord. Astrophoran, any sea sponge of the suborder Astrophorina. Astrophorans, plural of astrophoran. Astrophoto, an image of one or more celestial objects made using techniques of astrophotography. Astrophotograph, alternative form of astrophoto. Astrophotographer, a person, especially an astronomer who takes photographs of the stars. Astrophotographers, plural of astrophotographer. Astrophotographic, of or pertaining to astrophotography. Astrophotographs, plural of astrophotograph. Astrophotography, the photography or imaging of astronomical objects, celestial events or areas of the night sky. Astrophotometer, a photometer for measuring the brightness of stars. Astrophotometers, plural of astrophotometer. Astrophotometric, relating to astrophotometry. Astrophotometrical, relating to astrophotometry. Astrophotometry, the determination of the brightness of stars and other heavenly bodies. Astrophotonic, describing the application of photonics to astronomical instruments. Astrophotonics, the application of photonics technology to astronomy. Astrophotos, plural of astrophoto. Astrophyllite, a rare brown to golden yellow hydrous potassium iron titanium silicate mineral, visually identical to coupletskyte. Astrophyllites, plural of astrophyllite. Astrophysical, of or pertaining to astrophysics. Astrophysically, with regard to astrophysics. Astrophysicist, one who studies astrophysics. Astrophysicist, plural of astrophysicists. Astrophysics, the branch of astronomy or physics that deals with the physical properties of celestial bodies and with the interaction between matter and radiation in celestial bodies and in the space between them. Astrophyton, the giant basket star, an early Mesozoic invertebrate. Astrophytons, plural of astrophyton. Astropolitical, of or relating to astropolitics. Astropolitics, the theory and study of the effects of space in its broadest sense on politics. Astropreneur, an entrepreneur in the aerospace sector, especially one from New Space 2.0. It can also be used for entrepreneurs with innovative ideas for space-derived products for non-space environments downstream applications. Astropreneurs, plural of astropreneur. Astroproject, to cause the soul, spirit, or any part of the body or mind to travel to a location other than the physical location of the person, or to imagine such travel. Astroprojected, simple past and past participle of astroproject. Astroprojecting, present participle and gerund of astroproject. Astroprojection, the event when the person's spiritual form leaves their physical form and hallucinate or travels, or the practice of experiencing such spiritual travel. Astroprojects. Third-person singular simple present indicative of astroproject. Astros. The team Houston Astros. Astrus plurade. A thick-walled star-shaped cell occurring in the leaves of camellia and frequently in bark amongst the surrounding parenchymatous cells. Astrosclerades. Plural of astrus plurade. Astroscope. An old astronomical instrument formed of two cones on whose surface the constellations were delineated. Astroscopes. Plural of astroscope. Astroscopic. Relating to astroscopy. Astroscopy. Observation of the stars. Astrosisme. Relating to the seismic activity of a star. Astrosismically. In an astrosismic manner. Astrosismicity. The state of being astrosismic. Astrosismological. Relating to astrosismology. Astrosismology. Alternative form of astrosismology. Astrosheath. The stellar equivalent of the Heliosheath. Astrosheaths. Plural of astrosheath. Astroship. A spaceship, a starship. Astroships. Plural of astroship. Astrosphere. A cavity filled with hot gas blown into the interstellar medium by stellar winds. Astrospheres. Plural of astrosphere. Astrostatistical. Relating to astrostatistics. Astrostatistics. The application of statistics to the study and analysis of astronomical data. Astrotactin. A glycoprotein associated with the migration and adhesion of neurons. Astrotactins. Plural of astrotactin. Astrotal. The stellar equivalent of the heliodale. Astrotails. Plural of astrotale. Astrotech. Clipping of astrotechnology. Astrotechnology. Space technology. Astrotechs. Plural of astrotech. Astrotheological. Relating to astrotheology. Astrotheology. Theology founded on observation or knowledge of the celestial bodies. Astrotourism. Tourism pertaining to stars, meteors, eclipses, etc. Astrotourists. A space tourist. Astrotourists. Plural of astrotourist. Astrotracker. Star tracker. Astrotrackers. Plural of astrotracker. Astroturf. A synthetic material used in sports grounds as a durable substitute for natural grass. Astroturf. To cover with an artificial grass-like material. Astroturf. Simple past and past participle of astroturf. Astroturfer. One who engages in astroturfing, the disguising of an orchestrated campaign as a grassroots event. Astroturfers. Plural of astroturfer. Astroturfing. Present participle and gerund of astroturf. Astroturfs. Third-person singular simple present indicative of astroturf. Astrotypic. Having the form of an astrocyte. Astrobiography. The acquisition of astronomical data using video cameras and video imaging techniques. Astroviral. Of or relating to astroviruses. Astrovirological. Of or pertaining to astrovirology. Astrovirology. The study of viruses and virus-like life forms and life throughout the universe, our universe. Astrovirus. Any member of the family Astroviridae of icosahedral viruses with a characteristic star-like surface structure. Astroviruses. Plural of astrovirus. Astrozoology. The branch of zoology dealing with extraterrestrial animals. Astructive, hemstructive. Astra, sticking out or puffed out, swelling. As, plural of ASD. Astertious, having insight or acumen, perceptive, shrewd. Astuciously. Astutely. Astucities, plural of astucity. Astucity, craftiness, astuteness. Astudillo, a surname from Spanish. Astudillos, plural of astudillo. Athan, to astonish. Athan, athan. Astunning, present participle and gerund of astun. Astun, third person singular simple present indicative of astun. Astur, a member of a tribe in northern Spain until the 1st century BC. Astur, Asturias, Asturian. Asturleonese, a Romance language or language family, historically spoken in northwestern Spain, mostly modern-day Asturias and Leon. Asturias, plural of Astur. Asturia, Asturias, a former kingdom existing from c. 718 to 924 CE in modern northwest Spain and Portugal. Asturia, of, from or relating to Asturias, Spain. Asturian ponies, plural of Asturian pony. Asturian pony, a hardy kind of pony from Asturias. Asturianism, a word, usage, or linguistic feature particular to the Asturian language or Asturian Spanish. Asturianisms, plural of Asturianism. Asturians, plural of Asturian or Asturian Spanish. Asturianisms, plural of Asturianism. Asturians, plural of Asturian. Asturias, an autonomous community and province of Spain on the Spanish north coast facing the Cantabrian Sea. Capital, Oviedo. Asturicani, a tribe mentioned by Ptolemy as dwelling adjacent to the Pontus Euxinus Black Sea, often equated with the Aspergini. Asturias, obsolete form of Asturias. Asturleonese, alternative spelling of Asturleonese. Asturs, plural of Astur. Astur, quickly and critically discerning. Astutely, in an astute manner. Astuteness, the quality of being astute. Astutenesses, plural of astuteness. Astuter, comparative form of astute, more astute. Astutus, superlative form of astute, most astute. Asaway, a hamlet and civil parish in central Bedfordshire district, Bedfordshire, England. OS grid ref TL 215,385. Astwood Bank, a village in Redditch Borough, Worcestershire, England. OS grid ref SB 0462. Asthedes, the last king of Media, son of Cyaxares. Athenax, the nickname of Scamandrius, child son of Hector and Andromache. Astellar, lacking columns or pilasters. Alec, alternative spelling of Estgek. Other, initialism of Arizona State University. Other, a Nupud language spoken in Nigeria. ISO code ALM. Aswai, alternative form of Aswan. Aswans, plural of Aswan. Asudden, of a suddenly. Azah, a female given name from Japanese. Azola, a herbicide used to kill bracken and docks. Azan, a Yoruba dish made from roasted goat meat sautéed in spicy peppers and other vegetables. Asanabrevir, an experimental drug candidate for the treatment of hepatitis C. Asunción, the capital city of Paraguay. Asunder, into separate parts or pieces. Asunderness, the state or quality of being asunder. Asunder, obsolete spelling of asunder. Asur. Alternative spelling of asura. Asura, one of the power-seeking deities involved in constant conflict with the more benevolent devas. Asuras, plural of Asura. Asuristan, alternative spelling of Asuristan. Azurini, a dialect of the Akwawa language. Azuristan, an important Sasanian province in late antiquity, corresponding to the Mesopotamia region. Asurs, plural of Asur. Asa, alternative form of Asu-W. Asu-W, abbreviation of anti-surface warfare. Af, initialism of American Standard Version of the Bible. La, initialism of Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery. Awens, twin gods of medicine, health, dawn, and the sciences. Als, initialism of Advanced Space Vision System, a computer vision system designed primarily for the ISS assembly. Af, plural of ASB. Azawa, abbreviation of anti-submarine warfare. ASW carrier, initialism of anti-submarine warfare carrier. ASW carriers, plural of ASW carrier. Aswy, a surname. Aswajumization, alternative form of aswijumization. Aswagger, swaggering with a proud or boastful swaying gait. As well, the sloth bear Melarsus ursinus and India bear. Awy, a governorate in southern Egypt. Awy, a shape-shifting evil creature in Philippine mythology. Aswimes, plural of Aswan. Aswarby, a small village in Aswarby and Swarby Parish, North Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF0639. Aswarby and Swarby, a civil parish in North Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England, which includes the named places. Aswarm, filled or overrun with moving objects or beings. Asway, swaying. Aswayuja, the 7th month in the Hindu lunar calendar. Asway, in a sweat, covered or soaked with sweat or some liquid resembling sweat, sweating. Aswijumization, alternative form of aswijumization. Aswijumization, the bringing of land under cultivation. Aswi, sweeping, making a sweeping motion. As well, obsolete spelling of as well. As well, a surname. As well as, misspelling of as well as. As wells, plural of as well. As whim, swimming or immersed in or with something. Edwing, in a state of swinging. As swirl, swirling, in a swirl, full of or surrounded by something swirling. Edwish, swishing, making a rustling sound while moving. As were, in a swoon, swooningly. Asts, initialism of Australian Stock Exchange. That, a female given name from Russian of modern usage. Asila, plural of asylum. Asylee, a non-citizen of a country who has been granted asylum in that country. Asylees, plural of asylee. Asyllabic, not syllabic. Asyllabical, archaic form of a syllabic. Asylophobic, prejudiced against asylum seekers. Asylum, a place of safety or refuge. Asylum hotel, a hotel used to house asylum seekers while their claim to live in a country is processed. Asylum hotels, plural of asylum hotel. Asylum seeker, a person who has applied for asylum in a foreign country but has not yet been granted refugee status by that country. Asylum seekers, plural of asylum seeker. Asylum shopping, a practice of applying for asylum in a more ideal state rather than in the nearest or first reached safe state. Asylum seeker, alternative spelling of asylum seeker. Asylum seekers, plural of asylum seeker. Asylum-like, resembling an asylum hospitally for the mentally ill. Asylums, plural of asylum. Asymbiosis, a lack of symbiosis, especially in an organism that otherwise exhibits symbiosis. Asymbiotic, not symbiotic. Asymbiotically, in an asymbiotic manner. Asymbolia, synonym of asthenia. Asymbolic, not symbolic. Asymbolical, synonym of asymbolic. Asymmetrical, incommensurable. Asymmetric, not symmetric. Asymmetric bars, ours. Asymmetric center, an atom having a spatial arrangement of ligands which is not superposable on its mirror image. Asymmetric centers, plural of asymmetric center. Asymmetric cryptography, cryptography in which the key used in decryption is different from that used for encryption. Asymmetric digital subscriber line, alternative letter case form of asymmetric digital subscriber line. Asymmetric digital subscriber line, a communications system characterized by moderately high speeds different in each direction. Asymmetric digital subscriber lines, plural of asymmetric digital subscriber line. Asymmetric meter, meter with an irregular pulse, usually with the top number of the time signature being 5, 7, 11, etc. Asymmetric meters, plural of asymmetric meter. Asymmetric syntheses, plural of asymmetric synthesis. Asymmetric synthesis, the synthesis of a specific enantiomer of a compound or of a mixture containing more of one enantiomer than the other. Asymmetric warfare, warfare between belligerents who have different strengths and weaknesses. Asymmetrical, not symmetrical. Asymmetrical meter, alternative form of asymmetric meter. Asymmetrical spinnaker, a head sail which, like ordinary spinnaker, is attached to the boat only in its corners, but is asymmetrically shaped. The shape makes it suitable for winds from beam reach to broad reach, whereas ordinary symmetrical spinnaker is best suited for winds from run to broad reach. The tack of the asymmetrical spinnaker is usually attached to a bowsprit instead of a spinnaker pole. Asymmetrical spinnakers, plural of asymmetrical spinnaker. Asymmetrical warfare, synonym of asymmetric warfare. Asymmetricalities, plural of asymmetricality. Asymmetricality, the quality of being asymmetrical. Asymmetrically, in an asymmetric manner. Asymmetricalness, the quality of being asymmetrical. Asymmetricities, plural of asymmetricity. Asymmetricity, the condition of being asymmetric. Asymmetries, plural of asymmetry. Asymmetrophobia, an aversion to asymmetry. Asymmetrization, the process or the result of making something asymmetric. Asymmetrizations, plural of asymmetrization. Asymmetron, a massive scalar field proposed as a form of dark matter. Asymmetrons, plural of asymmetron. Asymmetrous, asymmetrical. Asymmetry, absence of symmetry or proportion between the parts of a thing, or a distinction that produces such a lack of symmetry. Asymptomatic, not exhibiting any symptoms of disease, as for example in a case which is subclinical without signs detectable by physical examination or laboratory tests. Asymptomatical, alternative form of asymptomatic. Asymptomatically, without exhibiting any symptom of disease. Asymptomaticity, the state of being asymptomatic. Asymptomatics, plural of asymptomatic. Asymptomatology, the absence of all previous symptoms. Asymptocy, the quality of being asymptotic. Asymptote, a straight line which a curve approaches arbitrarily closely as it goes to infinity. The limit of the curve, its tangent at infinity. Asymptoted, simple past and past participle of asymptote. Asymptotes, plural of asymptote. Asymptotia, the condition of being asymptotic. Asymptotic, pertaining to values or properties approached at infinity. Asymptotic analyses, plural of asymptotic analysis. Asymptotic analysis, any of several methods for describing and analyzing the behavior of a system at its limits. Asymptotic giant branch, the region of the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram populated by evolving low to medium mass stars. Asymptotical, asymptotic, asymptotically, in an asymptotical manner, in the way of an asymptote, toward an asymptote. Asymptoticity, the condition of being asymptotic. Asymptotically, alternative form of asymptotically. Asymptotics, asymptotic analysis. Asymptoting, present participle and gerund of asymptote. Asyntope, misspelling of asymptote. Asynapse, subject to a synapsis. Asynapses, plural of a synapsis. Asynapsis, the failure of synapsis during meiosis. Asynapte, relating to a synapsis. Asynartete, disconnected, not fitted or adjusted. Asynartetes, plural of a synartete. Asynartetic, having or containing two different types of meter. Async, abbreviation of asynchronous. Async, abbreviation of asynchronous. Asynchronic, synonym of asynchronous. Asynchronically, in an asynchronous manner. Asynchronicities, plural of asynchronicity. Asynchronicity, the state of being asynchronous. Asynchronies, plural of asynchrony. Asynchronized, alternative form of asynchronized. Asynchronism, synonym of asynchrony. Asynchronisms, plural of asynchronism. Asynchronistic, not synchronistic. Asynchronistically, in an asynchronistic manner. Asynchronization, the condition of being asynchronous or of being asynchronous. Asynchronized, not synchronized. Asynchronous, not synchronous, occurring at different times. Asynchronous transfer mode, a broadband voice and data technology with quality class of service coas transmission for sending and receiving voice, data, and multimedia information over a fiber optic network. Asynchronously, in an asynchronous manner. Asynchronousness, asynchronicity. Asynchronous, misspelling of asynchronous. Asynchrony, the state of being asynchronous or out of synchronization. Asynclitic, relating to asynclitism. Asynclitically, in an asynclitic manner, assuming an asynclitic position. Asynclitism, the position of a baby in the uterus such that the head is presenting first tilted to the shoulder and thus no longer in line with the birth canal. Asynchronicity, misspelling of asynchronicity. Asynchronous, misspelling of asynchronous. Ascendancies, a pattern of spoken or written discourse demonstrating inability or diminished capacity to connect ideas. Ascendant, plural of ascendatin. Ascendete, of, related to, or characterized by ascendatin, lacking conjunctions or purposefully omitting conjunctions. Ascendatically, in an ascendatic way, whether. Ascendatin, omission of conjunctions, especially for rhetorical effect. Ascendatins, plural of ascendatin. Asynergia, a lack of muscular coordination. Asynergias, plural of asynergia. Asynergic, relating to asynergy. Asynergies, plural of asynergy. Asynergy, defective or absent coordination between organs, muscles, limbs, or joints, resulting in a loss in movement or speed. Asyngamic, not syngamic. Asyngamy, absence of syngamy. Asynonymous, synonym of non-synonymous. Asyntactic, not syntactic. Asystematic, not systematic. Asystole, an absence of a systole, a failure of the heart to contract. Asystoles, plural of asystole. Asystolia, alternative form of asystole. Asystole, pertaining to asystole. Asystolism, the state or symptoms characteristic of an asystole. Asystole, alternative form of asystole. The capital of the Asyag governorate in Egypt. Asyzygetic, not syzygetic. Azai, a town in Pest County, Hungary. Initialism of assistive technology. In, near, or in the general vicinity of a particular place. At ball, a hard-hit batted ball hit straight at a fielder in the air for an out. At balls, plural of at ball. At a brunt, suddenly and violently, all at once. At a canter, without much effort, effortlessly, easily. At a clip, moving or occurring very quickly or rapidly. At a discount, below the usual price, below face value. At a distance, in a remote or distant position. At a draft, U.S. standard spelling of at a draft. At a draft, in a single swallow. At a fast clip, synonym of at a clip. At a glance, upon cursory examination. At a go, synonym of in one go. At a gas, upon cursory examination at a glance. At a loose end, idle, bore. At a loss, not sure, uncertain, lacking further ideas, direction, or ability. At a loss for words, having nothing to say, not knowing what to say, stunned to the point of being speechless. At a low ebb, at a low point, in a poor state, in a state of decline or depression. At a minimum, at the least, in order to achieve only the bare minimum. At a moment's notice, immediately, instantaneously, without need of warning. At a pinch, by a small margin or amount. At a premium, above par value. At a price, requiring a great expense for something to be given over or conceded. At a profit, so as to generate a profit. At a push, not later than, at the latest. At a rate of knots, quickly, rapidly, fast. At a run, running. At a single stroke, alternative form of at one stroke. At a stand, in a state of confusion or uncertainty, undecided what to do next. At a stretch, in one continuous period of time at a time. At a stroke, alternative form of at one stroke. At a time, in a single continuous period of time. At a venture, at random, without application of due thought, haphazardly or recklessly. At adventure, alternative form of at a venture. At all, indicating degree, quantity, or frequency greater than 0 to the slightest degree, in any way, at any time, or in any circumstance. At all adventures, at random, in any manner, any which way, in whatever way one can, as best one can. At all costs, as an absolute imperative, sparing no effort or expense. At all events, in any event, at any rate, anyhow. At all hands, from all angles, from every direction, generally. At all hours, at all times of the day, around the clock. At all points, completely, thoroughly. At all times, always. At anchored, at antipodes, in direct opposition. At any cost, at all costs, any of that, alternative form of in any event. At any given moment, at any point of time. At any hand, at any rate. In any case. At any rate, in any case, anyway, anyhow, regardless, used to discard or qualify a previous thought. At arm's length, at a distance away from one's body. At bank, on the surface, at or around the mine entrance. At bar, before the court, under consideration by the court. At bat, in the batter's box. At bats, plural of at bat. At bat, cornered, unable to flee. At best, in the most favorable of conditions, especially in a situation that is otherwise negative. At bottom, really, basically, fundamentally. At call, available when requested. At church every time the doors are open, religious to the point of excess, ridiculously religious. At church every time the doors swing open, synonym of at church every time the doors are open. At command, available for use. At cost, at the purchasing price, without any markup. At cross purposes, mutually misunderstanding each other's plans, intentions, or meanings. At daggers drawn, in a state of open hostility. At dark, during nightfall. At death's door. Alternative spelling of at death's door. At death's door, about to die, in a life-threatening state of health. At each other's throats. In mutual conflict. At ease, free of anxiety, not stressed or tense. At every turn, constantly, all the time, at every opportunity, as many times as one can, in all possible respects. At fault, guilty, responsible, to blame. At first, initially, at the start, originally. At first bluff, malapropism of at first blush. At first blush, upon first impression or consideration, seemingly, apparently, ostensibly. at first glance, after only a superficial examination or review. At first hand, synonym of first hand. At first sight, superficially without a full inspection. At full pelt, alternative form of full pelt. At full stretch, using maximum resources. At full throttle, as fast as physically possible. At full tilt, at full speed, very quickly. At gaze, gazing, standing so as to stare, especially of deer, statin garden, compare at bay. At grade, alternative form of at grade. At grips, fighting, engaged in a confrontation. At gunpoint, under coercion by someone with a firearm. At half sword, fighting a close fight, closer than a sword's length to one's opponents. At hand, within easy reach, nearby. At haphazard, haphazardly, at random. At heart, in spirit, according to one's beliefs, views, or feelings, deep down, fundamentally, really. At heck and manger, in very comfortable quarters. At Her Majesty's pleasure, indefinitely, for an arbitrary period determined by the monarch or her government, especially for indefinite tenure or imprisonment. At home, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see at home, in one's place of residence. At homes, plural of at home. At intervals, now and again, intermittently. Under discussion. At occupied with a given activity, busy with something. At knife point, being threatened with a knife under coercion. At large, on the loose, roaming freely, not confined. At last, after a long time, eventually. At latter lammas, never. At least, at a minimum or lower limit. At leisure, free from any occupation, not busy, idle. At length, for a long time, extensively. At liberty, free, not confined or restricted. At loggerheads, unable to agree, opposing. At long last, at last. At loose ends, without any activity or purpose. At minimum, alternative form of at a minimum. At most, at the most, at a maximum or upper limit. At night, during the night. At no time, never. At odd times, during times when one wouldn't expect something to occur. At odds, in disagreement, conflicting. At once, in one group, together. At one, in harmony or unity. At one blast. At once, at the same moment in time. At one blow. With one strike of a hand, tool, or weapon. At one go. Synonym of in one go. At one stroke. With a single blow, effort, or act. At one time. Formally. At one time or another. At a certain point in time, at various times. At one's best. Performing as well as one can. At one's ease. Alternative form of at ease, free of anxiety, not stressed or tense. At one's elbow. Near at hand, within easy reach. At one's feet. At one's disposition, easily controlled by someone due to their power, affluence, charm, etc. At one's fingers' ends. Synonym of at one's fingertips. At one's fingertips. Readily available. At one's leisure. At one's convenience. at one's own peril, knowingly accepting the risks associated with one's action. At one's own risk, taking personal responsibility for any harm that arises from a dangerous activity. And outs, at variance, at odds, on unfriendly terms. At pace, at speed, at pains, making careful effort to. At peace, free of worries. Peaceful. At peace way, not disturbed or upset by. At places, in some possibly rare places. At play, playing, in the process of playing. At pleasure, by arbitrary will or choice. At present, currently, now, at this moment in time, at the present time. At rack and manger, plentifully and at another's expense. At random, randomly, haphazardly. At rest, not moving, stationary. At right angles to, forming an angle of 90 degrees to something. At risk, in a state or condition marked by a level of risk or vulnerability. At rovers, at random. At scale, on a large scale, involving large amounts or volumes of something. At school, at one school. At sea, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see at sea. At second hand, by an intermediary or by indirect means, usually relating to something heard by hearsay. At short notice, with very little warning or preparation time. At short sight, payable soon after being presented. At sight, as soon as seen or presented to sight. At sign, the symbol at, most commonly used in email addresses. At signs, plural of at sign. At 6 and 7, obsolete form of at 6s and 7s. At 6s and 7s, in a state of confusion. At some point, sometime, at an indefinite time. At someone's disposal, available to be used at any time and in any way the user sees fit. At someone's door, very nearby, close to someone. At someone's heels, following someone very closely. At someone's service, fully available to help or to be of use to someone or some organization. At someone's throat, behaving very aggressively or snappishly towards someone. At spear point, to be in a leading position during a potentially difficult or dangerous situation. At speed, with speed, quickly, rapidly. At stake, at issue, at risk. At sword point, being threatened with a sword under coercion. At sword points, in strong conflict with each other, ready to fight. At symbol, at saynet. At symbols, plural of at symbol. At teth, alternative form of tafe. At table, eating a meal at a table, especially with others. At 10 and 2, referring to a type of driving regarded as safe and conventional, where the positions of the hands on the steering wheel of a vehicle correspond to those of the hands of an analog clock at 10 o'clock left hand and 2 o'clock right hand. At that, in addition to what has been said, furthermore, moreover, at that time, back then, at the time referred to in the past. At the bank, alternative form of at bank on the surface. At the best, alternative form of at best. At the best of times, even under the most favorable conditions. At the bottom of, covertly responsible for, being the real origin of. At the bottom of the pile, At the lowest level in a list or hierarchy. At the coal face, directly engaged in the operations of a business rather than in a hands-off managerial position. At the corner, nearby. At the cost of, having as a negative consequence. At the disposal of, at one's disposal. At the door, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see at that door. At the door of, very near to, such that something is imminent. At the double, in double time. At the drop of a hat, without any hesitation, instantly. Alias, not sooner than. At the elbow, very near, close at hand. At the end of one's tether. At the limit of one's patience, frustrated or annoyed. At the end of the day. In summary, ultimately. At the expense of. Paid for by an individual or group. At the feet of. As a disciple, student, subordinate, or worshipper of. At the first, dated form of at first. At the first brunt. At the first attack or engagement of battle. At the hand of. Alternative form of at the hands of. At the hands of. By the actions of someone. At the helm. Steering a vessel. At the high port. Held with two hands as in port arms, but carried well above the head. The high port is often the position taught for running at the double or charging. At the instance of. At the motion or solicitation of. At the invitation of. Due to having been asked or invited to do something. At the last. In the end, after everything, ultimately. At the last minute. Very close to a deadline or potential crucial event. At the last moment. Synonym of at the last minute. At the latest. Not later than. At the least. Alternative form of at least. At the mercy of. In the power of, defenseless/defenseless against. At the minimum. Alternative form of at a minimum. At the minute. At the moment, right now. At the moment. At this moment, right now. At the money of an option having an underlying value approximately equal to its strike price, roughly, such that exercising it yields neither a profit nor a loss. At the most. Alternative form of at most. At the say. At most. At the point of. Alternative form of on the point of. At the ready. Ready in a state of preparation or waiting, in position or anticipation. At the receiving end. Alternative form of on the receiving end. At the risk of. Despite the likelihood of something bad happening. At the same time. Simultaneously. At the sight of. When saying. At the soonest. Synonym of alias. At the tail. Lagging. Behind, at the back or rear. At the time. Back then, at the time referred to the specific time period, era, or time frame in the past. At the top of one's bent. Alternative form of to the top of one's bent. At the top of one's game. Performing as well as one can. At the top of one's lungs. As loudly as vocally possible. At the top of one's voice. Of vocal sounds as loudly as possible. At the top of the heap. In the highest strata, at the height of status, success, etc. At the top of the pile. In the position of highest authority. At the top of the tree. At the highest level. At the very least. At least, as an absolute minimum, emphatic form of at the least. at the very most, at most, as an absolute maximum. At the wheel, driving, in control of a vehicle. At the worst, alternative form of at worst. At this juncture, synonym of at this point. At this moment in time. Currently, now, at present. At this point, at the current time or the time that was just described. At this point in time, right now or in the near and foreseeable future. At this rate, if one continues at the current pace or with the current actions. At times, on occasion, sometimes. At times and again. At various times, occasionally. At terms, synonym of at times. At twice, twice, at two distinct times. At unawares, unawares, unexpectedly, at a sudden disadvantage. At variance, not in accord, in a state of disagreement. At war, fighting in a war. At will, at one's preference, as one sees fit. At will employment, alternative form of employment at will. At work, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see at work. At one's workplace. At worst, if the worst possible alternative happens, especially in an otherwise positive situation. At your service, used as a polite introduction on first meeting another person. At percent, atom percent, percentage as a fraction of the atoms of a substance. At NSF, alternative form of at. AT, initialism of American Telephone and Telegraph, a U.S. telecommunications company. AT&T, alternative letter-case form of AT&T. At, contraction of at his. At, prefix meaning at, close to, away, off. At bat, an opportunity to hit. At bats, plural of at bats. At fault in adjectival contexts. Ad re, describing a junction or intersection where two or more transport axes cross at the same level or grade. At home card, a card similar in size to a business card conveying personal non-business contact information may be used as an invitation to visit. At home cards, plural of at home card. At homeness, of a person, a condition of being at home. At large, alternative spelling of at large. At risk, vulnerable, especially to abuse or delinquency. Ashro, a type of directive in CSS cascading style sheets that is prefixed with the at sign at. Ashrolls, plural of ashro. At sign, alternative form of at sign. At signs, plural of at sign. Attention, used to bring a marching band or group of soldiers to attention. At will, alternative form of at will. At will employment, alternative form of employment at will. At WT, abbreviation of atomic weight. At 1, initialism of additional tier 1. Advanced technology attachment, a computer bus technology primarily designed for transfer of data to and from a hard disk, renamed PATA when SATA came into existence to more clearly distinguish the two. A Papuan language spoken on New Britain Island, Papua New Guinea. Alternative form of ATAR. ATA 100. Initialism of advanced technology attachment 100 MB/s transfer rate. ATA 133. Initialism of Advanced Technology Attachment 133 MB/S Transfer Rate. Audit 33. Initialism of Advanced Technology Attachment 33 MB/S Transfer Rate. ATA 66. Initialism of Advanced Technology Attachment 66 MB/S Transfer Rate. Adabo, a kettledrum, a kind of tabor used by the Moors. Adabals, plural of atabal. Adabak, a tall Afro-Brazilian hand drum, traditionally having its shell made of jacaranda wood. Abaks, plural of atabak. At-eber, a high medieval Turkish feudal title, originally charged with the caretaking and mentoring of the realm's crown prince. Atebudate, the realm administered by an Atebeg. Atebgate, plural of Atebgate. Atebegs, plural of Atebeg. Atebeg, alternative spelling of Atebeg. Atebex, plural of Atebeg. Adebi, alternative spelling of Atebeg. Atebis, plural of Atebi. Atabinigalactin, misspelling of Arabinigalactin. Athabrin, alternative form of Atabrine. Atabri, synonym of quinacrine. Atabrians, plural of Atabrine. Atabrins, plural of Atabrin. Atabout, a surname. Atacama, the Atacama Desert, a long desert in Chile, and the driest desert on Earth according to various sources. Atacaman, of, from, or pertaining to Atacama. Atacamanian, Atacaman. Atacamanians, plural of Atacamanian. Atacamans, plural of Atacaman. Atacamian, Atacaman. Atacamanian, Atacaman from or of Atacama. Atacamanians, plural of Atacamanian. Atacamian, Atacaman. Atacamians, plural of Atacamian. Atacalvi, a green copper Roman 2 chloride hydroxide mineral, polymorphous with botellacite. Atacamites, plural of atacamite. Atacicept, a recombinant fusion protein designed to inhibit B cells, thereby suppressing autoimmune disease. Atasigua, a vasodilating compound. Atacms, acronym of Army Tactical Missile System, a type of surface-to-surface missile. Atact, of or pertaining to ataxia. Atacticoi, in an atactic way. Adactiform, resembling ataxia. Adactostyle, a type of eustele found in monocots in which the vascular tissue in the stem exists as scattered bundles. Adactosteles, plural of atactostel. Adactostellar, of or possessing an atactostel. Atactodochi, Anichstigtypostombeazoan of the family Atactodochidae. Atactodochids, plural of atactodochid. Atadenovirus, any virus of the genus Atadenovirus. Atadenoviruses, plural of atadenovirus. Atahensic, alternative form of atahensic. Atahensic, alternative form of atahensic. Athafu, an atoll in Tokelau, New Zealand. Ahafu, of or relating to Atafu, a group of coral islets of Tokelau. Atafuans, plural of Atafuan. Atagabalin, a drug related to gabapentin, under development for the treatment of insomnia. Adagan, alternative form of Yatagan. Atagans, plural of Atagan. Atahensik, an Iroquois sky goddess associated with marriage, childbirth, and feminine affairs in general. Atajo, a train of mules or horses. Atajos, plural of Atajo. Atakatha, a member of an indigenous people of the southeastern woodlands. Atakathas, plural of Atakapa. Atakpame, an inland town in Togo, West Africa. Atalanta, a huntress and heroine in Greek mythology, renowned for her great speed and strength, depending on the version of the myth, either the daughter of Iasus, a prince of Arcadia, by Clymene, or of King Sconius of Boeotia. Atalante, 36. Atalante, a main belt asteroid. Atalenti, a town in Theodes regional unit, Greece. Atalianes, a surname from Greek. Atalena, a female given name. Atal, in any degree at all. Atal, a surname from Arabic. Atalas, plural of Atala. Atalatal, alternative form of atoll. Atalurin, a novel small molecular agent designed to make ribosomes become less sensitive to, or possibly ignore, premature stop codons. Ataman, a title of Cossack and Haydamak leaders of various kinds. The term was also used for the leader of a fisherman ardel and of a band of robbers or thieves. Atamans, plural of Ataman. Atamasco, ellipsis of Atamasco lily. Atamasco lilies, plural of Atamasco lily. Atamasco lily, the rain lily zephyrins Atamasco. Atamascos, plural of Atamasco. Adamstain, an aromatase inhibitor that blocks estrogen production in the body. Athami, a city in Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. Atamasco lilies, plural of Atamasco lily. Atamasco lily, alternative form of Atamasco lily. Atanasio, a surname from Spanish. Atanasios, plural of Atanasio. Atanho, in a tangled condition, mixed confusedly together. Ataf, alternative form of a tap. Aphrid, any gastropod in the family Atafridae, which is probably a synonym for the family Trochoclididae. Aphrids, plural of Atafrid. Adapte, initialism of advanced technology attachment packet interface. Adapros, a prostaglandin analog. Apps, plural of ata. Adacta nervios, a psychological syndrome among Iberian-descended cultures involving uncontrollable screaming or shouting, crying, trembling, sensations of heat rising in the chest and head, dissociative experiences, and verbal or physical aggression. Ava, the capital city of the Adra region, Mauritania. Ataractic, that has a tranquilizing effect. Ataractics, plural of ataractic. Ataraxia, tranquility of mind, absence of mental disturbance. Ataraxias, plural of ataraxia. Ataraxic, of or pertaining to ataraxia or ataraxy. Ataraxics, plural of ataraxic. Ataraxis, plural of ataraxy. Ataraxis, the absence of stress or anxiety, serenity. Ataraxy, ataraxia, freedom from mental disturbance, imperturbability, dogged indifference. Atari, An Atari video game system or computer, such as the Atari 2600 or Atari ST. Atari Democrat. Alternative letter case form of Atari Democrat. Atari Democrat. A member of the U.S. Democratic Party who emphasizes the role of high tech, in particular information technology, for economic growth. Atari Democrats. Plural of Atari Democrat. Atari Democrats. Plural of Atari Democrat. Atharian. A person with an interest or commercial involvement in Atari computers. Atarians. Plural of Atarian. Ataris. Plural of Atari. Ataris. Reminiscent or characteristic of Atari games or products. Typified by pixelated graphics and blocky consoles. Ataris. Plural of Atari. Atars. Plural of Atar. Ata. High class, elevated in status, esteem, prestige, exalted in rank, station, or character. Atascadero. A city in San Luis Obispo County, California, United States. ASCII. An ASCII-based character set used in the Atari 8-bit family of home computers of the 1980s. Atascosa. An unincorporated community in Bixar County, Texas, United States. Atascosa County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Jourdanton. Adash Bayram, the highest grade of fire that can be placed in a Zoroastrian fire temple, produced by purifying and blending 16 types of fire from different sources, from a mint, from a baker, from a lightning strike, etc. Adash Bayrams, plural of Adash Bayram. Atatürk, a surname from Turkish, born only by Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, founder of the Republic of Turkey. Atatürkian, of or relating to the politics of Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. Atatürkism, synonym of Kemalism. Atatürkis, relating to the politics of Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. Atatürkis, plural of Atatürkis. Athont, alternative form of Atonto. Atonto, alternative form of Atonto. Atori, the use in art or architecture of a repeating decorative motif consisting of a vegetal or floral pattern, especially as formerly practiced in Islamic Spain and North Africa. Atavakwon, alternative spelling of Atavakwon. Atavik, ancestral, atavistic. Atavism, the reappearance of an ancestral characteristic in an organism after several generations of absence, a throwback. Atavisms, plural of atavism. Atavis, a genetic characteristic emerging after an absence from several generations. Ataveste, of the recurrence of a trait reappearing after an absence of one or more generations due to a chance recombination of genes. Atavestical, atavistic. Atavistically, in an atavistic manner. Atavests, plural of atavis. Ataxonomic, not taxonomic. Ataxaphasia, ataxicaphasia. Ataxia, lack of coordination while performing voluntary movements, which may appear to be clumsiness, inaccuracy, or instability. Ataxia telangiectasia, a rare neurodegenerative inherited disease causing severe disability, characterized by poor coordination and telangiectasia to small dilated blood vessels. Ataxiagraph, an instrument that measures the degree of ataxia in a patient. Ataxiagraphs, plural of ataxiagraph. Ataxiameter, synonym of ataxiagraph. Ataxiameters, plural of ataxiameter. Ataxias, plural of ataxia. Ataxia, pertaining to ataxia. Ataxic fever, malignant typhus fever. Ataxic respiration, a medical condition characterized by irregular breathing with periods of apnea or the cessation of breathing. Ataxically, in an ataxic fashion. Ataxex, plural of ataxic. Ataxis, plural of ataxy. Ataxin, any of several proteins found in several organs of the body that have an association with ataxia. Ataxins, plural of ataxin. Ataxiology, the study of ataxia and related disorders. Ataxi, a type of iron meteorite that has a high nickel content. Ataxite, plural of ataxite. Ataxonomic, not taxonomic. Ataxophemia, defective coordination of words in speech, atactic aphasia, incoherence. Ataxophobia, abnormal fear or dislike of messiness, often associated with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Ataxophragmy, any of the fortines of ataxophragmy. Ataxophragmy is plural of ataxophragmy. Ataxi, ataxa, Adale, an Austronesian people of Taiwan. Aded, a surname from Spanish. Aded, plural of ate. Atazanavir, an antiretroviral drug of the protease inhibitor class that is administered orally in the form of its sulfate CHN6OH2SO4 in conjunction with other antiretroviral agents to treat HIV-infected patients. Initialism of active time battle. Atbara, a city located in River Nile State in northeastern Sudan. Atmira, alternative form of Atbara. Atbesh, a simple substitution cipher in which each occurrence of the first letter of the alphabet is substituted with the last, second with next to last, and so on. Plural of ATB. Initialism of air traffic controller. Ata, pronunciation spelling of at you. Achabanis, a kind of calico from Bengal. Atchafalaya, a river in Louisiana, major distributary of the Mississippi River. Achow, a small village and civil parish southeast of Shrewsbury, Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 5409. Achar, alternative spelling of achar. Achara, a pickle made from grated unripe papaya, popular in the Philippines. Achars, plural of achar. Achor, a surname. Achelors, plural of acheler. Achoe, a surname. Achoes, plural of achely. Acheson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Achesons, plural of acheson. Atiu, obsolete form of achieve. Acute, simple past and past participle of achieve. Achievement, alternative spelling of achievement. Achievements, plural of achievement. Achiever, obsolete form of achiever. Achievers, plural of achiever. Achieves, third person singular simple present indicative of achieve. Achieving, present participle and gerund of achieve. Achintan, a traditional stopping place for the traveler community. Achintans, plural of achintan. Atchison, a surname. Atchison County, one of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Atchison. Atchisons, plural of Atchison. Atchley, a surname. Atchleys, plural of Atchley. Achu, Alternative spelling of achu. Achus. Plural of achu. At. Initialism of adult third culture kid. At. Plural of at. Atco. An unincorporated community and census-designated place in Waterford, Camden, New Jersey. At. Plural of ATC. At. Initialism of anthropomorphic test device. At. Initialism of acceptance test-driven development. At. Plural of ATD. At. Abbreviation of attendant. Ats. Plural of ath. Atha. A goddess of mischief, delusion, ruin, and folly, the daughter either of Zeus or of Eris. At. Alternative form of ate. At. Simple past of eat. Ate an elephant one bite at a time. Simple past of eat an elephant one bite at a time. Ate and left no crumbs. Simple past of eat and leave no crumbs. Ate ass. Simple past of eat ass. Ate away. Simple past of eat away. Ate away. Simple past of eat away as. Ate beaver. Simple past of eat beaver. Ate cookie. Simple past of eat cookie. Ate crow. Simple past of eat crow. Ate cunt. Simple past of eat cunt. Ate dirt. Simple past of eat dirt. Ate down. Simple past of eat down. Ate for two. Simple past of eat for two. Ate from the palm of someone's hand. Simple past of eat from the palm of someone's hand. Ate humble pie. Simple past of eat humble pie. Aten. Simple past of eat in. Ate into. Simple past of eat into. Ed. Simple past of eat did. Ate lead. Simple past of eat lead. Ate like a bird. Simple past of eat like a bird. Ate like a horse. Simple past of eat like a horse. Ate one's cake and had it too. Simple past of eat one's cake and have it too. Ate one's feelings. Simple past of eat one's feelings. Ate one's gun. Simple past of eat one's gun. Ate one's hat. Simple past of eat one's hat. Ate one's head off. Simple past of eat one's head off. Ate one's heart out. Simple past of eat one's heart out. Ate one's own. Simple past of eat one's own. Ate one's own dog food. Simple past of eat one's own dog food. Ate one's pride. Simple past of eat one's pride. Ate one's seed corn. Simple past of eat one's seed corn. Ate one's Wheaties. Simple past of eat one's Wheaties. Ate one's words. Simple past of eat one's words. Ate one's young. Simple past of eat one's young. Ate out. Simple past of eat out. Ate out of someone's hand. Simple past of eat out of someone's hand. Ate out of the palm of someone's hand. Simple past of eat out of the palm of someone's hand. Ate pussy. Simple past of eat pussy. Ate tit. Simple past of eat shit. Ate someone alive. Simple past of eat someone alive. Ate someone for breakfast. Simple past of eat someone for breakfast. Ate someone out of house and home. Simple past of eat someone out of house and home. Ate someone's dust. Simple past of eat someone's dust. Ate someone's heart. Simple past and past participle of eat someone's heart. Ate someone's lunch. Simple past of eat someone's lunch. Ate something up. Simple past of eat something up. Ate something up with a spoon. Simple past of eat something up with a spoon. Ate the baby. Simple past of eat the baby. Ate the bread of idleness. Simple past of eat the bread of idleness. Ate the mic. Simple past of eat the mic. Ate onion. Simple past of eat the onion. Ate the seed corn. Simple past of eat the seed corn. Ate up. Simple past of eat up. Ate up with a spoon. Simple past of eat up with a spoon. Ate, breathed, and slept. Simple past and past participle of eat, breathe, and sleep. EDE. Initialism of Advanced Technology External Advisory Council, a short-lived AI ethics council set up by Google. 8BR. A preparation of the drug quinacrine, formerly used as an antimalarial. 8BRI. Alternative form of atabrine. 8brians. Plural of 8brine. 8brins. Plural of 8brin. Atechnic. Without technical or artistic knowledge, and technical. Ed. Simple past and past participle of eat. Edas. The fed white cred of the Egyptian deity Osiris. Edafs. Plural of Adaf. Atmic. Lacking an integument. AD. The use of kanji chosen primarily for their phonetic narrow sense or semantic broad sense value to represent foreign or native Japanese words, or the kanji so used. 8kie. Childlessness. Anal. Alternative form of atilo before a vowel. 8 lactases. Plural of 8 lactases. 8 lactases. The collapse of a part of or the whole lung caused by inner factors rather than a pneumothorax. 8 lactac. Of or pertaining to 8 lactases. 8 lactatrauma. Alternative form of 8 lactrauma. 8 lactotrauma. Alternative form of 8 lactrauma. 8 lactrauma. A form of ventilator-induced lung injury where alveolar damage results from transient and repeated closure and reopening of alveoli during the respiratory cycle. 8less cyclid. Any crab in the family 8less cyclidae. 8less cyclids. Plural of 8less cyclid. 8liosis. Alternative form of 8liosis. 8leological. Bereft of teleology, not showing evidence of design or purpose. 8leopidae. Any fish in the family 8leopididae. 8leopidids. Plural of 8leopidae. 8listed. Any of the flies in the family 8listidae. 8listids. Plural of 8listed. 8listi. A basic bismuth arsenate that occurs as a yellow-green mineral. Atilia. Incomplete development of a body part. 8le. Presenting an action or event's significance as being the process or experience instead of the end accomplishment or goal. 8lically. In an 8lic manner. 8lid. Any monkey in the family 8lidae. 8lids. Plural of 8lid. Atelier. A studio or workshop, especially for an artist, designer, or fashion house. 8lyrista. Studio. A teacher. 8lyristas. Plural of 8lyrista. Ateliers. Plural of atelier. 8line. Any monkey of a sevenally 8lini. 8lines. plural of 8. Line. Atlasis, a form of dwarfism accompanied by a childlike high-pitched voice and abnormal genitalia. Atleta, relating to atleosis. Atala, of, from, or pertaining to Atella in ancient Italy. Atalans, plural of Atalan. Atilo, incomplete, unfinished, defective. Atlocardia, a congenital anomaly with incomplete development of the heart. Atlocollagen, a water-soluble form of collagen used in cosmetics and for culturing cells, formed by removal of telepeptides. Atlomixis, incomplete vertical mixing of stratified water masses, homogenizing layers. Atlonilia, a congenital anomaly with incomplete development of the spinal cord. Atlophobia, the fear of imperfection or not being good enough. Atlistogenesis, plural of atlistogenesis. Atlistogenesis, incomplete osteogenesis, any pathological condition caused by this. Atlistomate, relating to echinoderms of the superorder Atlistomata of sea urchins. Atlorid, any of the primitive wingless insects in the family Atloridae. Atlorids, plural of atlorid. Atlovir, a trade name for the drug risedronic acid. Eto, acronym of Association for Tertiary Education Management. Eto, alternative form of autumn. Etmoia, a hybrid between a cherimoia and a sweetsa. Etmoias, plural of etmoia. Etnumeral, unaffected by time, timeless, permanent, or unchanging. Atemporality, the quality of being April. Atemporally, in an atemporal manner. Eta, the deified disk of the sun as an aspect of Re or as the sole god under Akhenaten. Atensao, a surname. Atenselite, a calcium iron phosphate mineral with the chemical formula Ca2Fe2Mg2BPOOH6H2O. Atensaus, plural of atensio. Ati, to irritate, grill, vex, annoy. 18. Third person singular simple present indicative of 18. 18ism, a monotheistic religion of ancient Egypt based around the god Aten. Aeneas, a follower of the 18ism religion. Agneste, relating to the ancient religion 18ism. Aetnists, plural of Aetnists. Atenolol, a beta blocker used mainly to treat angina and high blood pressure. Atenteban, a type of bamboo flute from Ghana that is played vertically. Andite, initialism of at the end of the day. Eder, a surname. Ede, of or pertaining to the Atlas Mountains, especially to a style of Paleolithic stone tool from this region. Atithoyal, Natatarial. Aders, plural of Ader. Atiso, a Nilo-Saharan language. Enes, second person singular simple past indicative of eat. Atuchosaurid, any skink of the genus Atuchosaurus. Atuchosaurids, plural of Atuchosaurids. Ateverdi, a non-nucleoside reverse transcriptase inhibitor that has been studied for the treatment of HIV. Textual, not textual, not derived from written works. Atezolizumab, a monoclonal antibody used in immunotherapy. Initialism of alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Dauladi, a certain tribe of the Kalapuya Native Americans. At, plural of ATF. At, initialism of antithymocyte globulin. Atger, a kind of spear or lance formerly in use. Atgers, plural of Atger. Atnet, acronym of all the gear all the time, a statement of philosophy of the motorcyclist rider who rides fully kitted out whenever out riding. Atger, a kind of spear-like polearm used by the Norse, conventionally translated as halberd, but of uncertain precise nature. Atgers, plural of Atger. Av, initialism of anti-tank guided missile. Av, plural of Atgo, to expend, go, pass away, vanish. Atgoes, third person singular simple present indicative of atgo. Atgoing, present participle and gerund of atgo. Atgone, past participle of atgo. At, plural of atg. Atwa, initialism of anti-tank guided weapon. Atwa, plural of atgwa. At, initialism of all-time high, referring to the value of an asset. Ath, a surname. Athabasca, a lake in Alberta, Canada. Athabasca County, a municipal district in north-central Alberta, Canada. Athabascate, an orthorhombic mineral containing copper and selenium. Athabascan, pertaining to a group of peoples mostly inhabiting Alaska, Western Canada, the Pacific coast of California and Oregon, and the Navajo and Apache peoples in the American Southwest. Athabascanness, alternative spelling of Athabascanist. Athabascanists, plural of Athabascanness. Athabascans, plural of Athabascan. Athabasca, alternative spelling of Athabasca. Athabascan, alternative spelling of Athabascan. Athabascanness, a linguist who studies the Athabascan languages. Athabascanists, plural of Athabascanists. Athabascans, plural of Athabascan. Athalamus, not furnished with shields or beds for the spores, like the thallus of certain lichens. Atali, without a thallus. Adhomentin, a chemical compound CHO. Adamos, a Boeotian king, father of Phrixus and Hel by his first wife Nephel, whom he deserted for Eno. Albembia, imperturbability, ataraxia. Athu, a ceremonial pointed knife or dagger used especially in Wicca and other neo-pagan traditions and typically having a black handle with magical symbols on it. Athame, alternative form of athame. Athames, plural of athame. Athames, plural of athame. Athan, a male given name, rather uncommon. Athanasiles, a surname from Greek. Athanasiles, plural of Athanasiles. Athanasilas, a surname from Greek. Athanasiles, plural of Athanasilas. Athanasia, a female given name from ancient Greek. Athanasian, of or relating to Athanasius of Alexandria. Athanasian wench, a sexually promiscuous or loose woman willing to have sexual intercourse with anybody. Athanasian wenches, plural of Athanasian wench. Athananism, support for the Athanasian Creed. Athanasianus, a supporter of the Athanasian Creed. Athanasianists, plural of Athanasianists. Athanasios, a transliteration of the Greek male given name Alpha Theta Alpha Nu alpha sigma iota omicron sigma Athanasios. Amaseus, a transliteration of the ancient Greek male given name letter 1 as 00 theta alpha nu alpha sigma iota omicron sigma Athanasios Athanasius. Athanasy, an absence of death or the condition of everlasting life. Athanatism, immortality of the soul. Athanogene, a protein that makes cells resistant to apoptosis. Athamer, a furnace or stove designed and used to maintain uniform heat, primarily used by alchemists. Atheners, plural of Athaner. Athens, plural of Athen. Athapascan, alternative spelling of Athabascan. Athabascans, plural of Athapascan. Athabascan, alternative spelling of Athabascan. Athabascans, plural of Athapascan. Atharvaveda, a sacred text of Hinduism and one of the four Vedas, often called the fourth Veda. Atharvavedic, of or pertaining to the Atharvaveda. Athas, plural of Atha. Athazagoraphobia, the fear of being forgotten or ignored. Athbesh, alternative form of Atbesh. Athboy, a town in County Meath, Ireland. Irish grid ref N 7164. Athyn, atheistical. Athern, a surname. Athecate, that does not have a theka. Atheization, alternative spelling of atheization. As, alternative spelling of atheist. As, simple past and past participle of atheist. Aesis, third person singular simple present indicative of atheist. Aising, present participle and gerund of atheist. Atheism, a noun no leave in dia. Atheism Plus, a short-lived movement active in the 2010s that aimed to encourage atheists to address social justice issues in addition to religious ones during their activism. Atheism Plus, alternative form of Atheism Plus. Atheisms, plural of atheism. Atheist, a person who does not believe in deities or gods. Atheisted, simple past and past participle of atheists. Atheistic, or relating to atheists or atheism. Atheistical, or relating to atheism, atheistic. Atheistical, obsolete form of atheistical. Atheistically, in an atheistic manner. Atheisticalness, the state or quality of being atheistical. Atheistic, obsolete form of atheistic. Atheisticness, the state or quality of being atheistic. Atheisting, present participle and gerund of atheist. Atheist-like, resembling an atheist or atheist qualities or ideas. Atheists, plural of atheist. Atheist, atheist. Atheists, plural of atheistard. Atheization, process of making atheistic. Atheist, to render someone atheistic. Atheist, simple past and past participle of atheism. Atheizer, one who atheizes. Atheist, plural of atheizer. Atheizes, third person singular simple present indicative of atheism. Atheizing, present participle and gerund of atheism. L, noble, highborn. Athaldom, the state or condition of being athal or noble, nobility. Aelia, the congenital absence of one or both nipples. Atheling, a prince, especially an Anglo-Saxon prince or royal heir. Athelings, plural of atheling. Athelney, a hamlet in Boroughbridge Parish and Stoke St Gregory Parish, Somerset, England, previously in Somerset West and Taunton District and Taunton Deane District OS Grid Ref SD 3428. Athelred, a male given name from Old English Ethelred noble council, well advised, variant of Ethelred, Ethelred or Ethelred. Athel's, plural of Athel. Athelstan, a male given name. Athematic, of a root not having a thematic vowel and thus attaching inflections directly to the root. Alino, the goddess of wisdom, especially strategic warfare, the arts, and especially crafts, in particular weaving. Daughter of Zeus and Medes. Her Roman counterpart is Minerva. Athenia, plural of Athenaeum. Athenia, a temple primarily dedicated to Athena or her Roman equivalent Minerva, especially that of Athens. Athenaeums, plural of Athenaeum. Athenarian, NEC anemone of the inverter Athenaria. Athenarians, plural of Athenarian. Athenas, plural of Athena. Athena, Athena, plural of Athenaeum. Athenian, alternative form of Athenian. Athenians, plural of Athenian. Athenade, a rare metallic compound usually associated with palladium gold deposits, chemically similar to graphite. Athenea, alternative form of Athenaeum. Athenaeums, plural of Athenaeum. Athenian, an inhabitant, resident, or citizen of Athens, Greece. Athenianism, the veneration of the culture of ancient Athens and the attempt to emulate some of its characteristics. Athenianness, the quality of being Athenian. Athenians, plural of Athenian. Athene, pertaining to ancient Greek Olympian goddess Athena. Athenium, a rejected name for Einsteinium. Athenry, a town in County Galway, Ireland. Athens, the capital city of Greece. Athens County, one of 88 counties in Ohio, United States. County seat, Athens. Athens of the North, nickname for Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland. Athenses, plural of Athens. Athenea, archaic form of Athenaeum. Athenaeums, plural of Athenaeum. Atheocracy, an atheist or irreligious state. Atheocratic, pertaining to or characteristic of atheocracy, godless. Atheologian, a person who is not a theologian, especially one who opposes theology. Atheologians, plural of atheologian. Atheological, opposed to theology. Atheologically, in an atheological manner. Atheologies, plural of atheology. Atheologist, a scholar and / or proponent of atheism. Atheologists, plural of atheologists. Atheology, antagonism to theology, the study or profession of atheism. Atheophilia, an admiration or fondness for atheism. Atheopho, a person who hates or fears atheism or atheists. Atheophos, plural of atheopho. Atheophobia, fear or hatred of atheism or atheists. Atheophobia, having fear or hatred of atheism or atheists. Atheoretical, independent of theory. Atheoreticality, the quality of being atheoretical. Atheoretically, in a way that is not theoretical. Athesis, misspelling of athetosis. Aistic. Other, alternative form of athero before a vowel. Atherden, a surname. Atherdens, plural. Of atherden. Atherectomies, plural of atherectomy. Atherectomy, the surgical procedure to remove plaque from an artery. Athericid, any fly in the family Athericidae. Athericids, plural of athericid. Athery, a small marine fish of the family Atherinidae having a silvery stripe along the sides. Atherians, plural of atherine. Atherington, a village and civil parish in North Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SS 5923. Atherinid, any fish in the family Atherinidae of silversides. Atherinids, plural of atherinid. Atheriniform, of or belonging to the order Atheriniforms. Atheriniforms, plural of atheriniform. Atherinomorph, any of a group of rainbowfish and silversides of the order Atherinomorpha. Atherinomorphs, plural of atherinomorph. Atherinopsid, any fish in the family Atherinopsidae. Atherinopsids, plural of atherinopsid. Athermal, describing any process that does not involve either heat or a change in temperature. Athermality, the condition of being athermal. Athermency, inability to transmit radiant heat, impermeability to heat, the quality of being a good insulator. Athermanus, not transmitting heat. Atherit, resistant to heat passing through, heat resistant, heat proof. Athermocroic, not thermocroic. Athermatactic, not moving in relation to heat, lacking thermotaxis. Athermes, archaic form of athermanus. Athero, arterial conditions that are characterized by gruel-like lesions. Atheroablation, ablation of an atheroma. Atheroablative, relating to atheroablation. Atherogenerative, that causes atherogeneration. Atherombole, plural of atherombolus. Atherombole, relating to an atherombolus. Atherombolism, cholesterol embolism. Atherombolisms, plural of atherombolism. Atherombolus, and atheromatus embolus. Atherogeneses, plural of atherogenesis. Atherogenesis, the formation of atheromas, especially on the walls of the arteries. Atherogenetic, relating to atherogenesis. Atherogenic, that initiates or accelerates atherogenesis. Atherogenicity, the condition of being atherogenic. Atheroid, shaped like an ear of grain. Atheroma, an abnormal fatty deposit which develops within the walls of arteries. Atheromas, plural of atheroma. Atheromasia, the presence of atheroma. Atheromata, plural of atheroma. Atheromatic, relating to atheromata. Atheromatosis, plural of atheromatosis. Atheromatosis, the deposition of atheromas in the arteries. Atheromatous, of, pertaining to, or having atheromas. Atherome, relating to atheroma. Atheronal, any of a group of ozone compounds found in human atherosclerotic arteries. Atheronals, plural of atheronal. Atheroprogression, the development of atheromas especially on the walls of the arteries. Atheroprogressive, relating to or promoting atheroprogression. Atheroprone, that makes one prone to atherosclerosis. Atheroprotected, protected against atherosclerosis. Atheroprotection, protection against the formation of atherosclerosis. Atheroprotective, that protects against the formation of atherosclerosis. Atheroprotectiveness, the condition of being atheroprotective. Atheroresistant, resistant to atherosclerosis or similar diseases. Atherosclerogenesis, plural of atherosclerogenesis. Atherosclerogenesis, the generation of atherosclerosis. Atherosclerogenic, of or pertaining to atherosclerogenesis. Atheroscleroma, misspelling of atherosclerosis. Atherosclerosis, plural of atherosclerosis. Atherosclerosis, the clogging or hardening of arteries or blood vessels caused by plaques accumulations of fatty deposits, usually cholesterol. Atherosclerotic, of, pertaining to, or afflicted with atherosclerosis. Atherosclerotically, in an atherosclerotic manner. Atherosis, plural of atherosis. Averosis, synonym of atheroma. Atherospermataceous, of or relating to the atherospermataceae. Atherospermidine, an oxoporphine alkaloid. Atherosuppressive, that suppresses atherosclerosis. Atherosusceptibility, the condition of being atherosusceptible. Atherosusceptible, susceptible to atherosclerosis or similar diseases. Atherothromboembolic, relating to atherothromboembolism. Atherothromboembolism, an atherothrombotic embolism. Atherothromboembolisms, plural of atherothromboembolism. Atherothrombogenesis, the origination of atherothrombosis. Atherothrombogenic, that causes or leads to atherothrombosis. Atherothrombogenicity, the quality or degree of being atherothrombogenic, the ability to cause atherothrombosis. Atherothrombosis, plural of atherothrombosis. Atherothrombosis, the sudden disruption of an atherosclerotic plaque or lesion. Atherothrombotic, pertaining to or caused by atherothrombosis, the sudden disruption of an atherosclerotic plaque. Atherotic, sclerotic. Atherstone, a town and civil parish in and the administrative centre of North Warwickshire District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 3097. Atherton, a place name. Atherton caetenatus, Caetenatus monticola, a species of skink in the genus Caetenatus. Atherton caetenatus, plural of Atherton caetenatus. Athertonian, of or relating to Gertrude Atherton 1857-1948, American author. Athertons, plural of Atherton. Athedeses, plural of athetesis. Athetesis, the act or fact of setting aside as spurious, rejection as invalid. Athetize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of athetize. Athetized, simple past and past participle of athletize. Athletizes, third person singular simple present indicative of athletize. Athletizing, present participle and gerund of athletize. Athletize, to reject a passage of text as spurious. Athletized, simple past and past participle of athletize. Athletizes, third person singular simple present indicative of athletize. Athletizing, present participle and gerund of athletize. Athetoi, characterized by athetosis. Athetosis, plural of athetosis. Athetosic, of or relating to athetosis. Athetosis, a series of involuntary writhing movements of the limbs, typically bilateral and symmetric and predominantly affecting the distal parts of the limbs. Athetotic, having or relating to athetosis. Ath, a surname. Athes, plural of athi. Atheism, misspelling of atheism. Atheist, misspelling of atheist. Atheist, misspelling of atheists. Atheno, synonym of Athens, the capital city of Greece. Athern, Atiani importunate, a poet and a satirist of the court of Kinchabar Mac Nessa in the Ulster cycle and foster father of Amergin Mac Etchet. Ahurst, thirsty. Atlier, clothing that is appropriate for both athletic and leisure pursuits. Athles Urwear, casual sports clothing. Athlete, a participant in any of a group of sporting activities including track and field, road running, cross-country running, and race walking. Athlete's foot, a fungal infection of the skin of the foot, usually between the toes, caused by pathogen fungi, such as trichophyton rubrum, trichophyton interdigitale, sen, trichophyton mentagrophytes, or epidermophyton floccosum. Athlete's girdle, the iliac furrows. Athlete's girdles, plural of athlete's girdle. Athlete's heart, athletic heart syndrome. Athletehood, the role or status of an athlete. Athletes, plural of athlete. Athletic, physically active. Athletic protector, a jockstrap or similar. Athletic protectors, plural of athletic protector. Athletic shoe, a shoe designed for sports or other forms of physical exercise, typically with a soft, rubber sole. Athletic shoes, plural of athletic shoe. Athletic supporter, an elastic garment supporting and defending male genitalia from modest injury. A jockstrap. Athletic supporters, plural of athletic supporter. Athletic tape, a form of tape used in sports to add a non-slip wrapping to things that must be gripped, such as hockey sticks. Athletic tapes, plural of athletic tape. Athletic. Athletic. Athletically, in an athletic manner. Athleticism, the state of being an athlete or of taking part in athletic events. Athleticisms, plural of athleticism. Athleticize, to make or to become athletic. Athleticize, simple past and past participle of athleticize. Athleticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of athleticize. Athleticizing, present participle and gerund of athleticize. Athlete, obsolete form of athletic. Athleticness, the state or quality of being athletic. Athletics, a group of sporting activities including track and field, road running, cross-country and race-walking. Athletic wear, clothing designed to be worn while taking part in athletics or to suggest a similar sporty casual style. Athleticism, the state or practice of an athlete, the characteristics of an athlete. Athletize, to get athletic or act in an athletic way. Athletize, simple past and past participle of athletize. Athletocracies, plural of athletocracy. Athletocracy, the situation where students involved in sports are treated better than those who are not. Alloh, a town in County Westmeath and County Roscommon, Ireland. Irish grid ref N0441. Allothete, an agonathete of the Pythian games at Athens. Allothetes, plural of athlethete. Alumni, a castle in Navan, County Meath, Ireland. Athletid, a simple jet engine consisting essentially of a tube with a means of delivering fuel and ignition into the tube. The engine can only be started in a fast airflow. This type of engine is expected to be able to provide cruising speeds at Mach numbers of around 5 to 7 times the speed of sound. Athetids, plural of athetid. Avacam, a Medes surname from Manipuri. Atoll, alternative spelling of Athol. Athol Bros, alternative spelling of Atoll Bros. Athol Springs, a hamlet in the town of Hamburg, Erie County, New York, United States. Athol, alternative spelling of Athol. Atoll Bros, a mixture of oatmeal brose, whiskey, and honey, traditionally drunk in Scotland. Atholl, a historical division of the Scottish Highlands within the modern council area of Perth and Kinross. Atholl Bros, alternative spelling of Atoll Bros. Atholville, a village in Restigouche County, New Brunswick, Canada. Athomas, alternative spelling of Atomas. Athonite, of or relating to Athos. Athonites, plural of Athonite. Aphorace, lacking a thorax. Aphoracophord, any slug in the family Aphoracophordae. Aphoracophords, plural of Aphoracophord. Athos, one of the gigants. Avrepsia, profound debility of children due to lack of food and to unhygienic surroundings. Aphrepte, relating to athrepsia. Aphria, misspelling of atresia. Avril, thrilled, feeling a thrill, trembling or vibrating with an emotion, movement, etc. Athrob, throbbing. Athrocyte, a cell that ingests foreign particles. Athrocytes, plural of athrocyte. Athrocytosis, the absorption of foreign material in the cytoplasm of some cells. Athrosis, misspelling of arthrosis. Aviromia, a hereditary bleeding disorder. Avon, thronged, crowded. Plural of ATH. Athwart, from side to side, often in an oblique manner, across or over. Athwartship, oriented across the vessel sideways, i.e. in a direction at right angles to the fore and aft line of the vessel. Athwartships, across the vessel sideways, i.e. in a direction at right angles to the fore and aft line of the vessel. Athwartwise, athwart, in a side-to-side orientation. A market town in County Kildare, Ireland. Athemhormia, a rare psychopathological and neurological syndrome characterized by extreme passivity, apathy, and blunted affect. Athemhorme, relating to athemhormia. Athemia, the absence of emotion, morbid impassivity. Athemias, plural of athemia. Athemi, that lacks a thymus gland. Athemy, archaic form of athemia. as a alternative form of hather. Ateriosis, absence or complete dysfunction of the thyroid gland. Atheritic, exhibiting atheriosis. Atheridation, any brachypod of the superfamily Atheridaceae. Atheridations, plural of atheridation. Atheri, any brachypod of the order Atheridida. Atherides, plural of atheri. Atheridid, any brachypod of the order Atheridida. Atheridids, plural of atheridid. Atheroidal, not thyroidal. Atheroidism, the congenital absence of a thyroid gland or suppression of its function. Atherosis, synonym of atheroidism. Atherotic, relating to atherosis. Adibrome, an antidepressant drug. A village and commune of Harghita County, Romania. Ashenza, a surname. Ashenzas, plural of Ashenza. Aibi, an Inuit pullover parka. Adagis, plural of adagi. The primary component of the binary portion of the triple star system Omicron Persei. Atacamaquah, any of the indigenous inhabitants of the area they refer to as Mitiskin in our land in Saint-Maurice, Quebec. Atacaya, name of one of the sons of Ravana in the Ramayana. Atacmbe, alternative form of Salalan. Atalano, a surname. Atalanos, plural of Atalano. Atoes, a Roman nomen gentilicium. Adelmatin, a particular modulin receptor agonist. Alt, as an angle from the vertical or horizontal. Adimpazo, an adrenergic antagonist used to counteract amitraz poisoning. Atamonan, a municipality of the province of Quezon, Philippines. Atmi, public disgrace or stigma, outlawry, loss of civil rights. Athan, initialism of adoption taxpayer identification number. Athan, a language that belongs to the Espiritu Santo language family. Adana, synonym of Salalan. Adinkak, alternative form of Salalan. Adinwo, Tindaling. Atinian elm, synonym of field elm ulmus minor. Atinian elms, plural of Atinian elm. Atingo, making it a tinkling sound. Atentis, a village and commune of Muros County, Romania. Atnumau, an immunomodulator that binds to reticulin-4. Atta, a barangay of Tarlac City. Tarlac, Philippines. Initialism of absolute time in per GRU, a CDR technology by which the wobble of the GRU is modulated to carry a signal. Adipamazole, misspelling of adipamazole. Adipamazole, a synthetic alpha-2 adrenergic antagonist indicated for the reversal of the sedative and analgesic effects of dexmedetomidine and medetomidine in dogs. Atepolo, a barangay of Jero, Leyte, Philippines. Adiprima, a substance being studied for the treatment of certain multiple myelomas and other advanced cancers. Adiprosin, an antihypertensive agent. Adiptoe, on tiptoe on the tips of one's toes in order to move quietly or to stand taller. Adiquize, a town in San Salvador Department, El Salvador. Amira, Atira, a goddess of the earth in Pawnee religion/mythology. Atira asteroid, an asteroid whose orbit lies completely within the orbit of the Earth and crosses the orbit of Venus. Atira asteroids, plural of Atira asteroid. At-eras, ellipses of Atira asteroids, plural of Atira. At-is, initialism of automatic transmitter identification system. At-asang, a particular polycyclic diterpene whose structure is the model for many biologically active compounds. Adasanes, plural of adasane. Adasaren, a particular bridged tetracyclic diterpene that is isomeric with trachalobane, bayaran, and corin. Adasarens, plural of adasaren. Adashu, synonym of achu. Adashus, plural of adashu. Adasine, a particular diterpene alkaloid. Adasla, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Adailon, a lake in the Guatemalan highlands of the Sierra Madre mountain range. Abia, alternative form of Salalan. Abia, a surname from Arabic. Adia Singer Index Theorem, a theorem stating that, for an elliptic differential operator on a compact manifold, the analytical index related to the dimension of the space of solutions is equal to the topological index defined in terms of some topological data. Atizaban, ellipsis of Atizapan de Zaragoza, a city and municipality of the state of Mexico, Mexico. Atizapan de Zaragoza, a city and municipality of the state of Mexico, Mexico. Atizoram, a particular phosphodiesterase inhibitor. Agenese, alternative form of asanese. ATK, initialism of attack point. Atta, the largest of the Andean Alpha Islands. Atka mackerel, Plurigrammus monopterygius, a mackerel commonly found in the northern Pacific. Akin, a surname transferred from the given name. Atkins, a surname transferred from the given name meaning son of Atkin Adam. Atkins diet, alternative letter case form of Atkins diet. Atkins diet, a diet in which a person attempts to lose weight by reducing the intake of carbohydrates, instead obtaining energy from dietary and stored fat. Atkins diets, plural of Atkins diet. Atkins diets, plural of Atkins diet. Atkins nutritional approach, synonym of Atkins diet. Atkins's, plural of Atkins. Atkinson, a place name. Atkinson County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Pearson. Atkinsonian, of or relating to John William Atkinson, 1923-2003, American psychologist who pioneered the scientific study of human motivation, achievement, and behavior. Atkinson, a surname. Atkinsons, plural of Atkinson. Atkinson, a surname. Atkinsons, plural of Atkinson. Initialism of allowed to keep term. Atl, abbreviation of Atlantic. Atl, abbreviation of Atlantic. Atlacomulco, a municipality of the state of Mexico, Mexico. Seat, Atlacomulco de Fabla. Atlant, alternative form of Atlanto before a vowel. Atlanta, the capital and largest city of Georgia, United States, and the county seat of Fulton County, Georgia. Atlantan, toward the Atlas. Atlanto, relating to the Atlas. Atlantan, of or pertaining to Atlantis. Atlanta. Atlantans, plural of Atlantan. Atlantean, an inhabitant of the mythical island of Atlantis. Atlanteans, plural of Atlantan. Atlants, plural of Atlas. Atlantean, alternative form of Atlantean. Atlanteans, plural of Atlantean. Atlantic, the Atlantic Ocean. Atlantic Bloc, the group of countries united after WW II and mutual protection from the USSR, eventually resulting in NATO. Atlantic Bonito, Sarda of the shallower waters of the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and the Black Sea. Atlantic Bonitos, plural of Atlantic Bonito. Atlantic Canada, synonym of Atlantic provinces, a geographic region of Canada consisting of the provinces of New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland and Labrador. Atlantic City, a resort city on Absecon Island, Atlantic County, New Jersey, United States. Atlantic Coast Leopard Frog, a true frog of the species Rhonacopheldi, native to the lower Delaware River Valley, northern New Jersey, and southeastern New York. Atlantic Coast Leopard Frogs, plural of Atlantic Coast Leopard Frog. Atlantic Cod, a sea fish, the Gadus morhua. Atlantic Cods, plural of Atlantic Cod. Atlantic County, one of 21 counties in New Jersey, United States. County seat, Mays Landing. Atlantic Croaker, the marine ray-finned fish Micropagonias undulatus. Atlantic Croakers, plural of Atlantic Croaker. Atlantic Daylight Time, a portion of the geographical region of Atlantic Standard Time that observes daylight saving time. Atlantic Diet, a diet based on the traditional eating habits of people in northwestern Spain and northern Portugal, and focuses on unprocessed foods, vegetables and fruits, nuts, whole grain bread, fish, dairy, eggs, olive oil, and some red meat and wine. Atlantic Diets, plural of Atlantic Diet. Atlantic Forests, a terrestrial biome and region extending along the Atlantic coast of Brazil. Atlantic Ghost Crab, burrowing crab of the species Ossipode quadrata. Atlantic Ghost Crabs, plural of Atlantic Ghost Crab. Atlantic Halibut, Hippoglossus, a species of halibut, a flatfish of the family Pleuronctidae. Atlantic Halibuts, plural of Atlantic Halibut. Atlantic Herring, Plubia herringus, an abundant species of herring and an important food fish living in the North Atlantic. Atlantic Herrings, plural of Atlantic Herring. Atlantic Highlands, a borough in Monmouth County, New Jersey, United States. Atlantic Hook-eared Sculpin, synonym of hook-eared sculpin. Atlantic hook-eared sculpins, plural of Atlantic hook-eared sculpin. Atlantic Horse Mackerel, a jack mackerel Trachurus of the family Caringidae. Atlantic Horse Mackerels, plural of Atlantic Horse Mackerel. Atlantic Isles, the British Isles, used especially to avoid associations with British nationality or citizenship. Atlantic Ocean, the ocean lying between the Americas to the west and Europe and Africa to the east. Atlantic Pollock, European Pollock, Pelagius. Atlantic Pollux, plural of Atlantic Pollock. Atlantic Pomfret, Brahma, the largest species of the pomfret family Brahmidae, found in Atlantic, Indian, and Pacific Oceans. Atlantic Pomfrets, plural of Atlantic Pomfret. Atlantic Provinces, a geographic region of Canada consisting of the provinces of New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland and Labrador. Atlantic puffin, a species of Puffin fratercula arctica. Atlantic puffins, plural of Atlantic puffin. Atlantic roundhouse, an Iron Age dry stone building type found in parts of Scotland and nearby islands. Atlantic roundhouses, plural of Atlantic roundhouse. Atlantic salmon, a species of fish of the salmon family, Salmosalar. Atlantic salmons, plural of Atlantic salmon. Atlantic sauries, plural of Atlantic saury. Atlantic saury, Scomera soxorus, a fish. Atlantic sharp-nosed shark, a requiem shark of species Rhizopieta and Terriavi found in pets of the Atlantic Ocean. Atlantic sharp-nosed sharks, plural of Atlantic sharp-nosed shark. Atlantic silver sai, a small fish of species Manidia that is one of the most abundant fish species present in estuarine habitats along the Atlantic coast of North America. Atlantic silver sides, plural of Atlantic silver sai. Atlantic spotted dolphin, a dolphin of species Stenella frontalis found in the Gulf Stream of the North Atlantic Ocean. Atlantic spotted dolphins, plural of Atlantic spotted dolphin. Atlantic Standard Time, the time of day in the time zone that encompasses the east coast of Canada, which lies on the Atlantic Ocean. Atlantic surf clam, Spicilla solidissima, a very large, edible saltwater clam that is common in the western Atlantic Ocean. Atlantic surf clams, plural of Atlantic surf clam. Atlantic tarpon, a rayfin fish of species Megalops atlanticus that inhabits coastal waters, estuaries, lagoons, and rivers about the Atlantic Ocean, typically in tropical and subtropical regions. Atlantic tarpons, plural of Atlantic tarpon. Atlantic time, synonym of Atlantic Standard Time. Atlantic tomtai, a gadiform fish of the northwest Atlantic, Microgadus tomcod. Atlantic tomcods, plural of Atlantic tomcod. Atlantic trumpetfish, a bony fish of the species Olistomus stratosus. Atlantic yellow-nosed albatross. Thallus archchlorohinchos is a large seabird in the albatross family. Atlantic yellow-nosed albatrosses, plural of Atlantic yellow-nosed albatross. Atlantica, an ancient continent that formed during the Proterozoic about 2,000 million years ago from various tuga cratons located in what are now West Africa and eastern South America. Atlanticism, a philosophy of cooperation among Western European and North American nations. Atlanticis, a supporter of Atlanticism. Atlanticis, plural of Atlanticis. Atlantic, obsolete spelling of Atlantic. Atlantico, a department of Columbia. Atlantics, plural of Atlantic. Atlantan, a subtype of the Caucasoid race resulting from the Iron Age era blend of Nordid and Mediterranean concentrated mainly in Celtic inhabited regions. Atlantids, plural of Atlantid. Atlantification, the process of joining or being influenced by the Atlantic bloc countries. Atlantis, a mythical country said to have sunk into the Atlantic Ocean. Atlantis, a supporter of Atlanticism. Atlantists, plural of Atlantists. Atlantium, an unrecognized secular micronation based in New South Wales, Australia. Atlanto, Atlas. Atlanto-occipital, alternative form of Atlanto-occipital. Atlantoxial, pertaining to the articulation of the atlas with the axis. Atlantic-occipital, alternative form of Atlanto-occipital. Atlantodental, the anterior edge of the atlas of the dens of the axis. Atlantopistrophic, synonym of Atlantoxial. Atlantogeneton. Any mammal of the clade Atlantogenata. Atlantogenatans. Plural of Atlantogenaton. Atlantomastoi. Relating to the atlas bone and mastoid process. Atlantoccipital. Situated between the superior articulofasces of the atlas and the canals of the occipital bone. Atlantosaurid. Any dinosaur in the family Atlantosauridae, which is probably a synonym of the Diplodocidae. Atlantosaurids. Plural of Atlantosaurid. Atlas. The son of Iapetus and Clymene, war leader of the Titans ordered by the god Zeus to support the sky on his shoulders, father to the Hesperides, the Hyades, and the Pleiades, king of the legendary Atlantis. Atlas bear. Ursus arctos crothuri, an extinct population of brown bear native to North Africa that went extinct in historical times. Atlas bears. Plural of Atlas bear. Atlas beetle. Chalcosoma atlas, a very large scarabeid beetle of Southeast Asia, the males having 3 prominent horns. Atlas beetles. Plural of Atlas beetle. Atlas cedar. A tree of species Cedrus atlantica. Atlas cedars. Plural of Atlas cedar. Atlas complex. The belief that one needs to single-handedly take responsibility for problems beyond of one's ability to solve. Atlas complexes. Plural of Atlas complex. Atlas flycatcher. Synonym of Atlas pied flycatcher. Atlas flycatchers. Plural of Atlas flycatcher. Atlas lion. Synonym of Barbary lion. Atlas lions. Plural of Atlas lion. Atlas moth. A large moth, Attacus atlas from the tropical forest of Southeast Asia. Atlas moths. Plural of Atlas moth. Atlas mountains. A mountain range in northwestern Africa, occupying portions of Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia. Atlas pied flycatcher. A bird of species Phaistula speculigera, of family Muscicapidae of Old World flycatchers. Atlas pied flycatchers. Plural of Atlas pied flycatcher. Atlas powder. A blasting powder or dynamite composed of nitroglycerin, wood fiber, sodium nitrate, and magnesium carbonate. Atlas powders. Plural of Atlas powder. Atlas stone. A spherical concrete stone used in weightlifting challenges. Atlas stones. Plural of Atlas stone. Atlas wheatear. A wheatear of species One and Sebomi, a perching bird native to northern Africa. Atlas wheatears. Plural of Atlas wheatear. Atlas-like. Resembling or characteristic of the mythological Atlas. Atlases. Plural of Atlas. Atlantic. Relating to the Atlas Mountains or the region of North Africa that they are in. Atlasing. The creation of a texture atlas. Atlasite. A discredited mineral, thought to be a mixture of azurite and atacamite. Atlas-like. Rare spelling of Atlas-like. Atlasavi. A tetragonal ditetragonal dipyramidal dark brown mineral with the chemical formula K by OCU 6Fe3, so O3, Cl. Atlasis. Plural of Atlas. Atlastin. Any of a family of proteins whose function is to fuse cell membranes. Atlastins. Plural of atlastin. Atlatl. A spurthrower consisting of a wooden stick with a thong or perpendicularly protruding hook on the rear and that grips a grove or socket on the butt of its accompanying spear or dart, intended to steady the spear immediately prior to throwing, to increase its potential range when thrown, and to increase its force of penetration of the target. Atlatlis. One who uses an atlatl for hunting or for sport. Atlatlists. Plural of atlatlis. Atlatls. Plural of athletal. At least. Misspelling of at least. Adult. Thou. Adults. Plural of adult. Atle. A surname. Adult. Atletico Madrid, a soccer team from Madrid. Atletico. Alternative form of Atletico. Atletico. Atletico Madrid, a football team from Madrid. Atle. Abbreviation of anti-tuberculosis drug-induced liver injury. Atle. Plural of athlete. Atlet. A coastal town south of Haifa, Israel. Atlixco. A city and municipality of Puebla, Mexico. Atlizumab. Tocilizumab. Aloe. Alternative form of Atlanto. Atloxoid. Synonym of Atlantoxyl. Atlid. Synonym of Atlantooccipital. Atwodian. Relating to the Atlas bone. Allo. A village and civil parish in the Derbyshire Dales district, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 2348. Atlos. Plural of atlo. Aya. Initialism of automated teller machine or automatic teller machine. Aya. Alternative lettercase form of ATM. ATM machine. A pleonastic but common variant of ATM. ATM machines. Plural of ATM machine. Av. Alternative form of Atman. Athan. Alternative form of Atman. Athan. Alternative form of Atman. Atnans. Plural of Atman. Atnans. Plural of Atman. Atwar. A surname. Atmark. The Atsainat. Atmarks. Plural of Atmark. Athas. Plural of Atma. Ame. Treatment of disease by vapors or gases as by inhalation. Atmodometer. An instrument for measuring the evaporation from water, ice, or snow. Atmodometers. Plural of atmodometer. Atmo. The standard atmospheric pressure used in certain physical measurements and calculations. Conventionally, that pressure under which the barometer stands at 760 millimeters at a temperature of 0 degrees centigrade at the level of the sea and in the latitude of Paris. Atmo. Related to air or vapor. Atmocline. A region of varying amounts of rainwater. Atmoclines. Plural of atmocline. Atmological. Relating to atmology. Atmologists. Someone versed in atmology. Atmologists. Plural of atmologists. Atmology. The branch of science dealing with the laws and phenomena of aqueous vapor. Atmolyze. To perform atmolysis on. Atmolyze. Simple past and past participle of atmolyze. Atmolyzes. Third person singular simple present indicative of atmolyze. Atmolyzing. Present participle and gerund of atmolyze. Atmolysis. The separation of mingled gases of unequal diffusibility by transmission through porous substances. Atmolytic. Relating to atmolysis. Atmolyze. Alternative form of atmolyze. Atmolyze. Simple past and past participle of atmolyze. Atmolyzer. An apparatus for performing atmolysis. Atmolyzers. Plural of atmolyzer. Atmolyzes. Third person singular simple present indicative of atmolyze. Atmolyzing. Present participle and gerund of atmolyze. Atmometer. An instrument that measures the rate of evaporation of a liquid. Atmometers, plural of atmometer. Atmometry, relating to atmometry. Atmometry, the measurement of the rate of evaporation of a liquid. Atmophile, in the Goldschmidt classification, a gaseous element that concentrates in the atmosphere. Atmophiles, plural of atmophile. Atmor, a surname. Atmos, plural of atmo. Atmoses, plural of atmos. Atmosphere, the gases surrounding the Earth or any astronomical body. Atmosphere, having a specified kind of atmosphere. Atmosphereless, lacking an atmosphere. Atmosphereless, absence of atmosphere. Atmospheres, plural of atmosphere. Atmospherial, atmosphere. Atmospheric, of, relating to, produced by, or coming from the atmosphere. Atmospheric engine, a kind of steam engine in which the steam is admitted only to the underside of the piston. Atmospheric engines, plural of atmospheric engine. Atmospheric escape, the loss of planetary atmospheric gases to outer space. Atmospheric escapes, plural of atmospheric escape. Atmospheric hammer, a hammer driven by means of compressed air. Atmospheric hammers, plural of atmospheric hammer. Atmospheric oxygen, the oxygen molecule O2 diatomic oxygen as opposed to the element O monatomic oxygen. Atmospheric perspective, the effect on the appearance of an object by the atmosphere between it and a viewer, such as blurring caused by fog. Atmospheric pressure, the pressure caused by the weight of the atmosphere above an area. Atmospheric pressures, plural of atmospheric pressure. Atmospheric railway, a railway where the motive power is derived from partial vacuum acting on a piston working in a tube of uniform bore. Atmospheric railways, plural of atmospheric railway. Atmospheric refraction, the apparent angular elevation of the heavenly bodies above their true places caused by the refraction of the rays of light in their passage through the Earth's atmosphere. Atmospheric river, a narrow and long band of atmospheric moisture that transports a lot of water vapor originating from the tropics in a manner superficially similar to how a terrestrial river transports water. Atmospheric rivers, plural of atmospheric river. Atmospheric tide, pressure waves in the atmosphere similar to the tides of the ocean produced by the gravitational influence of the moon and by thermal expansion and contraction. Atmospheric tides, plural of atmospheric tide. Atmospherical, atmospheric. Atmospherically, in an atmospheric manner. Atmospherics, radio interference caused by pulses of electromagnetic radiation in the atmosphere as the result of lightning and other events both natural and man-made. Atmospheriization, the conversion of venous into arterial blood. Atmospheriology, the study of a planetary atmosphere. Atmosphere, obsolete form of atmosphere. Atmospheres, plural of atmosphere. Atmospheric, archaic spelling of atmospheric. AMs, plural of ATM. Athen, initialism of acute tubular necrosis. Atha, alternative form of Atna and Athabascan language. Atnab, a surname. Atnaps, plural of Atnab. Atta, initialism of Australian Taxation Office. ARA, acronym of Association of Train Operating Companies. Athausha, of a woman, infertility, inability to conceive and give birth to children. Ah, a surname. Aha, plural of Atok. Atochment, a medication used to treat migraines. A municipality of Bengt, Philippines. Atok Trail, a barangay of Baguio, Bengt, Philippines. Atoka, a city, the county seat of Atoka County, Oklahoma. Atoka County, one of 77 counties in Oklahoma, United States. County seat, Atoka. Atapo, synonym of Atocus. Avo, an Atocus organism. Atox, plural of atok. Atokai, an isometric hexactahedral white mineral containing palladium, platinum, and tin. Atoctus, producing only asexual individuals. Ato, acronym of Air Travel Organizers Licensing. Ato, a sweetened thick drink or thin gruel made from cornmeal, served hot. Atolls, plural of atoll. Atoll, a type of island consisting of a ribbon reef that nearly or entirely surrounds a lagoon and supports, in most cases, one to many islets on the reef platform. Atoll fruit dove, a fruit-eating dove Tilenopus corallensis in the family Columbidae, endemic to French Polynesia. Atoll fruit doves, plural of atoll fruit dove. Atolls, plural of asol. Adultivimab, a monoclonal antibody used in a combination drug adultivimab/maftivimab/otacivimab to treat Zaire Ebola virus. Au, the smallest possible amount of matter which still retains its identity as a chemical element, now known to consist of a nucleus surrounded by electrons. Atom, synonym of atomic bomb. Atom bombs, plural of atom bomb. Atom cocktail, alternative, form of atomic cocktail. Atom cocktails, plural of atom cocktail. Atom feed, a type of web feed that uses the atom syndication format and the atom publishing protocol. Atom feeds, plural of atom feed. Atom laser, a coherent state of propagating atoms created out of a Bose-Einstein condensate. Atom lasers, plural of atom laser. Atom physics, synonym of atomic physics. Atom smasher, a particle accelerator. Atom smashers, plural of atom smasher. Atomaniac, a fanatical advocate for the nuclear arms race. Atomaniacs, plural of atomaniac. Amet, having a surface covered in tiny shiny particles powdered. Atom channels. The mechanics of atoms. Atomer, an indivisible unit of energy, according to a theory of matter put forward by Earl K. Plyler in the 1930s. Atomergs, plural of atomer. Atomgrad, a planned city built to facilitate the construction and operation of a nuclear power plant or other nuclear facility in the Soviet Union. Atomgrads, plural of atomrad. Atomy, plural of atomus. Atomy, of or relating to atoms, composed of atoms, monatomic. Atomic absorption spectroscopy, a quantitative analytical technique in which the content of various elements are measured via their absorption of light. Atomic age, the era starting in the mid-1940s, during which nuclear energy was developed and in which it was thought that all energy would be provided by such sources. Atomic age, alternative letter case form of atomic age. Atomic authorization, the act of securing authorization rights independently from the intermediaries that utilize them and the parties to which they apply. Atomic authorizations, plural of atomic authorization. Atomic batteries. Plural of atomic battery. Atomic battery. Any device that converts the energy of particles emitted from atomic nuclei into electrical energy. Atomic bomb. A nuclear weapon that obtains its destructive energy from nuclear fission. Atomic bombs. Plural of atomic bomb. Atomic buffalo tur. A spicy barbecue snack, typically a jalapeno stuffed with cheese and wrapped in bacon. Atomic buffalo turds. Plural of atomic buffalo tur. Atomic clock. An extremely accurate reference clock whose operation is based on an atomic process, typically the frequency of electromagnetic radiation associated with a specified energy level transition in an element such as cesium. Atomic clocks. Plural of atomic clock. Atomic cocktail. A drinkable liquid containing a radioactive substance used in healthcare either as a diagnostic aid or as a treatment, especially for cancer of the thyroid. Atomic cocktails. Plural of atomic cocktail. Atomic emission spectroscopy. A form of analytical spectroscopy that measures the radiation emitted at specific wavelengths by the atoms excited in a very hot sample. Atomic energy. The energy released by an atom in a nuclear reaction. Atomic F-bomb. The word fuck said loudly. Atomic F-bombs. Plural of atomic F-bomb. Atomic fission. Synonym of nuclear fission. Atomic force microscope. A device used to map the atomic structure of a surface by measuring the force acting on the very fine tip of a wire moved over the surface. Atomic force microscopes. Plural of atomic force microscope. Atomic force microscopy. The science and technology associated with the design and use of atomic force microscopes. Atomic forensics. Nuclear forensics. Atomic formula. A formula which does not have smaller subformulas. Atomic formulae. Plural of atomic formula. Atomic formulas. Plural of atomic formula. Atomic fusion. Synonym of nuclear fusion. Atomic gardening. The exposure of plants to radioactive sources, typically cobalt-60, in order to generate mutations that may prove to have useful properties. Atomic mass. The mass of an atom. Atomic mass number. Pedantic form of mass number. Symbol A. Atomic mass numbers. Plural of atomic mass number. Atomic mass unit. A unit of mass equal to 1/12 the mass of an atom of 2C carbonate 12, an isotope of carbon. Atomic mass units. Plural of atomic mass unit. Atomic masses. Plural of atomic mass. Atomic nuclei. Plural of atomic nucleus. Atomic nucleus. A nucleus of an atom consisting of protons and neutrons surrounded by an electron cloud. Atomic number. The number of protons in an atom. Symbol Z. Atomic numbers. Plural of atomic number. Atomic orbital. A mathematical function that describes the wave-like behavior of either one electron or a pair of electrons in an atom. This function can be used to calculate the probability of finding any electron of an atom in any specific region around the atom's nucleus. Atomic orbitals. Plural of atomic orbital. Atomic physics. The branch of physics that studies the internal structure of atomic nuclei. Atomic pile. An early nuclear reactor fueled by uranium and moderated with graphite. Atomic piles. Plural of atomic pile. Atomic power. Synonym of nuclear power, normally sense 1. Atomic radii. Plural of atomic radius. Atomic radius. The distance from the center of the nucleus to the outermost electron in an atom. Atomic reactor. Synonym of nuclear reactor. Atomic reactors. Plural of atomic reactor. Atomic tangerine. A light orange color. Atomic theories. Plural of atomic theory. Atomic theory. The theory that all gross matter is composed of atoms. Atomic time. Time as measured by an atomic clock. Atomic typo. A typographical error that coincidentally results in a different, correctly spelled word and thus cannot be detected by a spell checker. Atomic typos. Plural of atomic typo. Atomic volume. The van der Waals volume of an atom. Atomic volumes. Plural of atomic volume. Atomic weapon. A nuclear weapon. Atomic weapons. Plural of atomic weapon. Atomic wedgie. A prank in which a person's underpants are pulled up sharply from behind up over the head or higher in order to wedge the clothing uncomfortably between the person's buttocks. Atomic wedgies. Plural of atomic wedgie. Atomic weight. Former term for the more specific relative atomic mass. Atomic weights. Plural of atomic weight. Atomic winter. Nuclear winter. Atomic winters. Plural of atomic winter. Atomical. Archaic form of atomic. Atomically. With regard to atoms or atomic energy. Atomission. And atomist. Atomissions. Plural of atomission. Atomicism. Atomism. Atomicities. Plural of atomicity. Atomicity. The number of atoms in a molecule. Atomics. Plural of atomic. Atom is. Plural of atomy. Atomization. Alternative spelling of atomization. Atomizations. Plural of atomization. Atomize. Alternative spelling of atomize. Atomize. Simple past and past participle of atomize. Atomizer. Alternative form of atomizer. Atomizers. Plural of atomizer. Atomizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of atomize. Atomizing. Present participle and gerund of atomize. Atomism. The ancient Greek theory that all matter is composed of very small indestructible and indivisible particles. Atomisms. Plural of atomism. Atomes. An adherent of atomism, one who believes matter is composed of elementary indivisible particles. Atomistic. Of or pertaining to atoms or to atomism. Atomistically. In an atomistic manner. Atomistics. The study of atoms and their motion. Atomists. Plural of atomists. Atomizability. Ability to be atomized. Atomizable. Able to be atomized. Atomization. The act or an instance of atomizing. Atomizations. Plural of atomization. Atomize. To separate or reduce into atoms. Atomize. Converted from liquid to a spray or mist. Atomizer. An instrument for reducing a liquid to spray or vapor for disinfecting, cooling, medical use, or perfume spraying. Atomizers. Plural of atomizer. Atomizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of atomize. Atomizing. Present participle and gerund of atomize. Atomless. Without atoms. Atomlessness. Absence of atoms. Atom-like. Resembling or characteristic of an atom. Atomograd, alternative form of atomgrad. Atomograds, plural of atomograd. Atomologies, plural of atomology. Atomology, the doctrine of atoms. Atomophobia, alternative form of atomphobia. Atomoxetine, a non-stimulant drug used for the treatment of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Atomphobia, the fear of or aversion to the use of nuclear power or nuclear weapons. Atompunk, a subgenre of speculative fiction based on the society and technology of the atomic age c. 1945-1969. Atom is plural of atom. Atoms I, synonym of trinitite. Atomtronic, of or pertaining to atomtronics. Atomtronics, the design, manufacture, and study of analogs of electronics using atoms, especially Bose-Einstein condensates at low temperature. Atoms, synonym of atom. Atom weight, the weight class below straw weight of less than 105 pounds. Atom weights, plural of atom weight. Atom, a floating mote or speck of dust. Abta, alternative letter case form of auto-N. Auto-N, acronym of aid to navigation. Abta, ascerning. Atonal, capable of being atoned for. Atonal, lacking a tonal center or key. Atonalism, the school of atonal musical composition. Atonalisms, plural of atonalism. Atonalist, a composer of atonal music. Atonaliste, of or relating to atonalism. Atonalists, plural of atonalists. Atonalities, plural of atonality. Atonality, a style, a key. Atonal, in an atonal manner without tone. Obta, to make reparation, compensation, amends, or satisfaction for an offense, crime, mistake, or deficiency. Atoned, simple past and past participle of atone. Atonement, making amends to restore a damaged relationship, expiation. Atonements, plural of atonement. Atoner, one who atones. Atoners, plural of atoner. Atones, third person singular simple present indicative of atone. Atonist, second person singular simple present indicative of atone. Atona, third person singular simple present indicative of atone. Atome, a Sino-Tibetan language related to Garo, spoken in northeastern India and adjacent areas of Bangladesh. Atonia, lack of muscle tone. Atonias, plural of atonia. Atonic, on stress. Atonically, in an atonic manner. Atonicities, plural of atonicity. Atonicity, the property of being atonic. Atonics, plural of atonic. Atonies, plural of atoni. Atonin, present participle and gerund of atone. Atoningly, in an atoning manner. Atones, plural of atone. Atoni, lack of muscle tone, flaccidity or atonia. Atheist, a person who does not believe in the tooth fairy. Atheist, plural of atheist. Atha, on the top of. Atopen, anything that induces an atopic allergy. Atopens, plural of atopen. Atofen. Synonym of Synchophan analgesic drug. Atofe. Pertaining to or suffering from atopy. Atopic dermatitis. An atopic, hereditary, and non-contagious skin disease characterized by chronic inflammation of the skin. Atopic eczema. Synonym of atopic dermatitis. Atopico. Atopic, relating to or having atopy. Atopies, plural of atopy. Atopagnosia. The inability to locate a sensation, especially a point of touch. Adipasaurid. Any of the extinctipitals in the family Adiposauridae. Adiposaurids. Plural of adipasaurid. Atopy. A hereditary disorder marked by the tendency to develop localized immediate hypersensitivity reactions to allergens such as pollen, food, etc., and is manifested by hay fever, asthma, or similar allergic conditions, generally considered to be caused by the interaction of environmental and genetic factors. Atoroidal. Not toroidal. That does not consist of or contain a torus. Atoroidality. That quality of being atoroidal. Atorolimumab. An immunosuppressive drug directed against the rhesus factor. Atorvastatin. A statin used to lower the level of cholesterol in the blood. Trade names include Lipitor among others. Atorvastatins. Plural of atorvastatin. Atorvastin. Misspelling of atorvastatin. Atorvastatin. Misspelling of atorvastatin. Plural of ATO. Atazemran. A medication that inhibits oxytocin and vasopressin, used to halt premature labor. Avatar. A meactive tethering. Atavaquone. A naphthalene used to treat pneumocystis pneumonia, toxoplasmosis, and malaria. Atoxic. Synonym of non-toxic. Atoxicogenic. Not toxicogenic. Atoxigenic. Not toxicogenic. Atoxopy. A supposed phenomenon in which the compounds of a pair of elements from the same column of the periodic table have greatly different toxicities. Atoxyl. Arsenic acid. Initialism of Association of Tennis Professionals, the governing body of men's professional tennis, formed in 1972. Initialism of at this point, also ATP. ATP synthase? An enzyme that catalyzes the synthesis of adenosine triphosphate ATP from adenosine diphosphate ADP, an inorganic phosphate. ATP synthases? Plural of ATP synthase. ATPase. A type of enzyme which works to convert adenosine triphosphate ADP into adenosine diphosphate ADP and a free phosphate ion, thereby releasing energy to be used in cellular activity. ATPases. Plural of ATPase. Athatrus. One's great-grandfather's grandfather's brother. ATP. A gene that encodes for ATP synthase C subunit in mycobacteria. Atpergic. Produced or activated by ATP adenosine triphosphate. Plural of ATP. Initialism of advanced tongue root. ATR16 syndrome. A rare disease characterized by monosomy on part of chromosome 16. Initialism of all-trans retinoic acid. Atrabiliarian. Characterized by melancholy or glum. Atrabilarious. Atrabilious. Atrabiliarious. Pertaining to black bile. Atrabiliarious. The state or quality of being atrabiliarious. Atrabiliar. Melancholy. Atrabilious. Atrabiliarious. Atrabilious. Atrabiliary. melancholic or hypochondriac, atrabilious. Atrabilious, having an excess of black bile. Atrabiliously, in an atrabilious melancholy or ill-natured manner, grumpily, irritably, morosely. Atrabiliousness, the state or quality of being atrabilious. Atri, initialism of adaptive transform acoustic coding, a family of proprietary audio compression algorithms developed by Sony and originally used for mini discs. Atragate, lacking tricky. Atracid, any of the venomous Australian megalomorph spiders of the family Atracidae, a funnel-web spider. Atracids, plural of atracid. Atracotoxin, a toxin from the Sydney funnel-web spider. Atracotoxins, plural of acrocotoxin. Atractaspidid, any snake in the family Atractaspididae. Atractaspidids, plural of Atractaspidid. Atractaspidine, any snake of the subfamily Atractaspidinae. Atractaspidians, plural of Atractaspidine. Atractentuma, synonym of Prosenchima. Atractylate, a toxic glycoside isolated from thistles of the genus Atractyles. Atractylnoli, any of a group of tricyclic enolides found in the rhizome atractyloids. Atractylnolides, plural of atractylnoli. Atractylidin, the diacetylnic furan 2,1-E7-enone 1,17-3,5-denyl. Furan. Atractylin, the benzofuran 4-AS8AR388-implyle 5-methylidine 4,4-A6-789 hexahydrobenzo F1 benzofuran present in rhizomes of atractyloids. Atractylicide, a toxic glycoside synthesized by some plants. Species in the daisy family. Atracurium, a muscle relaxant administered intravenously in the form of its besylate CHN2OS2, especially in conjunction with general anesthesia to facilitate insertion of an endotracheal tube or to relax skeletal muscles during surgery or mechanical ventilation. It counteracts the action of the neurotransmitter acetylcholine at neuromuscular junctions by binding to the same receptors it acts upon. Atragene, any plant of the genus Atragene. Atragenes, plural of atragene. Atra, alternative form of atric river. Aromat, ink or an ink-like substance. Atramentatious, ink-like. Atramental, of or relating to ink, ink-I, black. Atramentarious, like ink, suitable for making ink. Atramentary, alternative form of atramentarious. Atramentus, ink-I, ink-like, atramental. Atromets, plural of atrament. Adroin, any of a class of tricyclic cage-like heterocycles having a transannular data bond between a nitrogen and another heteroatom. Atrans, plural of atrang. Atradorn, a secondary metabolite found in lichens. Atrasentan, a drug being researched for the treatment of various cancers. Atrate, one dressed in black, a mourner. Atrates, plural of atrate. Atratoglycoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Atratoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Ahatus, blackened or turning black. Atraumatic, that minimizes trauma. Atraumatically, in an atraumatic manner. Atraumaticity, the quality of being atraumatic, the lack of trauma. Adwe, to vex, trouble, frighten, torment, harass. Atres, Third person singular simple present indicative of atre. Atrazine. A triazine herbicide that inhibits photosynthesis. Atrazines. Plural of atrazine. Outreach. To reach or get at with a weapon, strike. Outreaches. Third person singular simple present indicative of outreach. Outreaching. Present participle and gerund of outreach. Atrubates. A Belgic type of the Iron Age and the Roman period, originally dwelling in the Outfit region. Atrubation. A member of the Atrubates, an ancient Belgic tribe. Atrubations. Plural of atrubation. Atra. To surpass or outdo in counsel. Atreds. Third person singular simple present indicative of atred. Atreding. Present participle and gerund of atred. Adri. Initialism of Ashoka Trust for Research in Ecology and the Environment and Environmental Research Institute in India. Atroy. Any of the family and descendants of the mythical Mycenaean king Atreus, including either of his sons Menelaus and Agamemnon, who both feature in the Iliad. Atreides. Plural of Atre. Atre. A fast-moving river that begins in the mountains of northeastern Iran and flows westward, draining into the southeastern corner of the Caspian Sea in Turkmenistan. Atremol. Trembling. Atria. Lacking apertures. Avun. To run away, escape. Atron. Simple past and past participle of atron. Atroning. Present participle and gerund of atron. Atrons. Third person singular simple present indicative of atron. Atria. A condition in which a body orifice or passage in the body is abnormally closed or absent. Atriazeaplasties. Plural of atriazeaplasty. Atriazeaplasty. Repair of an atresia. Atrias. Plural of atresia. Atriae. Relating to atresia. Atrade. Having no opening. Atridogenic. Misspelling of teratogenic. Ades. A mythological king of Mycenae and son of Pelops and Hippodamia. Avui. A legendary bard and scholar, one of 9 Prajapatis, is son of Brahma, said to be ancestor of some Brahmins. Atri is one of the Saptarishi 7 great sages in the 7th, i.e. the present Manvantara. Eta. Plural of atrium. Atel. Or pertaining to an atrium, especially the atrium of the heart. Atrial fibrillation. A cardiac arrhythmia, a normal heart rhythm that involves the 2 upper chambers atria of the heart. Atrial fibrillations. Plural of atrial fibrillation. Atrial natriuretic peptide. A strong vasodilatory peptide hormone secreted by the cardiac muscle cells. Atrial natriuretic peptides. Plural of atrial natriuretic peptide. Atrial tachycardia. A type of heart rhythm problem in which the heart's electrical impulse comes from an ectopic pacemaker in the upper chambers. Atrial tachycardias. Plural of atrial tachycardia. Atrialize. Associated with or joined to an atrium of the heart. Atiobacterio. Relating to bacteria of the phylum Atribacteroticin. Atiobacteria. Atrichia. The absence of hair due to congenital or acquired physical reasons. Atriche. Hairless as the palm of the hand. Atrichoblast. A root epidermal cell that does not produce a root hair. Atrichoblasts. Plural of atrichoblast. Atrichornithid. Any member of the Atrichornithidae. Atrichornithids. Plural of atrichornithid. Atrichosis. Synonym of atrichia. Atrichus. Without hair. Atrical. Trickle. Atri. To ride away, escape by riding. Atrides. Third person singular simple present indicative of atri. Atriding. Present participle and gerund of atri. Adwer. To run away, escape from. Adri. To touch. Adrians. Third person singular simple present indicative of atrine. Atrining. Present participle and gerund of atrine. Atrining. Present participle and gerund of atrine. Atrinocetal. An antiplatelet and non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Atrons. Third person singular simple present indicative of atrin. Ateo. Atrium. Ateoortic. Relating to the atrium and aorta. Ateacaul. Relating to the atrium and the vena cava. Atrioventricular. Misspelling of atrioventricular. Atriosophageal. Relating to an esophageal atrium. Atriovesicular. Relating to an atrium and a fascicle. Atriohism. Of or pertaining to an atrium and his bundle in the electrical conduction system of the heart, as usually, more specifically, an atriohism tract constituting an accessory tract of conduction. Atrial. Atrial and nodal. Atrioptin. Atrial natriuretic peptide, a powerful vasodilator and a protein polypeptide hormone secreted by heart muscle cells. Atriapore. A hole in a lancelet through which water exits the body. Atriapores. Plural of atriapore. Atriopulmonae. Relating to the atrium of the lungs. Atriostomies. Plural of atriostomy. Atriostomy. The creation of a small hole between the atria of the heart. Atriotomies. Plural of atriotomy. Atriotomy. The surgical opening of an atrium. Ateovenous. Of the spatial relationship between the primary veins and the atria of the heart. Atrioventricular. Of the spatial relationship between the ventricles and the atria of the heart. Atrioventricular bundle. Synonym of bundle of his. Atrioventricular bundles. Plural of atrioventricular bundle. Atrioventricular valve. Either of the two valves in the heart situated between the atria and the ventricles that prevent backflow from the ventricles into the atria during systole. Atrioventricular valves. Plural of atrioventricular valve. Atro. Just clear of the ground. At-rest. To trust. At rests. Third person singular simple present indicative of atris. Atrium. A central room or space in ancient Roman homes, open to the sky in the middle, a similar space in other buildings. Atriumt. Having an atrium. Atriums. Plural of atrium. Ases. A male given name from ancient Greek. Ashroka. A kind of ketopod larva in which no circles of cilia are developed. Atrochi. Plural of atrocha. Atrochrosone. A reduced form of a hydroxyanthraquinone present in some aspergillus molds. Atrocious. Frightful, evil, cruel, or monstrous. Atrociously. In an atrocious manner. Atrociousness. The state or quality of being atrocious. Atrocities. Plural of atrocity. Atrocity. An extremely cruel act. A horrid act of injustice. Atrogene. Any gene that has an influence on atrophy of muscle tissue. Atrogenes. Plural of atrogene. Atrogenic. That leads to atrophy. Atrogen. Any of a family of F-box proteins expressed during muscle atrophy. Atrogens. Plural of atrogen. Atro. To fail, give out, become faint. Atrot. Simple past and past participle of atrog. Atrox. Third person singular simple present indicative of atrog. Atroging. Present participle and gerund of atrog. Atromentin. A polyphenol and benzoquinone found in agaric mycetes fungi. Atrop. Atropisomer. Atropaceous. Belonging to the genus Atropa. Atrothal. Not inverted. Orthotropous. Atropatene. An ancient kingdom established in the 4th century BC in the modern-day region of Azerbaijan in Iran by the satrap Atropates. Atrovia. Archaic form of atrophy. Atrophia areata. A rare genetic disease reported only in Icelandic families characterized by bilateral macular degeneration and early onset choroidal atrophy. Atrophias. Plural of atrophia. Atrophied. Atrophied. Atrophic. Sunken, recessed, and indented. Atrophically. By means of or in terms of atrophy. Atrophy. Simple past and past participle of atrophy. Atrophies. Plural of atrophy. Atrophin. Any of a class of proteins found in nervous tissue. Atrophins. Plural of atrophin. Atrophism. Synonym of atrophy. Atrophoderma. Atrophy of the skin. Atrophoderma vermiculata. Alternative form of Atrophoderma vermiculatum. Atrophoderma vermiculatum. A skin disorder in which erythematous follicular papules on the cheeks gradually develop into pit-like depressions. Atrophodermas. Plural of atrophoderma. Atrophodermia vermiculata. Alternative form of Atrophoderma vermiculatum. Atrophy. A reduction in the functionality of an organ caused by disease, injury, or lack of use. Atrophy. Present participle and gerund of atrophy. Atropia. Dated form of atropine. Atropias. Plural of atropia. Atropine. Alternative spelling of atropine. Atropi. An alkaloid extracted from the plant deadly nightshade Atropa belladonna and other sources, such as the seeds of the thorn apple. Though overdoses would be fatal, it is used as a drug in medicine for its paralytic effects, for example in surgery to relax muscles, in dentistry to dry the mouth, in ophthalmology to dilate the pupils. Atropines. Plural of atropine. Atropinic. Relating to or having similar properties to that of atropine. Atropinize. To treat with atropine. Atropinism. Atropine poisoning. Atropinization. Physical effects caused by atropine including flushing, mydriasis, tachycardia, and dryness of the mouth and nose. Atropinize. To treat with atropine. Atropinize. Simple past and past participle of atropinize. Atropinizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of atropinize. Atropinizing. Present participle and gerund of atropinize. Atropins. Plural of atropine. Atropism. Atropine poisoning. Atropisomer. Any conformer that can be isolated as a separate chemical compound and that arises from restricted rotation about a single bond, as in biaryl atropisomers. Synonym, atropoisomer. Atropisomeric. Relating to an atropisomer. Atropisomerism. Atropisomerism as a result of restricted rotation about a single bond. Atropisomers, plural of atropisomer. Atropo, alternative form of atrop. Atropotiestiomer, a diastereomeric atroposomer. Atropotiestiomers, plural of atropotiestiomer. Atropotiestioselective, exhibiting atropisomerism and diastereoselectivity. Atroposomer, any of a group of stable molecules differing only in their conformation, a type of stereoisomer. Atropoisomeric, alternative form of atropisomeric. Atropisomers, plural of atropoisomer. Atropos, one of the three fates, or Mori, a daughter of Zeus and Themis, the cutter of the thread of life, depicted as an old woman. Her Roman counterpart is Morta. Atroposelective, relating to or exhibiting atroposelectivity. Atroposelectivity, the preferential formation of one atropoisomer over another, also the degree of said preference. Atroposi, a particular steroid glycoside. Atropos, not inverted, orthotropos. Atropurpureus, a lackish purple. Atrazine, an alkaloid found in plants of the genus Scopolia. Atras, jet black in color. Atraus, to rush away, escape. Atrouted, simple past and past participle of atrout. Atrouts, third person singular simple present indicative of atraus. Atrovastatin, misspelling of atorvastatin. Atroviolaceous, of a very dark violet color. Atraxase, an endopeptidase enzyme found in the venom of the diamondback rattlesnake Crotalus atrox that catalyzes the cleavage of his 5-Lu, Sir 9 his Lu, Alalu, and Tirlu of insulin B chain. Atrin, brand name of the anticoagulant antithrombin manufactured by RE Biobiologics, the first medicine produced using genetically engineered animals. Atropation, any brachiopod of the superfamily Atropaceae. Atropations, plural of atropation. Atropid, a lamp shell, a brachiopod of the order, sometimes suborder Atropida. Atropi, alternative form of atropid. Atropides, plural of atropi. Atropids, plural of atropid. Atropoi, relating to or characteristic of brachiopods of the genus Atropa. At, initialism of association of theological schools. A, plural of at. At, plural of at. At, association for the treatment and prevention of sexual abuse. Atsake, to deny. Atsex, third person singular simple present indicative of atsake. Atsaking, present participle and gerund of atsake. Atso, a language spoken in Nigeria. Atsara, alternative spelling of achara Filipino pickle. Atsa, initialism of Australian Transport Safety Bureau. ASC, initialism of Advanced Television Systems Committee. Atscape, to escape. Atscaped, simple past and past participle of atscape. Atscapes, third person singular simple present indicative of atscape. Atscaping, present participle and gerund of atscape. Atself, actually, really. Atsura, alternative spelling of Adzura. As, initialism of Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway. Atake, to flee away, escape. Atchakes, third person singular simple present indicative of atchake. Attaking, present participle and gerund of atchake. Achut, to shoot away from. Achute, present participle and gerundive attribute. Attributes, third person singular simple present indicative of attribute. Ata, simple past and past participle of attribute. At, abbreviation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. Atsana, the ancestral language of the Gros Ventre people of Montana. Atsit, to remain sitting, stay, abide. Atsits, third person singular simple present indicative of atsit. Atsitting, present participle and gerund of atsit. Atlike, to slip away. Atlike, simple past and past participle of atslike. Atlikes, third person singular simple present indicative of atslike. Atsliking, present participle and gerund of atslike. Atlip, to slip away. Atlipping, present participle and gerund of atslip. Atleps, third person singular simple present indicative of atslip. Atp, asked to see patient. Atspring, to spring forth, emerge, spring into existence, originate. Atspringing, present participle and gerund of atspring. Atsprings, third person singular simple present indicative of atspring. Atstand, to stand still, remain, stay. Atstanding, present participle and gerund of atstand. Atstands, third person singular simple present indicative of atstand. Atstid, simple past and past participle of atstand. Atstant, to bring to an end, put a stop to. Atstanted, simple past and past participle of atstant. Atstanting, present participle and gerund of atstant. Atsense, third person singular simple present indicative of atstant. Atsat, to remain, to stay. Atstance, third person singular simple present indicative of atstat. Atstaded, simple past and past participle of atstat. Atstading, present participle and gerund of atstat. Actuary, a Drosophila phenotype that shows a preference for unusually low temperatures. Atsujur, a Native American people residing in northeastern California, United States. Atsugi, a city in Kanagawa Prefecture, Japan. Atsuko, a female given name from Japanese. A subdivision of currency equal to 1/100 of a Lao kip. Ashrai, alternative form of aturi. Atai Jan, abbreviation of Attorney General. Abbreviation of attendance. That's the Datse. Attaboy, alternative form of Attaboy. Atta girl, alternative spelling of Attagirl. Attable, alternative form of Attable. Attaddles, plural of Attable. Attaboy, used to show encouragement or approval to a boy, man, or male animal. Attaboys, plural of Attaboy. Attah, alternative form of Attaka. Attava, without any break between the current movement and the next movement of the work. Attati, plural of Attacco. Attacco, a short musical phrase treated as a point of imitation, for example, as the subject of a fugue. Attach, to fasten, to join to literally and figuratively. Attachability, the quality of being attachable. Attachable, able to be attached. Attachableness, the state or quality of being attachable. Attachably, in such a way that it can be attached. Alternative form of attaché. Attaché, a diplomatic officer, usually one who plays a specific role. Attaché case, a box-style briefcase scrunched over a hinged frame that opens into two compartments. Attaché cases, plural of attaché case. Attach, simple past and past participle of attach. Attached annulus, an annulus which is fixed to the stem of a mushroom and is not movable. Attachedly, having a physical or emotional attachment. Attachedness, the quality of being attached. Attacher, someone who attaches. Attachers, plural of attacher. Attaches, third person singular simple present indicative of attach. Attachés, plural of attaché. Attacheship, alternative form of attacheship. Attacheship, the state or business of an attaché. Attacheships, plural of attacheship. Attacheships, plural of attacheship. Attaches, second person singular simple present indicative of attach. Attacha, third person singular simple present indicative of attach. Attachamented to spinis et bosques, an ancient privilege granted to forest officers to take for their own any thorns, brushwood, and windfalls within their own precincts. Attaching, present participle and gerund of attach. Attachingness, the state or quality of attaching. Attachment, the act or process of physically or figuratively attaching. Attachment disorder, a condition where a person, especially a child, has difficulty or is incapable of bonding with others. Attachment disorders, plural of attachment disorder. Attachment of earnings, a legal process by which a creditor may take funds directly from the debtor's wages. Attachment parenting, a parenting philosophy that aims to promote the attachment of parent and infant through parental empathy, responsiveness, and bodily closeness. Attachment therapies, plural of attachment therapy. Attachment therapy, any of a category of controversial alternative child mental health interventions intended to treat attachment disorders. Attachments, plural of attachment. Attachments of earnings, plural of attachment of earnings. Attach, simple past and past participle of attach. Attacin, an antibacterial protein originally found in the immunohemolymph of Hyalophora cecropia. Attacins, plural of attacin. Atta, an attempt to cause damage, injury to, or death of an opponent or enemy. Attack hat, an advertisement designed to wage a personal attack against an opposing candidate or political party. Attack ads, plural of attack ad. Attack aircraft, a tactical military aircraft designed to carry out precise airstrikes against ground or naval targets. Attack au feu, an attack on the opponent's blade. For example, beat, expulsion, pressure. Attack dog, any dog bred, trained, or used for the purpose of attacking a target, either on command or on sight, trained either as a specialized form of police dog or a security force dog. Attack dogs, plural of attack dog. Attack helicopter, an armed helicopter with the offensive capability of engaging ground targets such as enemy infantry, military vehicles, and fortifications. Attack helicopters, plural of attack helicopter. Attack is the best form of defense. In a battle or dispute, attacking the opposition first is better than waiting for them to attack. Attack is the best form of defense. Alternative spelling of attack is the best form of defense. Attack page. A web page created for the purpose of attacking a person or group, either through hateful content or through hacking or other technological measures. Attack pages, plural of attack page. Attack plan, synonym of action plan. Attack plans, plural of attack plan. Attack rate, the proportion of people in a population exposed to a disease who fall ill. Ill people divided by total population. Attack surface, synonym of surface area. Attack surfaces, plural of attack surface. Attack therapy, a discredited psychotherapeutic technique where the patient is harangued aggressively in order to be broken down or gotten to. Attack time, the time between the instant that a signal at the input of a device or circuit exceeds the activation threshold of the device or circuit and the instant that a device or circuit reacts in a specified manner or to a specified degree to the input. Attack times, plural of attack time. Attack timing, the strategic decision of the appropriate time in launching a competitive move, market initiative, or the launch of a new product. Attack timings, plural of attack timing. Attack vector, a path or method used by a hacker to gain access to a target system, such as a computer or network server. Attack vectors, plural of attack vector. Attackability, the state of being attackable. Attackable, which may be attacked. Attack, simple past and past participle of attack. Attack at, second person singular simple past indicative of attack. Attacky, one who is attacked. Attackies, plural of attacky. Attacker, someone who attacks. Attackers, plural of attacker. Attackasts, second person singular simple present indicative of attack. Attappa, third person singular simple present indicative of attack. Attacking, carrying out an attack. Attacking midfielder, a midfield player who specializes more in attacking duties. Attacking midfielders, plural of attacking midfielder. Attacking zone, from one team's point of view, the area between the blue light of the other team's half of the wick and the end board behind the other team's goal. Attacking zones, plural of attacking zone. Attack-like, resembling or characteristic of an attack. Attackman, a player in a position whose primary responsibility is offense. Attackman, plural of attackman. Attacks, plural of attack. Attack-ofer, plural of attack-ofer. Attacked, simple past and past participle of attack. Attacked, simple past and past participle of attack. Attack-worthy, worthy of attack via he attacked. Attedel, a small settlement by Loch Carron, Highland Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NG 9238. Attadal, synonym of attagirl. Attagen, a grey partridge perdix of Eurasia. Attagens, plural of attagen. Attevin, archaic form of Yatagan. Attagens, plural of attagan. Attagirl, used to show encouragement or approval to a girl, woman or female animal. Attagirls, plural of attagirl. Attain, to gain an object or desired result. Attained, simple past and past participle of attain. Attainabilities, plural of attainability. Attainability, the state of being attainable. Attainable. Able to be accomplished, achieved, or obtained. Attainable region theory, a branch of chemical engineering that uses geometric and mathematical optimization concepts to assist in the design of networks of chemical reactors. Attainableness, the state or quality of being attainable. Attainables, plural of attainable. Attainably, such that it can be attained. Attainder, the state a prisoner enters once a death sentence, usually for treason, had been issued, the state of being stripped of all civil rights. Attainder, placed in a state of attainder. Attainders, plural of attainder. Attainder, rare spelling of attainder. Attainders, plural of attainder. Attained, simple past and past participle of attain. Attainer, one who attains. Attainers, plural of attainer. Attainus, second person singular simple present indicative of attain. Attaina, third person singular simple present indicative of attain. Attaining, present participle and gerund of attain. Attainment, the act of attaining, the act of arriving at or reaching, the act of attaining by exertion or effort. Attainments, plural of attainment. Attainer, a doer guilty of attained. Attainers, plural of attainer. Attains, third person singular simple present indicative of attain. Attained, convicted, attainted. Attainted, simple past and past participle of attained. Attained, third person singular simple present indicative of attained. Attainting, present participle and gerund of attained. Attainment, attainder, attainture, conviction. Attainments, plural of attainment. Attains, third person singular simple present indicative of attained. Attainture, a state of being found guilty of an offense. Attaintures, plural of attainture. Attacked, used to show encouragement or approval to a person. Attackeds, plural of attacked. Attaccolite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, iron, manganese, oxygen, phosphorus, silicon, and strontium. Thou, a surname. Atala, ellipsis of Atala County, a county of Mississippi, United States. Atala County, one of 82 counties in Mississippi, United States. County seat, Kosciuszko. Antalya, an ancient city in Lydia, now Yantep in Turkey. Antalya, former name of Antalya. Antalid, a member of the Hellenistic dynasty that ruled Pergamon in Asia Minor from 282 BCE to around 133 BCE. Attalids, plural of Attalid. Attailing, present participle and gerund of attal. Attala, a surname. Attaling, present participle and gerund of attal. Athals, plural of attal. Adhaman, alternative form of ataman. Adavans, plural of ataman. Atamal, alternative form of atamal. Atanals, plural of atamal. Atanar, a village in County Laois, Ireland, on the border with County Kilkenny. Atanasio, a surname. Atanasios, plural of Atanasio. Thou, Nipa, a palm tree of the species Nipa fruticans. Adaps, plural of atap. Atapelgi, a clay mineral containing silicates of aluminium and magnesium that is a constituent of Fuller's earth and bentonite. Atapelgites, plural of atapelgite. Atzar, a surname. Attar of roses, a perfume made from an essential oil extracted from rose flowers. Other, a surname. Attards, plural of attar. Attar, attar of roses. Attars, plural of attar. Adas, plural of atta. Attaching, a transliteration of the Persian female given name Arabic Alif Mamdude Arabic Ta Arabic Sheen Arabic Farsi Arabic Nun Attashin. At, to take to task, tax, reprove, blame. At, simple past and past participle of a task. Atasking, present participle and gerund of a task. Ask this, third person singular simple present indicative of a task. Atabandaran, the neutral nation, a tribal confederation of Iroquoian peoples. Athawe, a surname. Atb, the gene sequence of a bacterium for the attachment point of the landophage used in genetic engineering. Atach, Ataberi, a surname. Ataberis, plural of Ataberi. Ataberi, a surname. Ataberis, plural of Ataberi. A, simple past and past participle of at. Athie, to be tedious to exhaust. Attaint, alternative form of attaint. Attaints, plural of attaint. Atalbid, any member of the family Atalobidae of weevils. Atalobeds, plural of Atalobid. Atalobine, any weevil of the subfamily Atalobinae. Adala, a small decorative metal skewer used for serving food. Ataber, to temper by adjusting relative quantities or blending qualities. Attemperament, a tempering or mixing in due proportion. Attemperaments, plural of a temperament. Attemperance, temperance, temperament. Ataberate, tempered, proportioned, properly adapted. Attemperated, simple past and past participle of attemperate. Attemperately, in an temperate manner. Attemperates, third person singular simple present indicative of attemperate. Attemperating, present participle and gerund of attemperate. Attemperation, the act of attempering or regulating. Attemperations, plural of attemperation. Attemperator, a device that regulates the temperature in a fluid system. Attemperators, plural of attemperator. Attemper, simple past and past participle of attemper. Attempereth, third person singular simple present indicative of attemper. Attempering, present participle and gerund of attemper. Attemporally, temperately. Attemperament. Obsolete form of attemperament. Attempers, third person singular simple present indicative of attemper. Attemper, obsolete form of attemper. Attempers, third person singular simple present indicative of attemper. Attempering, present participle and gerund of attemper. Adoubt, to try. Attemptability, the property of being attemptable. Attemptable. Capable of being attempted, tried, or attacked. Attempted, tried, with the connotation of failure. Attempted rape. A crime in which rape was the motive for an assault, although no rape was carried out. Attempted rapes. Plural of attempted rape. Attempter. One who attempts. Attempters. Plural of attempter. Attemptus. Second person singular simple present indicative of attempt. Attempta. Third person singular simple present indicative of attempt. Attempting. Present participle and gerund of attempt. Attemptive. Disposed to attempt, adventurous. Attemptless. Not making or not having made an attempt. Attempto-controlled English. A subset of English with restricted syntax and semantics described by a small set of formal rules, suitable for knowledge representation and specification or as a query language. Attempts. Plural of attempt. Attainable. Alternative form of attainable. Attenborough. A surname. Attenborough's long-beaked echidna. Synonym of Sir David's long-beaked echidna. Attenborough's pitcher plant. A montane carnivorous pitcher plant Appendiz attenboroughi, characterized by its large and distinctive bell-shaped lower and upper pitchers and narrow, upright lid. Attenborough's pitcher plants. Plural of Attenborough's pitcher plant. Attend. Senses relating to caring for or waiting on someone, or accompanying or being present. Attend to serve, to satisfy someone's needs as a servant would, to wait on. Attend to one's knitting. Alternative form of stick to one's knitting. Attend to one's own knitting. Alternative form of stick to one's knitting. Attendable. At which one must attend. Attendance. The act of attending, the state of being present, presence. Attendance allowance. A sum of money paid to someone to cover the expense of attending a meeting etc. away from home. Attendance allowances. Plural of attendance allowance. Attendances. Plural of attendance. Attendancies. Plural of attendancy. Attendancy. Obsolete form of attendance. Attendant. One who attends. One who works with or watches over someone or something. Attendantly. In an attendant manner. Attendance. Plural of attendant. Attendance. Obsolete form of attendance. Attendances. Plural of attendants. Attendant. Obsolete form of attendant. Attendants. Plural of attendant. Attended. Simple past and past participle of attend. Attended to. Simple past and past participle of attend to. Attended to one's knitting. Simple past and past participle of attend to one's knitting. Attended to one's own knitting. Simple past and past participle of attend to one's own knitting. Attendedness. The state or quality of being attended. Attendance. Second person singular simple past indicative of attend. Attendee. A person who is in attendance or in the audience of an event. Attendees. Plural of attendee. Attender. An attendee. One who attends a course, meeting, school, etc. Attenders. Plural of attender. Attendus. Second person singular simple present indicative of attend. Attendeth. Third person singular simple present indicative of attend. Attend. Pronunciation spelling of attending. Attending. that attend or attends, that is or are in attendance, attendant. Attending to, present participle and gerund of attend to. Attending to one's knitting, present participle and gerund of attend to one's knitting. Attending to one's own knitting, present participle and gerund of attend to one's own knitting. Attendingly, giving one's attention, attentively. Attendings, plural of attending. Attendment, an attendant circumstance. Attendments, plural of attendment. Attendress, a female attendant. Attendresses, plural of attendress. Attend, third person singular simple present indicative of attend. Attends to, third person singular simple present indicative of attend to. Attends to one's knitting, third person singular simple present indicative of attend to one's knitting. Attends to one's own knitting, third person singular simple present indicative of attend to one's own knitting. Other, attentive, heedful, intent. Adensat, anything whatsoever, as a ruling, by the judge of a lower court in a matter pending an appeal. Attentate, alternative form of attentat. Attentates, plural of attentate. Attentats, plural of attentat. Attention, mental focus. Attention deficit disorder, a syndrome formerly thought to affect children only, but now known also to affect adults, that is characterized by frequent, chronic distractibility and either inattentiveness or hyperactivity fidgeting. Attention deficit disorders, plural of attention deficit disorder. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, a developmental disorder in which a person has difficulty to concentrate and a persistent pattern of impulsiveness and inattention, with or without a component of hyperactivity. Attention economy, an economic system where human attention is a scarce and monetized resource driving competition among businesses, media, and digital platforms. Attention getter, a warning light within an aircraft indicating malfunction. Attention getters, plural of attention getter. Attention seeker, a person who tries to get attention, typically in a manner considered excessive or inappropriate. Attention seekers, plural of attention seeker. Attention span, the length of time or span that one can pay attention or concentrate on one topic without becoming distracted. Attention spans, plural of attention span. Attention whore, a person who routinely solicits attention through inappropriate tactics and spans, plural of attention span. Attention whore, a person who routinely solicits attention through inappropriate tactics and provocation. Attention hoard, simple past and past participle of attention whore. Attention whores, plural of attention whore. Attention whoring, present participle and gerund of attention whore. Attention deficit disorder, alternative form of attention deficit disorder. Attention deficit disorders, plural of attention deficit disorder. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, alternative form of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Attention grabbing, attracting notice and attention or prone to doing so. Attention seeker, alternative form of attention seeker. Attention seekers, plural of attention seeker. Attention seeking, exhibiting behaviors designed to attract the admiration or disapproval of others. Attentional, of or pertaining to attention. Attentionally, with regard to attention. Attentionless, without attention. Attentions, plural of attention. Attentisme, a policy of waiting, a waiting game. Attentive, paying attention, noticing, watching, listening, or attending closely. Attentively, in an attentive manner. Attentiveness, the state or quality of being attentive. Attentivenesses, plural of attentiveness. Attentivity, the quality of being attentive, attentiveness. Attently, attentively. Attenuable, capable of being attenuated. Attenuance, absorbance plus losses due to scattering and luminescence. Attenuances, plural of attenuants. Attenuant, making thin as fluids, diluting, rendering less dense and viscid. Attenuants, plural of attenuant. Attenuate, to reduce in size, force, value, amount, or degree. Attenuated, simple past and past participle of attenuate. Attenuated blute, an Alaguadicii, a species of damselfly, which is blue in color. Attenuated blutes, plural of attenuated blute. Attenuately, in an attenuate manner. Attenuates, third person singular simple present indicative of attenuate. Attenuateth, third person singular simple present indicative of attenuate. Attenuating, present participle and gerund of attenuate. Attenuating circumstance, synonym of extenuating circumstance. Attenuating circumstances, plural of attenuating circumstance. Attenuation, a gradual diminishing of strength. Attenuations, plural of attenuation. Attenuative, tending to attenuate. Or lessen the force of something. Attenuator, any device that attenuates a signal, but especially an electronic device that reduces the amplitude of a signal. Attenuators, plural of attenuator. Attenuaticide, a particular steroid glycoside. Ava, poisonous bodily fluid, especially venom of a venomous animal, such as a snake, dragon, or other reptile, corrupt or morbid matter from the body, such as pus from a sore or wound, bitter substance, such as bile. Atterberg limit, any of three basic measures of the critical water contents of a fine-grained soil, its shrinkage limit, plastic limit, and liquid limit. Atterberg limits, plural of Atterberg limit. Atterbury, a surname from Middle English. Atterburies, plural of Atterbury. Atterbury, a surname. Atterburies, plural of Atterbury. Attercliffe, an industrial suburb in the metropolitan borough of Sheffield, South Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref SK 3788. Attercup, a spider. Attercups, plural of Attercup. Attercrop, alternative form of Attercup, a spider. Attercrops, plural of Attercrop. Airway, poisonous, atterry. Atter, venomous, poisonous. Atterrate, to fill up with alluvial earth. Atterrated, simple past and past participle of atterrate. Atterrates, third person singular simple present indicative of atterrate. Atterrating, present participle and gerund of atterrate. Atterration, the act of filling up with earth or of forming land with alluvial earth. Atterrations, plural of atterration. Adders, plural of adder. Atterton, a surname. Attertons, plural of atterton. Atterry, poisonous, venomous. Attest, to affirm to be correct, true, or genuine. Attestabilities, plural of attest. Attestability. Attestability. The property of being attestable. Attestable. Able to be attested. Attestably. In an attestable way. Attestation. A thing that serves to bear witness, confirm, or authenticate. Validation, verification, documentation. Attestations. Plural of attestation. Attestative. Of the nature of attestation, serving to attest. Attested. Simple past and past participle of attest. Attestively. In a way that has been attested, confirmedly. Attester. One who attests. Attesters. Plural of attester. Attesta. Third person singular simple present indicative of attest. Attesting. Present participle and gerund of attests. Attestive. Attesting. Furnishing evidence. Attestment. Attestation. Attestments. Plural of attestment. Attester. One who attests. Attesters. Plural of attester. Attests. Third person singular simple present indicative of attests. Athadasi. The name of the 17th of 27 named Buddhas immediately preceding Gautama. Aho. A surname. A surname. It has plural of Atea. Of or related to Attica, ancient Athens and its hinterland. Attic door, a small access point in the ceiling of a building that provides access to the attic. Attic doors, plural of attic door. Attic faith. Inviolable faith. Attic Greek, the dialect of ancient Greek used in Attica, the region surrounding Athens, from 500 to 300 BC, closely related to Ionic Greek and a main contributor to Koine, the language of Thucydides, Plato, Aeschylus, Xenophon, etc. Attic ladder, a usually retractable ladder used to access an attic through an attic door. Attic ladders, plural of attic ladder. Attic salt, pointed and delicate wit. Atta, a periphery where Athens, the capital of Greece, is located. Attical, atticful, as much as an attic can hold. Atticfuls, plural of atticful. Atticism, attachment to, collaboration with, favoring of, or siding with Athens and / or Athenians, especially in the context of the Peloponnesian War 431-404 BCE. Atticisme, obsolete spelling of Atticism. Atticismes, plural of Atticisme. Atticisms, plural of Atticism. Attices, a person professing Atticism. Atticiste, pertaining to Atticism. Attices, plural of Attices. Atticize, to side with the Athenians. Atticize, simple past and past participle of atticize. Atticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of atticize. Atticizing, present participle and gerund of atticize. Agi, resembling or characteristic of an attic. Atticless, without an attic. Attic-like, resembling or characteristic of an attic. Atticontral, relating to the middle ear and its antrum. Atticotomies, plural of atticotomy. Atticotomy, an operation to treat cholesteatoma. Attics, plural of attic. Atticful, plural of atticful. Atticus, a male given name from Latin. Atticus finch, an honest lawyer who defends the underprivileged and persecuted. Atticus finches, plural of Atticus finch. As it any of the family Attidia of jumping spiders now considered part of the salticity. Athed, plural of Atid. Megay, fermented cassava pulp, a side dish in the cuisine of Côte d'Ivoire. Attiguous, touching or having the same border, contiguous. Attiguousness, the state or quality of being attiguous. Athetha, alternative form of Attica Greek region. Attiguous, a surname. Attila, a king of the tribes of Huns. Attila the Hun, Attila, kingly ruler of the tribe of the Huns and vast Eurasian Hunnic Empire and feared enemy of the Roman Empire from 434 until his death in 453. Atlantic, relating to Attila the Hun. Attila, plural of Attila. Athene, belonging to the Atini tribe of fungus-growing ants. Ateans, plural of Atene. Present participle and gerundive. Ated, to touch lightly. Attain, simple past and past participle of attinge. Attendance, the property of being attingent, adjacency. Attingency, alternative form of attingence. Attentive, touching, adjacent. Present participle and gerundive attinge. Attire, one's dress, what one wears, one's clothes. Attire, simple past and past participle of attire. Attirement, attire, adornment. Attirements, plural of attirement. Attirer, one who attires. Attirers, plural of attirer. Attires, plural of attire. Attires, second person singular simple present indicative of attire. Attire, third person singular simple present indicative of attire. Attiring, present participle and gerundive attire. Attirings, plural of attiring. A Greek and Phrygian god, the consort of Cybele. Atetia, a surname. Atetias, plural of Atetia. Attitude, the position of the body or way of carrying oneself. Attitude check, a reflection or an assessment of one's mindset, behavior, or perspective. Attitude checks, plural of attitude check. Attitude indicator, an instrument that displays attitude of an aircraft in pitch and roll. Attitude indicators, plural of attitude indicator. Attitude reflects leadership. Lower subordinates in an organization practice the behavior that is tolerated and encouraged by their superiors. Attitude adjuster, a nightstick or any type of club. Attitude adjusters, plural of attitude adjuster. Attitude Y, alternative spelling of attitude. Attituded, having an attitude. Attitudes, plural of attitude. Attitudey, alternative spelling of attitude. Attitudinal, expressive of or pertaining to attitude. Attitudinalism, the condition of being attitudinal. Attitudinally, in terms of attitude. Attitudinals, plural of attitudinal. Attitudinarian, one who attitudinizes, one who postures or behaves in a stilted and pretentious manner. Attitudinarianism, a practicing of attitudes, posture making. Attitudinarians, plural of attitudinarian. Attitude, present participle, and gerund of attitude. Attitudinization, alternative form of attitudinization. Attitudinize, non-Oxford British English standard form of attitudinize. Attitudinize, simple past and past participle of attitudinize. Attitudinizer, alternative form of attitudinizer. Attitudinizers, plural of attitudinizer. Attitudinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of attitudinize. Attitudinizing, present participle and gerund of attitudinize. Attitudinization, the act of one who attitudinizes. Attitudinize, to cause someone or something to assume an attitude or pose to posture. Attitudinize, simple past and past participle of attitudinize. Attitudinizer, one who attitudinizes or practices poses. Attitudinizers, plural of attitudinizer. Attitudinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of attitudinize. Attitudinizing, present participle and gerund of attitudinize. Attitudinizings, plural of attitudinizing. Attitudinous, having a bold and possibly unfriendly attitude, sassy. Attitude, showing attitude, being arrogant, disrespectful, showing off one's ego. Atiwandarunk, alternative form of Atawandaran. Atiwandarunk, alternative form of Atawandaran. Atgezen, a surname. Etta, Dirt, Belv. Edoboro, a city in Bristol County, Massachusetts, United States. Edvilboro, a market town and civil parish in Breckland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid. Ref TN 0495. Atlee, a surname. Atlanta, of or relating to Clement Attlee 1883–1967, British politician and Prime Minister from 1945 to 1951. Athen, abbreviation of attention, used as a heading in letters to indicate for whom the letter is intended. Although, a male given name of historical usage. Although, in the international system of units and other metric systems of units, multiplying the unit to which it is attached by 10 short scale quintillionth or long scale trillionth. Symbol, A. Attometer, alternative spelling of attometer. Attometers, plural of attometer. Attometer, alternative spelling of attometer. Attometers, plural of attometer. Attomo, alternative form of attomol. Attomoles, plural of attomole. Attombare, NC unit of electric current equal to 10 amperes. Symbol, AA. Attombares, plural of attombare. Attabarn, a unit of surface area equal to 10 barns. Attabarns, plural of attabarn. Atosal, a small fentosal. Atosals, plural of atosal. Atta, a city in Punjab, Pakistan. Atahai, a device that can measure time intervals of the order of attosecons. Attaclocks, plural of attaclock. Attagram, NC unit of mass equal to 10 grams. Symbol, A. Attagram, rare spelling of attagram. Attograms, plural of attagram. Attograms, plural of attogram. Attohertz, NC unit of frequency equal to 10 hertz. Attojoule, NC unit of energy, work, and heat equal to 10 joules. Symbol, AJ. Attot-adol, and C unit of catalytic activity equal to 10 catals. Symbol A. Atocatals, plural of atocatal. Atholant, that raises or lifts up often of muscles. Atoliter, metrology and C unit of fluid measure equal to 10 liters. Alternative spelling of atoliter. Atoliters, plural of atoliter. Atoliter, and C unit of fluid measure equal to 10 liters. Alternative spelling of atoliter. Atoliters, plural of atoliter. Atholant, lifting up, raising. Atolents, plural of atollant. Azop, obsolete form of atom. Atometer, U.S. spelling of atometer. Atometers, plural of atometer. Atometer, and C unit of length equal to 10 meters. Symbol M. Atometers, plural of atometer. Athomolar, describing a concentration of 10 mol per liter. This is only about 600 particles per cubic centimeter. Atomo, 10 of a mole. This is only about 600,000 particles. Atomos, plural of atomo. Atoms, plural of atom. Athok, a city in Meurthe-et-Moselle department, France. Athons, alternative form of at once. Abtone, obsolete form of atone. Abtone, simple past and past participle of atone. Atonement, obsolete form of atonement. Atonements, plural of atonement. Antones, third person singular simple present indicative of atone. Atoning, present participle and gerund of atone. Atonity, immobility. Atoparsac, a unit of measure of 10 parsecs, or about 3.085 centimeters, 1.215 inches. Atoparsecs, plural of atoparsec. Atophysics, the branch of physics concerned with dynamic processes that take place with a time resolution of the order of attosecond. Atopulse, an attosecond pulse. Atopulses, plural of atopulse. Atorictor, an atoscale reactor made by the junction of two nanofibers. Atorictors, plural of atorictor. Ator, to transfer one's obligations from one person to another person. Ator, simple past and past participle of atorn. Attorney, a lawyer, one who advises or represents others in legal matters as a profession. Attorney at law, alternative spelling of attorney at law. Attorney General, the chief legal advisor to the government, overseeing legal affairs and ensuring that laws are uniformly and justly applied. Attorney Generals, plural of Attorney General. Attorney of record, in a legal proceeding, an attorney who has submitted his name to the court or tribunal as the person responsible for representation of the client, irrespective of which attorneys perform work for that client. Attorney record, the documentation or information that an attorney maintains about a case or client, such as case files, correspondence, evidence, notes, etc. Attorney records, plural of attorney record. Attorney's fee, the fee charged by an attorney for work done in relation to a lawsuit or other work done by an attorney. Attorney's lien, the right of an attorney to retain a client's papers until the attorney's fees have been paid. Attorney's liens, plural of attorney's lien. Attorney's work product, evidence which a party to a lawsuit does not have to reveal during the discovery process because it represents the thought process of the attorney preparing for trial. Attorney at law, a lawyer qualified to represent in court a party to a lawsuit. Attorney-client privilege, a legal doctrine that protects certain confidential communications between a lawyer and his or her clients. Attorney-client privileges, plural of attorney-client privilege. Attorney General, alternative spelling of Attorney General. Attorney General, alternative form of Attorney General. Attorney Generals, plural of Attorney General. Attorney in fact, an agent of the person giving him/her the power of attorney for a specific purpose or for general purposes to act on his or her behalf. The attorney in fact's power and responsibilities depend on the specific powers granted in the power of attorney document. Attorneydom, the realm or sphere of attorneys. Attorney, simple past and past participle of attorney. Attorney, the work of an attorney. Attorneyism, the practice, peculiarities, or doctrines of attorneys. Attorneyisms, plural of attorneyism. Attorneys, plural of attorney. Attorneys at law, plural of attorney at law. Attorneys' fees, plural of attorney's fee, alternative spelling of attorney's fees. Attorneys general, plural of attorney general. Attorneys of record, plural of attorney of record. Attorneys at law, plural of attorney at law. Attorneys in fact, plural of attorney in fact. Attorneyship, the office or profession of an attorney. Attorneyships, plural of attorneyship. Attorneys, plural of attorney. Attorning, present participle and gerund of attorn. Attorment, the consent of a tenant to the transfer of his relationship to his landlord to another person. Attorments, plural of attorment. Adorns, third person singular simple present indicative of adorn. Adorney, alternative spelling of attorney. Atoscond, NC unit of time equal to 10 seconds, symbol S. Atoscons, plural of Atoscond. Antaubat, an ancient city in Turkey, now Denizli. Antau, a surname from Arabic. Antowns, plural of a town. Attorney, obsolete form of attorney. Attorneys, plural of attorney. Attorney, obsolete spelling of attorney. Attorneys, plural of attorney. Although, initialism of at the time of writing. Atavat, NC unit of power equal to 10 watts, symbol, a W. Atauhats, plural of atauat. At P, the gene sequence of a phage at the attachment point of the lambda phage used in genetic engineering. At, abbreviation of attributive. Erect, to pull toward without touching. Attract mode, a demonstration mode intended to attract potential players to an arcade game. Attract modes, plural of attract mode. Attract screen, the screen displayed during the attract mode intended to attract potential players to an arcade game. Attract screens, plural of attract screen. Attractability, the quality of being attractable. Attractable, able to be attracted. Attractance, alternative form of attractancy. Attractancies, plural of attractancy. Attractancy, a measure of the ability of something, especially a pheromone to attract, attractive power. Attractant, anything that attracts, but especially a substance such as a pheromone that attracts insects or other animals. Attractants, plural of attractant. Attracted, simple past and past participle of attract. Attracted attention, simple past and past participle of attract attention. Attractiveness, quality of being attractive. Attractance, second person singular simple past indicative of attract. Attracti, that which is attracted. Attractes, plural of attractee. Attractus, second person singular simple present indicative of attract. Attracta, third person singular simple present indicative of attract. Attracticidal, being or relating to an attracticide. Attracticide, a substance that both attracts and kills an organism. Attracticides, plural of attracticide. Attractile, having power to attract. Attractant, any of a particular group of lectins. Attracting, present participle and gerund of attract. Attracting attention, present participle and gerund of attract attention. Attractingly, in such a way as to attract. Attractans, plural of attractant. Attraction, the tendency to attract. Attractio, relating to attraction. Attractionmoe, in an attractional manner. Attractions, plural of attraction. Attractive, causing attraction, having the quality of attracting by inherent force. Attractive nuisance, in the legal area of torts, a hazardous object or condition that is likely to attract children who are unable to appreciate the risk posed by the object or condition, and to whom the landowner can therefore be held liable for injuries. Attractive nuisances, plural of attractive nuisance. Attractively, in an attractive manner, with the power of attracting or drawing to. Attractiveness, the state of being attractive or engaging. Attractivenesses, plural of attractiveness. Attractivities, plural of attractivity. Attractivity, the quality or degree of attractive power or influence. Attractor, something which attracts. Attractors, plural of attractor. Attracts, third person singular simple present indicative of attract. Attracts attention. Third person singular simple present indicative of attract attention. Attract, that attracts, drawing attracting. Attracts, plural of attrahent. Attract, to entrap, to ensnare. Attract, simple past and past participle of attrap. Attrapping, present participle and gerund of attrap. Attraps, third person singular simple present indicative of attrap. Attractation, frequent handling or touching, fingering. Our, a surname from Punjabi. Atub, abbreviation of attributive. Atub, abbreviation of attribution. Attributability, quality, or degree of attributable. Attributable, capable of being attributed. Attributableness, the state or quality of being attributable, attributability. Attributably, in a manner that can be attributed to something. Attributable, relating to attributes. Attributative, misconstruction of attributive. Attribute, a characteristic or quality of a thing. Attribute-oriented, of or pertaining to a technique that adds metadata or attributes to program code which affect the system's semantics. Attributed, simple past and past participle of attribute. Attributats, second person singular simple past indicative of attribute. Attributee, that to which something is attributed, a target of attribution. Attributees, Plural of attributee. Attributeless. Without attributes that cannot be described using attributes. Attributelessness. Absence of attributes. Attributeness. The state or quality of having attribute. Attributor. One who attributes an imputer. Attributors. Plural of attributor. Attributes. Plural of attribute. Attributus. Second person singular simple present indicative of attribute. Attributive. Third person singular simple present indicative of attribute. Attributing. Present participle and gerund of attribute. Attribution. The act of attributing something. Attribution theories. Plural of attribution theory. Attribution theory. Any theory attempting to explain the process by which individuals explain the causes of behavior and events. Attributional. Of or pertaining to attribution. Attributional complexities. Plural of attributional complexity. Attributional complexity. An individual difference can be thought of as a personality variable referring to the extent that a person prefers complex explanations for a behavior. Attributionist. A person who attributes actions to specific causes. Attributionists. Plural of attributionists. Attributions. Plural of attribution. Attributive. Modifying another word, typically a noun, while in the same phrase. Attributive adjective. An adjective that modifies the head of the noun phrase in which it occurs, an adjective that precedes the word or phrase it modifies. Attributive adjectives. Plural of attributive adjective. Attributive noun. Synonym of noun adjunct to noun that modifies another noun attributively. Attributive nouns. Plural of attributive noun. Attributive verb. A verb that modifies expresses an attribute of a noun in the manner of an attributive adjective, rather than express an independent idea as a predicate. Attributive verbs. Plural of attributive verb. Attributively. In an attributive manner. Attributiveness. The state or quality of being attributive. Attributives. Plural of attributive. Attributor. One who attributes an imputer. Attributors. Plural of attributor. Atfred. A surname. Atrigus. Plural of atridge. Atres. Plural of a tree. Avres. To sadden, to make sad. Atrested. Simple past and past participle of atrest. Attresting. Present participle and gerund of atrest. Adrest. Third person singular simple present indicative of atrest. Atv. To wear down through attrition, especially mechanical attrition. Attritability. The ability to undergo attrition. Attritable. Able to undergo attrition. Attrite. Alternative form of attrit. Attrited. Simple past and past participle of attrite. Attrite. One who attrits, one who quits. Attrites. Plural of attrite. Attritinous. The state or quality of being attrite. Attritor. One who, or that which, attrites. Attritors. Plural of attritor. Attrites. Third person singular simple present indicative of attrite. Attrite. Present participle and gerund of attrite. Attrition. Grinding down or wearing away by friction. Attrition bias. a type of selection bias in statistical analysis caused by loss of participants' attrition in the course of a study. The subjects that do not run into completion of the study may differ systematically of those who do. Attrition damage, constant harassment, abuse, or attack, or through the use of a blockade. Attrition warfare, synonym of war of attrition. Attritional, of or pertaining to attrition. Attritional mortality, the process by which individuals in a population die off one by one from a variety of causes rather than in large numbers as part of a single event. Attritionally, by means of attrition. Attritionary, pausing or relating to attrition. Attritioned, simple past and past participle of attrition. Attritioning, present participle and gerund of attrition. Attritions, plural of attrition. Attrita, pausing attrition. Attritor, a type of grinder in which particles suspended in a liquid are moved by paddles and are ground as they collide with each other or with a grinding medium. Attritors, plural of attritor. Attrit, third person singular simple present indicative of attrit. Attrita, simple past and past participle of attrit. Attritting, present participle and gerund of attrit. Attritus, material pulverized by attrition. Attrach, alternative form of Attric river. Atri, alternative form of Atturi. At, plural of at. Atu, the westernmost island of the Aleutian Islands. Atui, to become aware of a thing due to intuition. Atuita, simple past and past participle of atuite. Atuites, third person singular simple present indicative of atuite. Atuiting, present participle and gerund of atuite. Intuition, a supposed form of apprehension midway between sensation in animals and perception in human beings. Intuitional, relating to intuition. Intuitions, plural of intuition. Intuitive, exhibiting or relating to intuition. Eternal, capable of being attuned. Attu, to bring into musical accord. Attuned, simple past and past participle of attune. Attunedly, in an attuned manner. Attuneness, the quality of being attuned. Attunement, the quality of being in tune with something. Attunements, plural of attunement. Attuner, one who attunes. Attuners, plural of attuner. Atturns, third person singular simple present indicative of attune. Atturnes, second person singular simple present indicative of attune. Attud, third person singular simple present indicative of attune. Attuning, present participle and gerund of attune. Attunings, plural of attuning. Water, a surname. It waters prairie chicken, a highly endangered subspecies, Timpanutchus cupido watery of the greater prairie chicken. It waters prairie chickens, plural of it waters prairie chicken. It waters, plural of it water. Atwood, a surname. Atwoods, plural of it wood. Abbreviation of attorney. As, abbreviation of attorney. As shut, abbreviation of attorney general. Athilman, a townland in County Galway, Ireland. Initialism of Amalgamated Transit Union. A spiritual being in Polynesian culture, a god or demon. Atos, plural of Atua. Atulayan, a barangay of Calac, Quezon, Philippines. At Equator of Heliopolis, there is a source of all matter associated with the evening sun. Anaro, set in a tumbling motion. Atlana, alternative form of Tana, an ancient Anatolian city. Aturu, a barangay of Santa Cruz, Marinduque, Philippines. Plural of Atu. Atali, synonym of Ardux, the Mandarin Chinese-derived name. At-ev, initialism of Associated Television. At-eves, plural of ATV. Atla, initialism of Around the World. Atwen, into two parts. Atwell, a surname. Atolls, plural of Atwell. Atwan, a surname. Atwater, a surname. Atwaters, plural of Atwater. Atwin, Bethween. Atwell, a surname. Atwent, simple past of Atgo. Atwend, to escape. Atwending, present participle and gerund of Atwend. Atwends, third person singular simple present indicative of Atwend. Atlego, twinkling. Atwhirl, twirling. Atwes, twisted, distorted, awry. Atwish, twitching. Atway, to blame or reproach someone, to twit. Atwites, third person singular simple present indicative of Atwite. Atwinning, present participle and gerund of Atway. Atwitter, twittering. Atwix, between, betwixt. Atwix, between. Atwood, a surname, an English topographic surname for someone who lived near a wood. Atwood machine, a device used to verify the mechanical laws of motion with constant acceleration, consisting of two objects of known masses connected by a string over a pulley. Atwood machines, plural of Atwood machine. Atwood number, a dimensionless number used in the study of hydrodynamic instabilities in density stratified flows. A equals ρ1 ρ/ρ plus ρ, where ρ1 is the density of the heavier fluid and ρ2 is the density of the lighter fluid. Atwood numbers, plural of Atwood number. Atwood's law, a tongue-in-cheek law of software development stating that any application that can be written in JavaScript will eventually be written in JavaScript. Atwood's machine, alternative form of Atwood machine. Atwoodian, of or pertaining to Margaret Atwood, born 1939, Canadian author and critic, or her works or style. Atwoods, plural of Atwood. Atwound, simple past and past participle of Atwind. Atlas, initialism of anticipated transient without scram. Avat, initialism of As the World Turns, an American television soap opera aired between 1956 and 2010. ATX, abbreviation of Austin, Texas. Edha, a member of the Tayap-speaking peoples. Edats, plural of Adia. Adachifo, someone suffering from adachophobia. Adachophobes, plural of adachopho. Adachophobia, the fear of failure. Ada, abbreviation of all the young dudes. Ata, any member of the family Adidae of freshwater shrimp. Atids, plural of atid. Adalid, any amphohead in a family Atalidae. Atalids, plural of atalid. Atypia, abnormality in a cell, the state of being atypical. Atypic, atypical, atypical. Not conforming to the normal type. Atypical antipsychotic, any of a group of antipsychotic drugs largely introduced after the 1970s and used to treat mental disorders. Atypical antipsychotics, plural of atypical antipsychotic. Atypical autism, an autism spectrum disorder that does not meet the diagnostic criteria for either autism proper or Asperger's syndrome. Atypical pneumonia, pneumonia not caused by one of the pathogens most commonly associated with the disease, such as Streptococcus pneumoniae, Haemophilus influenzae, and Moraxella catarrhalis. Atypical pneumonias, plural of atypical pneumonia. Atypical tarantula, synonym of pursued spider. Atypical tarantulas, plural of atypical tarantula. Atypicalities, plural of atypicality. Atypicality, the condition of being atypical. Atypically, in a manner which is not typical. Atypicals, plural of atypical. Adipid, any member of the Adipidae. Adipids, plural of adipid. Adipism, synonym of atypia. Adipoid, any megalomorph spider of the clade Adipoidea. Adipoids, plural of adipoid. Adirau, a city at the mouth of the Ural River at the Caspian Sea in Kazakhstan. Atsanavir, misspelling of Atazanavir. Atzura, alternative spelling of Atzura. Attalai, alternative form of Attila. Attila, a realm of pure divinity, the highest of four worlds in which exists the tree of life according to the Kabbalah. Oh, initialism of almost uncirculated. Oh, a language spoken in Sandaun Province, Papua New Guinea. Adu, an orthographic O with a diacritic that marks it as being the thought vowel, as in the word mal. Au contraire, on the contrary. Au courant, up to date, informed about the latest developments, abreast. Au fait, being familiar with or informed about something. Au fond, deep down in yen. Au though, misspelling of agogo. Au gratin, covered with a crust of breadcrumbs and often cheese then brown under a grill. Au jas, prepared or served in or with gravy made from its own juices. Oh, natural, naturally. Opa, on a working basis by which work done by one party is rewarded by benefits, especially board and lodging, rather than by monetary remuneration. Au pair, plural of au pair. Au reservoir, au revoir. Au revoir, goodbye, till we meet again. Au train, a township and unincorporated community, therein, in Alger County, Michigan, United States. Audit, abbreviation of Doctor of Audiology. Initialism of Austrian LS, the Ego code of the flag carrier of Austria and a subsidiary of the Lufthansa Group. Alderchata Forsturi, a mullet of the family Mugility. Initialism of Arab Union for Astronomy and Space Sciences. Abbreviation of American University of Beirut. Abe, a poem or song evoking or greeting the dawn or early morning. Abeds, plural of abe. Abeng, the inheritance of goods from a foreigner who died in a country where he was not naturalized. Abenj, a city and municipality in Luxembourg Province, Belgium. A department of Grand Est, France in C Code 10. Auberge, an inn or hostel. Auberges, plural of auberge. Aubergine, an Asian plant, Solana melongena, cultivated for its edible purple, green, or white ovoid fruit, eggplant. Aubergines. Plural of aubergine. Aubergine, resembling or characteristic of aubergine. Aubergiste, an innkeeper or landlord in French-speaking countries. Aubergistes, plural of aubergiste. Aubergenois, a surname from French. Auberon, alternative form of Oberon. Auberry, a census-designated place in Fresno County, California, United States. Auber, a surname. Aubertite, a blue mineral with the chemical formula Cual-SoCl14H2O. Aubervilliers, a commune in the Seine-Saint-Denis department, Île-de-France region, northeastern suburbs of Paris, France. Aude, plural of Aude. Aude, a surname from French. Audle, a surname from French. Audos, plural of Aubel. Aubry, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Aubrey, a female given name. Aubriccia, any plant of the genus Aubietta. Aubricias, plural of Aubricia. Aubrey, an English patronymic surname. Aubrey Hole, any of a ring of early chalk pits at Stonehenge of unknown purpose. Aubrey Holes, plural of Aubrey Hole. Aubrey, a female given name. Aubriana, a female given name. Aubrey, a female given name transferred from the surname. Aubriella, a female given name originating as a coinage. Aubrielle, a female given name originating as a coinage. Aubrielle, alternative spelling of Aubricia. Aubriettes, plural of Aubrietta. Aubriacia, a creeping perennial plant native to southeastern Europe, Aubrietta deltoidea, grown as a ground cover and in rock gardens for its dense foliage and purple, pink, or white flowers. Aubriaceas, plural of Aubriacia. Aubry, an achondrite composed mostly of instati. Aubrites, plural of Aubry. Aubry, a surname from French. Aubes, a follower of the French politician Martin Aubry. Aubistes, plural of Aubiste. Aubries, plural of Aubry. Aubachin, a surname from French. Aubachins, plural of Aubachin. Auber, a female given name. Auburn Lake Trails, a census-designated place in El Dorado County, California, United States. Auburn System, a penal method of the 19th century in which prisoners worked during the day in groups and were kept in solitary confinement at night, with enforced silence at all times. Auburndale, a city in Polk County, Florida, United States. Auburns, plural of Auburn. Aubusson, a kind of decorative rug from Aubusson in Creuse, France. Aubussons, plural of Aubusson. But, according to the Roman era, which reckons the number of years passed from the foundation of the city of Rome by Romulus, now usually taken as 753 BC. Other a traditional form of art from Catalonia consisting of a comic-like series of images with text captions, often rhyming couplets. Aucas, plural of Auca. Us, a town in Latvia. A surname from German. Odenkro, a village in the Scottish Borders Council area. Aldentony, a small village northeast of Penicuik, Midlothian Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NT 2562. Albangray, a small village in South Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 9954. Oveniptera, any catfish of the family Ovenipteridae. Ovenipterids, plural of Ovenipterid. Ioniao, the back of a bird's neck, the nape. Othenorantian, any cicada or similar insect of the suborder Othenorantia. Othenorantians, plural of Othenorantian. Othenorantius, pertaining to the suborder Othenorantia of insects. Odenklas, a surname. Ovenle, a village in East Ayrshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 5521. Armithy, a coastal village in Angus Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref No 6844. Amuti, a surname from Irish. Amutis, plural of Amuti. Onadat, a small village in Butchin, Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NJ 9341. Oturarder, a small town in Perth and Kinross Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NN 9412. Otter House, a small village in Angus Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref No 3337. Ottermuchie, a small town in Fife Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref No 2311. Otterdo, a small village in Fife Council area, Scotland, west of Kirkcaldy OS Grid Ref NT 2190. Auckland, a city in the Auckland region, New Zealand, on the North Island, the largest conurbation in the country. Auckland Island, an island of the Auckland Islands, New Zealand. Auckland Islands, an uninhabited archipelago of New Zealand. Auckland Islands merganser, an extinct species of merganser, Mergus australis. Aucklander, a native or resident of Auckland, New Zealand. Aucklanders, plural of Aucklander. Auclair, a surname from French. Auclairs, plural of Auclair. Auclay, a surname from French. Plural of AUC. Author, obsolete spelling of author. Auctors, plural of auctor. Auction, a public event where goods or property are sold to the highest bidder. Auction block, a platform from which an auctioneer sells. Auction blocks, plural of auction block. Auction bridge, a precursor to the game of contract bridge. Auction call, the option to call a securitas bend usually after a set time period or after the deal's assets have a motto is substantially. Auction calls, plural of auction call. Auction house, a company that runs auctions. Auction houses, plural of auction house. Auction off, to sell something at auction. Auction pitch, a card game in which the players bid for the privilege of determining or pitching the trump suit. Auction theory, an applied branch of economics studying how bidders act in auction markets and how the features of such markets incentivize predictable outcomes. Auction goer, a person attending an auction. Auction goers, plural of auction goer. Auctionability, the characteristic of be auctionable, the ability to be sold at auction. Auctionable. Able to be or worthy of being auctioned, especially for a substantial amount of money, aesthetically pleasing or desirable. Auctioneer. Of or pertaining to an auction. Auctioned. Simple past and past participle of auction. Auctioned off. Simple past and past participle of auction off. Auctioneer. An individual who conducts an auction on behalf of a vendor, accepting bids to find the best price for the vendor. Auctioneer. Simple past and past participle of auctioneer. Auctioneers. A female auctioneer. Auctioneeresses. Plural of auctioneers. Auctioneering. Present participle and gerund of auctioneer. Auctioneers. Plural of auctioneer. Auctioneer. Synonym of auctioneer. Auctioneers. Plural of auctioneer. Auctiongoer. One who attends an auction. Auctiongoers. Plural of auctiongoer. Auctioning. Present participle and gerund of auction. Auctioning off. Present participle and gerund of auction off. Auction-like. Resembling or characteristic of an auction. Auctions. Plural of auction. Auctioned off. Third person singular simple present indicative of auction off. Author. Obsolete form of author. Authorial. Of pertaining to or characteristic of an author. Auctorial. Descriptive. An adjective based on an author's name. Auctorial descriptives. Plural of auctorial descriptive. Auctority. Obsolete form of authority. Auctorities. Plural of auctority. Auctors. Plural of auctor. Auctor. Obsolete form of author. Auctors. Plural of auctor. Autrex. A class of natural faculty. Aucuba. Any of several decorative evergreen shrubs of the genus Aucuba. Aucubus. Plural of Aucuba. Aucubigenen. The ablicon of aucubin. Aucuben. An iridoid glycoside found in asterids such as Aucuba japonica. Aucubarin. The phytolexin 2,6-dimepoxy-4-phenylphenol. Occupate. To hunt, to seek with vigilance. Occupated. Simple past and past participle of occupate. Occupates. Third person singular simple present indicative of occupate. Occupating. Present participle and gerund of occupate. Initialism of alcohol use disorder. A surname. Abbreviation of auditorium. Audacious. Showing willingness to take bold risks, recklessly daring. Audaciously. In an audacious manner, bravely, daringly, but not foolhardily. Audaciousness. Risky or daring behavior. Audaciousnesses. Plural of audaciousness. Audacities. Plural of audacity. Audacity. Insolent boldness, especially when imprudent or unconventional. Alternative form of audad. Audats. Plural of autad. Auda. Pentatonic. Audax. A non-competitive long distance, often over 200 km cycling event. Audaxer. One who takes part in an audax. Audaxers. Plural of audaxer. Audaxes. Plural of audax. A department of Occitania, France. Capital, Carcassonne. Audilo. A surname from Spanish. Audiolos, plural of audiolo. Audio, a brief sound effect that has some symbolic meaning typically to the blind. Audiens, plural of audim. Aud, a surname. Audenesque, recalling the style of W. Auden 1907-1973, Anglo-American poet whose work is characterized by stylistic and technical achievement, its engagement with moral and political issues, and the relationship between unique human beings and the anonymous, impersonal world of nature. Audinian, of or relating to W. H. Auden 1907-1973, Anglo-American poet. Audiniana, objects, materials, or documents relating to the poet W. Auden Shaw, a town in Tameside Borough, Greater Manchester, England. Audit, a surname from French. Audits, plural of audit. Audit, a surname from French. Audit, a surname from French. Audets, plural of audette. Audito, a surname from Italian. Audits, plural of audit. Dated form of a wad. ADHD, the combination of autism and ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. ADHD, someone with both ADHD and autism. ADHDs, plural of ADHD. Audi, a German car manufacturer. Audi 5000. Gone, departed from a place. Audi alteram partem. Here both sides. A legal principle of fairness given to ensure that the accused has the chance to refute an accusation. Of it, a surname from Italian. Audio, of or relating to hearing, or to the sense or organs of hearing. Audialize, British Standard spelling of audialize. Audialize, simple past and past participle of audialize. Audialize is third person singular simple present indicative of audialize. Audializing, present participle and gerund of audialize. Audialize, to form a mental representation of what something sounds like. Audialize, simple past and past participle of audialize. Audialize is third person singular simple present indicative of audialize. Audializing, present participle and gerund of audialize. Audioe, in terms of the sense of hearing, orally. Audien, a member of a 4th century Christian sect in Syria and Scythia who took literally the text of Genesis stating that God created mankind in his own image. Audienism, the religious beliefs of the audience. Audiens, plural of audien. Audias, plural of audia. Aude, to experience audiation. Audate, simple past and past participle of audiate. Audates, third person singular simple present indicative of audiate. Audate, present participle and gerund of audiate. Audiation, the comprehension and internal realization of music by an individual in the absence of any physical sound. Audations, plural of audiation. Audibilize, alternative form of audibilize. Audibilize, simple past and past participle of audibilize. Audibilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of audibilize. Audibilizing, present participle and gerund of audibilize. Audibilities, plural of audibility. Audibility, the quality of being heard or understood, the degree to which a thing is audible. Audibilization, the process of audibilizing. Audibilizations, plural of audibilization. Audibilize, to make something audible. Audibilize, simple past and past participle of audibilize. Audibilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of audibilize. Audibilizing, present participle and gerund of audibilize. Audible, able to be heard. Audible, simple past and past participle of audible. Audibles, the state or quality of the audible. Audibles, plural of audible. Audibling, present participle and gerund of audible. Audibilize, alternative form of audibilize. Audibilize, simple past and past participle of audibilize. Audibilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of audibilize. Audibilizing, present participle and gerund of audibilize. Audibly, in context of possibility of being heard in an audible manner. Audi, a male given name. Audience, a group of people within hearing, specifically a large gathering of people listening to or watching a performance, speech, etc. Audience effect, a type of social facilitation in which the presence of an audience influences individual task performance. Audience effects, plural of audience effect. Audience hall, a room in which a ruler or religious official holds audience, i.e. a formal meeting with a dignitary. Audience halls, plural of audience hall. Audience left, on the left side of the stage when viewed from the audience facing the stage, stage right. Audience right, on the right side of the stage when viewed from the audience facing the stage, stage left. Audience surrogate, a character who serves to express the questions and confusion of the audience, such as a detective's assistant who asks for clarification regarding how a case was solved. Audience surrogates, plural of audience surrogate. Audience wave, synonym of Mexican wave. Audience waves, plural of audience wave. Audience proof, of a play, etc. resistant to negative responses from the audience, popular with everybody. Audienceless, without an audience. Audiencelessness, absence of an audience. Audiences, plural of audience. Audiencia, an appellate court of the Spanish Empire. Audiencias, plural of audiencia. Audiencier, a bailiff in certain French courts. Audienciers, plural of audiencier. Audient, listening, paying attention. Audiently, audibly. Audience, plural of audient. Audier, a town in Finistère Department, Brittany, France. Audile, a person whose mental imagery consists of sounds. Audiles, plural of audile. Audimeter, electronic device that, installed in a sample of households, automatically records the television channel and consumption of the family or its individual members. Audi, the action of comprehending and retaining the information in speech that is heard as opposed to merely hearing it or listening to it. Audio, focused on audible sound as opposed to sight. Audiobook, alternative spelling of audiobook. Audiobooks, plural of audiobook. Audiocad, synonym of sound card. Audiocads, plural of audio card. Audiocassette, a cassette designed to hold recorded sound or music. Audiocassettes, plural of audiocassette. Audio CD, a CD containing digital audio data according to the Red Book standard. Audio CDs, plural of audio CD. Audio clip, a short piece of audio. Audio clips, plural of audio clip. Audio coil, a telecoil. Audio coils, plural of audio coil. Audio commentaries, plural of audio commentary. Audio commentary, an audio track on a video recording tied to the footage of a film that typically consists of one or more people commenting about the film being shown. Audio description, an audio track on a video recording tied to the footage of a film that typically consists of a narrator describing what is happening in the film being shown. Audio descriptions, plural of audio description. Audio DVD, a DVD containing audio and DVD audio for it. Audio DVDs, plural of audio DVD. Audio frequencies, plural of audio frequency. Audio frequency, a frequency or range of frequencies of sound waves that are audible. Audio day, any of various forms of apparatus either fixed or mobile used to provide audio information at an exhibition, archaeological site, etc. Audio guides, plural of audio guide. Audio mastering, a form of audio post-production where the recorded audio is prepared and transferred from a source containing the final mix to a data storage device called the master. Audio masterings, plural of audio mastering. Audio mining, a technique that involves automatically analyzing and searching the content of an audio signal, often for speech recognition. Audio play, a radio show, such as a radio drama, a radio play script for such a show. Audio plays, plural of audio play. Audio tape, alternative form of audio tape. Audio tapes, plural of audio tape. Audio tour, a tour where the information is given to the visitor through a collection of pre-recorded speeches on a device that they carry around with them. Audio tours, plural of audio tour. Audio typing, the work of an audio typist listening to a sound recording and transcribing it into text by typing. Audio typists, a person who listens to a sound recording and transcribes it into text by typing. Audio typists, plural of audio typists. Audio vitae, unedited audio recording. Audio town. Audiobook, press spelling of audiobook. Audiobooks, plural of audiobook. Audio description, alternative form of audio description. Audio descriptions, plural of audio description. Audiotatist, a stenographer who uses a tape recorder or similar device as the source of the text to be typed. Audiotapists, plural of audiotapists. Audiovisual, alternative form of audiovisual. Audiovisual speech recognition, a technique that uses lip reading through image processing to enhance speech recognition systems. Audioactive, being or relating to the look and say sequence. Audioanalgesia, the use of white noise or music to reduce the pain of medical procedures such as dental treatment. Audiobibliophile, one who loves audiobooks. Audiobibლიophiles, plural of audiobibliophile. Audioblog, a weblog using recorded sound as its primary presentation format. Audioblogs, plural of audioblog. Audioboard, a board with many audio connections. Audioboards, plural of audioboard. Audiobook, a recording, usually made available for sale, of a reading of the full text or of an abridgment of a book. Audiobooks, plural of audiobook. Audiocassette, alternative form of audiocassette. Audiocassettes, plural of audiocassette. Audiocast, an audio recording or broadcast available on the internet, especially a podcast. Audiocasts, plural of audiocast. Audiocentric, centered or focusing on sound and hearing, often to the detriment of deaf individuals. Audiocentrism. A focus on sound and hearing, often to the detriment of deaf individuals. Audioclip, alternative form of audio clip. Audioclips, plural of audioclip. Audioconference, a conference or meeting held via a remote audio link. Audioconference, simple past and past participle of audioconference. Audioconferences, plural of audioconference. Audioconferencing, present participle and gerund of audioconference. Audioca, an enclosure for a headphone that restricts ambient noise. Audiocups, plural of audiocup. Audio description, alternative form of audio description. Audio descriptions, plural of audio description. Audio frequencies, plural of audio frequency. Audio frequency, alternative form of audio frequency. Audiogenic, produced by sound. Audiogram, a graphical representation of the hearing ability of a person. Audiograms, plural of audiogram. Audiograph, an instrument used to measure a person's hearing. Audiographer, one who records audio analogous to a videographer. Audiographers, plural of audiographer. Audiography, relating to audiographics. Audiographics, the use of telecommunication technology to transmit audio and prepared or real-time graphics together. Audiographs, plural of audiograph. Audiovet, alternative form of audio guide. Audiobeds, plural of audiobay. Audio relating to the effective movement of the head on localization of sounds. Audiolingual, of or relating to a behaviorist style of teaching foreign languages based on drills and repetition. Audiolingualism, the audiolingual method of language learning. Audiolingually, using the audiolingual method of language learning. Audiolise, British standard spelling of audiolise, synonym of audiolise. Audiolise, simple past and past participle of audiolise. Audiolises, third person singular simple present indicative of audiolise. Audiolising, present participle and gerund of audiolise. Audiolise, synonym of audiolise. Audiolise, simple past and past participle of audiolise. Audiolises, third person singular simple present indicative of audiolise. Audiolising, present participle and gerund of audiolise. Audiology, of or related to audiology. Audiological, of or pertaining to audiology or the study of hearing. Audiologically, in an audiological manner by way of audiology. Audiologies, plural of audiology. Audiologists, a healthcare professional who diagnoses, treats, and or manages hearing and balance disorders. Audiologists, plural of audiologists. Audiology, the study of the auditory and vestibular systems and associated disorders. Audiometer, an instrument which is used to determine the acuity of hearing. Audiometers, plural of audiometer. Audiometry, of or pertaining to audiometry. Audiometrically, by means of or in terms of audiometry. Audiometrician, a technician who carries out audiometry. Audiometricians, plural of audiometrician. Audiometries, plural of audiometry. Audiometrist, a technician who carries out audiometry. Audiometrists, plural of audiometrists. Audiometry, the quantitative assessment of a person's hearing ability, especially by means of an audiometer. Audiometer, related to both the perception of sound and the production of movement. Audion, an early electronic amplifying tube consisting of a partially evacuated glass tube with 3 electrodes, a heated filament, a grid, and a plate. Audion, an electronic amplifier device invented in 1906, the forerunner of the triode. Audion, plural of audion. Audions, plural of audion. Audiopathy, any disease that affects the auditory system. Audiophile, a person with an interest in high-fidelity music and or sound reproduction and its associated technology. Audiophiles, plural of audiophile. Audiophilia, an interest in high-fidelity sound reproduction and equipment. Audiophilic, having or relating to audiophilia. Audiophobia, excessive sensitivity to noise. Audiophobia, of or pertaining to audiophobia. Autoradiograph, misspelling of autoradiograph. Audioradiography, misspelling of autoradiography. Audios, plural of audio. Audiosensory, relating to the sensing of auditory impulses. Audiospatial, relating to spatial aspects of sound, especially relating to the ability to sense the direction that a sound is coming from. Audiospectrogram, a spectrogram of sound frequencies. Audiospectrograms, plural of audiospectrogram. Audiospinal, relating to sound and the movement of the spine and thus to a person's gait. Audiodactyle, relating to the senses of hearing and touch. Audiotape, a magnetic tape that stores analog sound for later playback on a tape player. Audiotate, simple past and past participle of audiotape. Audiotapes, plural of audiotape. Audiotaping, present participle and gerund of audiotape. Audiodex, text converted into a spoken or audible form. Audiodexts, plural of audiodex. Audiotach, the audio component of a multimedia item. Audiotax, plural of audiotach. Audiotaping, alternative form of audiotyping. Audiotypist, alternative form of audiotypist. Audiotypists, plural of audiotypists. Audiovestibular, of or pertaining to the auditory functions of the inner ear and the vestibule of the ear. Audiovisual, containing both oral and visual elements. Audiovisualist, a specialist in audiovisual materials. Audiovisualists, plural of audiovisualists. Audiovisualities, plural of audiovisuality. Audiovisuality, the quality of audiovisual. Audiovisually, in an audiovisual way, through sound and image. Audiovisuals, audiovisual material. Audiovocal, relating to orally produced sound. Audio whereas that are used in music composition and production. Pirated audio software. Audiophone, an instrument which, placed against the teeth, conveys sound to the auditory nerve and enables the deaf to hear more or less distinctly. Audiphones, plural of audiophone. Audis, plural of audi. Autism, discrimination against deaf people in favor of hearing people. Audis, a person who thinks themselves superior to deaf people because they can hear. Autistic, relating to or involving autism, discrimination, or prejudice against deaf people. Audis, plural of audis. Audit, a judicial examination. Audit ale, a strong, high-quality ale brewed for some Oxford and Cambridge colleges, originally for the feast following the annual audit of the college accounts. Audit ales, plural of audit ale. Audit house, a room attached to a cathedral designed for the transaction of business. Audit room, synonym of audit house. Audit trail, a formal, often computerized record or log of the financial transactions of an organization or system. Audit trails, plural of audit trail. Audita querela, a writ which lies for a party against whom judgment is recovered, but to whom good matter of discharge has subsequently accrued which could not have been availed of to prevent such judgment. Audita querelas, plural of audita querela. Auditability, ability to be audited. Auditable, able to be audited. Audited, simple past and past participle of audit. Auditee, one subjected to an audit. Auditees, plural of auditee. Audit, a space typically found in schools that combines the functions of a cafeteria and auditorium. Auditarias, plural of auditoria. Auditing, present participle and gerund of audit. Auditings, plural of auditing. Audition, a performance by an aspiring performer to demonstrate suitability or talent. Auditioned, simple past and past participle of audition. Auditionee, a person who participates in an audition. Auditionees, plural of auditionee. Auditioner, a person who conducts an audition. Auditioners, plural of auditioner. Auditioning, present participle and gerund of audition. Auditionist, one who undergoes an audition, an auditionee. Auditionist, plural of auditionist. Auditions, plural of audition. Auditive, of or relating to hearing, auditory. Audita psychic, in associationism, denoting part of the brain thought to process auditory input and associate it with other sensory data, past experiences, etc. Auditor, one who audits bookkeeping accounts. Auditoria, plural of auditorium. Auditorial, auditory. Auditorially, in an auditory manner. Auditories, plural of auditory. Auditorily, with regard to hearing. Auditorium, a large room for public meetings or performances. Auditoriums, plural of auditorium. Auditors, plural of auditor. Auditorship, the office or duties of auditor. Auditorships, plural of auditorship. Auditory, of or relating to hearing or to the sense or organs of hearing. Auditory arteries, plural of auditory artery. Auditory artery, synonym of labyrinthine artery. Auditory canal, a canal. Auditory canals, plural of auditory canal. Auditory hallucination, synonym of paracusia. Auditory hallucinations, plural of auditory hallucination. Auditory integration training, a procedure involving listening to specially filtered and modulated music with a wide frequency range, supposed to help the patient with clinical depression and suicidal tendencies related to hearing distortion and hyperacusies. Auditory meatus, synonym of ear canal. Auditory meatuses, plural of auditory meatus. Auditory nerve, synonym of vestibulocochlear nerve. Auditory nerves, plural of auditory nerve. Auditory processing disorder, a neurodevelopmental disorder affecting the way the brain processes sounds. Auditory processing disorders, plural of auditory processing disorder. Auditory tube, the eustachian tube. Auditory tubes, plural of auditory tube. Auditosensory, relating to the sensing of auditory impulses. Auditor, obsolete form of auditor. Auditors, plural of auditor. Auditress, a female hearer. Auditresses, plural of auditress. Audits, plural of audit. Auditual, auditory. Audley, a village in Audley Rural Parish, Newcastle-under-Lyme Borough, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 7950. Audley, a place in England. Audley Rural, a civil parish in Newcastle-under-Lyme Borough, Staffordshire, England. Audleys, plural of Audley. Audnedal, a railway station and former municipality, now in Lingle Municipality, Agder County, Norway. Audouin's Gull, Ichthyotis, a large gull restricted to the Mediterranean and the western coast of Saharan Africa and the Iberian Peninsula. Audouin's gulls, plural of Audouin's gull. Audra, a female given name. Audrey, a surname from French. Audrain County, one of 114 counties in Missouri, United States. County seat, Mexico. Woodry, a female given name from Old English. Ariana, a female given name originating as a coinage. Arian, a female given name. Adrina, a female given name. Odds, plural of odd. Audsley, a surname. Audubon, a surname, notably of John James Audubon. Audubon County, one of 99 counties in Iowa, United States. County seat, Audubon. Audubon's caracara, synonym of crested caracara, the bird Caracara plancus. Audubon's oriole, Icterus graduacata, a New World passerine bird. Audubon's shearwater, Puffinus lermanieri, a common tropical seabird. Audubon's warbler, Setophaga auduboni, a small passerine bird. Audubonus, a member of the Audubon movement, a group of North American societies involved in bird conservation and environmental issues. Audubonus, plural of Audubonus. Audon-la-Roman, a commune in Meurthe-et-Moselle department, Grand Est, France. Auguro, a surname from French. Alas, oh dear, dear me. Alhin, a surname from Kazakh. Our, a surname from German. Our Ra, clumps of azurophilic granular material that typically form elongated needles seen in the cytoplasm of myeloid leukemic blast cells. Our rods, plural of our rod. Auerbach, a surname from German. Auerbation, of or relating to Erich Auerbach 1892–1957, philologist and comparative scholar and critic of literature. Auerbachs, plural of Auerbach. Auerlite, a phosphorus-bearing variety of dorite. Auernhammer, a surname from German. Auernhammers, plural of Auernhammer. Hours, plural of hour. A changeling or elf child, a child left by fairies. Auf der Moor, a Swiss surname from German. Auf Wiedersehen, used to express farewell. Aufbau principle, the rule stating that, in the ground state of an atom or ion, electrons fill subshells of the lowest available energy, followed by subshells of higher energy. Aufeis, nailed sheet-like layered mass of ice. Aufgabe, a predisposition toward particular mental operations inherent in the nature of a task or conveyed by the instructions for performing it. Aufgaben, plural of Aufgabe. Aufgabes, plural of Aufgabe. Ave, initialism of absolute uterine factor in fertility. Alfiero, a surname from Italian. Alferas, plural of Alfiero. Ave, plural of Offi. Aufklär, the members of the Aufklärung, the Enlighteners. Aufklärung, the Enlightenment. Auflauf, a German soufflé or other often layered baked dish. Auflaufs, plural of Auflauf. Avrat, an aleatoire reading made by the bridegroom, typically on the Shabbat before the wedding, a gathering at which this occurs. Eis, plural of Auf. Aufwesh, singular of Aufwesh. Aufwesh, the small animals and plants that encrust hard substrates, such as rocks, in aquatic environments. Abbreviation of August. Abbreviation of August. Augaptilid, any member of the family Augaptilidae of copods. Augaptilids, plural of Augaptilid. Otter, a surname. Augean, of, pertaining to, or characteristic of Augeas. Augean stable, singular of Augean stables. Augean stables, an extremely filthy or untidy place or situation. Augeas, a king of Ilies, best known for his stables, the Augean stables. Augeas, alternative form of Augeas. Augellite, a mineral with monoclinic crystals of the chemical formula AlPOOH. Augellites, plural of augellite. Augelli, a surname from Italian. Audalis, plural of augelli. Augello, a surname from Italian. Augellos, plural of augello. Auge, flattened eye-shaped mineral grains present in some metamorphic rocks. Argent, a quantity to which another is added. Ardens, plural of argent. Argenize, A type of metamorphic rock characterized by large, lenticular mineral grains or crystal aggregates that resemble eyes called Augen in German embedded within a finer grain matrix. These eyes are usually feldspar or quartz grains that have been deformed during metamorphism. Augenisis, plural of Augengneiss. Augenstein. A surname. Augensteins, plural of Augenstein. Auger, a surname from French. Auger effect, the secondary emission of an electron following the ionization of a core electron of an atom. Auger electron, in some instances of the Auger effect, a second electron that receives the energy of the initial electron and is then ejected from the atom. Auger electron spectroscopy, a non-destructive form of spectroscopy that analyzes solid surface layers chemically by bombarding with electrons and measuring the energy levels of ejected electrons. Auger electrons, plural of auger electron. Auger in, to crash catastrophically into the ground. Auger shower, synonym of air shower. Auger showers, plural of auger shower. Augerfish, a shipworm of the genus Teredo, most commonly Teredo navalis WPWS B. commons. Auger-Meitner effect, synonym of auger effect. Auger, simple past and past participle of auger. Augered in, simple past and past participle of auger in. Auger, one who uses an auger boring tool. Augerous, plural of augurer. Uttering, present participle and gerund of auger. Augering in, present participle and gerund of auger in. Augerli, resembling or characteristic of an auger. Augerpeptide, any of a group of toxic peptides present in some venomous marine snails. Augerpeptides, plural of augerpeptide. Augers, plural of auger. Augers in third person singular simple present indicative of auger in. Auger, a priming tube connecting the charge chamber with the gallery or place where the slow match is applied. Augets, plural of auget. Alternative form of art. Uller, a village in County Tyrone, Northern Ireland. Onagloy, a townland in County Armagh, Northern Ireland. Ur, any of a number of villages and townlands in Ireland. Anything whatsoever, any part. Simple past and past participle of aught. Aughts, synonym of aught's first decade of a century. Present participle and gerund of aught. Aughta, a place name. Aughton Park, a suburb of Ormskirk, West Lancashire District, Lancashire, England. OS grid ref SD 4006. Aughthons, plural of aughton. Uts, the first decade of a century, such as 1900 to 1909 or 2000 to 2009, whose digit in the tens place is 0, the naughties. Auge, a diminutive of the male given name Augustus, from Latin. Auge, a surname from French. Augiers, plural of augier. Augite, a variety of pyrozine, usually of a black or dark green color, occurring in igneous rocks such as basalt. Augites, plural of augite. Augierde, containing augite. Audoes, a river in northwest Ohio, United States, a tributary of the Maumee River. Aublaize County, one of 88 counties in Ohio, United States. County seat, Wapakonta. Audal, alternative form of ogle. Augment, to increase, to make larger or supplement. Augmentable, capable of being augmented or increased. Augmentary, that augments. Augmentation, the act or process of augmenting. Augmentation systoplasties, plural of augmentation cystoplasty. Augmentation cystoplasty, a surgical procedure in which a portion of the intestine is connected to the bladder head to allow for urinary voiding. Augmentational, of or relating to augmentation, augmentative. Augmentationer, an officer of the Court of Augmentations. Augmentationers, plural of augmentationer. Augmentations, plural of augmentation. Augmentative, that which augments, augmentary. Augmentatively, in an augmentative fashion. Augmentatives, plural of augmentative. Augmented, increased in number, amounts, or strength. Augmented assignment, an assignment by which an operator takes a variable as one of its arguments and then assigns the result back to this variable. Augmented assignments, plural of augmented assignment. Augmented fifth, a musical interval made by widening a perfect fifth by one chromatic semitone. In 12-tone equal temperament, it consists of 8 semitones, spans 5 degrees of the diatonic scale, and is enharmonically equivalent to a minor sixth. Augmented fifths, plural of augmented fifth. Augmented fourth, a type of tritone in musical composition. It spans 4 diatonic scale degrees like a perfect fourth, but with an extension of a chromatic semitone. The number of diatonic degrees it spans is what distinguishes it from a diminished fifth. Augmented fourths, plural of augmented fourth. Augmented interval, an interval that is increased 1/2 step from either a major interval or a perfect interval. Augmented intervals, plural of augmented interval. Augmented matrix, matrix obtained by appending the columns of 2 given matrices, usually for the purpose of performing the same elementary row operations on each of the given matrices. Augmented ninth, an interval that is 1 octave wider than an augmented second. Augmented ninths, plural of augmented ninth. Augmented octave, a musical interval of the Western 12-semitone system consisting of 13 semitones and spanning 8 degrees of the diatonic scale. It is 1 semitone wider than a perfect octave and enharmonically equivalent to a minor ninth/compound minor second. Augmented octaves, plural of augmented octave. Augmented ealities, plural of augmented eality. Augmented reality, the merging of a view of the real-world environment upon a digital image in real time. Augmented second, an interval that is equivalent to a major second widened by 1 chromatic semitone. In 12-tone equal temperament, this is equal to 3/2 steps where the notes are in consecutive staff positions. Compare minor third. Augmented seconds, plural of augmented second. Augmented seventh, an interval that is equivalent to widening a major seventh by 1 chromatic semitone. In 12-tone equal temperament, it is equivalent to an octave. Augmented sevenths, plural of augmented seventh. Augmented sixth, an interval that is equivalent to a major sixth widened by 1 chromatic semitone. In 12-tone equal temperament, this is equivalent to a minor seventh. Augmented sixth chord, a chord that contains a lowered submediant scale degree and a raised subeminent scale degree. Augmented sixth chords, plural of augmented sixth chord. Augmented sixths, plural of augmented sixths. Augmented sphenocorona, a polyhedron, one of the Johnson solids whose faces are composed of 16 equilateral triangles and 1 square. Augmented third, an interval that is equivalent to a major third widened by one chromatic semitone. In 12-tone equal temperament, this is equivalent to a perfect fourth. Augmented thirds, plural of augmented third. Augmented triad, a triad with an augmented fifth between the bottom note and the top note. Augmented triads, plural of augmented triad. Augmented unison, an interval that is equivalent to a unison with one of the two notes altered by a chromatic semitone. Augmented unisons, plural of augmented unison. Augmentedly, in an augmented manner. Augmentee, a person assigned to a unit to provide particular skills or to make up for a staff shortage. Augmentees, plural of augmentee. Augmenter, one who or that which augments or increases something. Augmenters, plural of augmenter. Augmenteth, third person singular simple present indicative of augment. Augmenten, the Sizilan. Augmenting, present participle and gerund of augment. Augmentive, serving to augment, enhance, or increase, augmentative. Augmentives, plural of augmentive. Augmentless, lacking augment. Augmentor, alternative form of augmentor. Augmentors, plural of augmentor. Augments, third person singular simple present indicative of augment. Augerby's flat lizard, synonym of Broadley's flat lizard. Augerby's flat lizards, plural of Augerby's flat lizard. Otter, alternative form of auger. Otters, plural of auger. Augsburg, an independent city, the administrative seat of the Swabia region, Bavaria, in southern Germany. Augsburger, a native or inhabitant of the city of Augsburg, Bavaria, Germany. Otter, a diviner who foretells events by the behavior of birds or other animals, or by signs derived from celestial phenomena or unusual occurrences. Augural, prophetic. Augurate, the position or office of an augur. Augurated, simple past and past participle of augurate. Augurates, plural of augurate. Augurating, present participle and gerund of augurate. Auguration, the practice of augury. Augur, simple past and past participle of augur. Augurer, synonym of augur. Augurers, plural of augurer. Augureth, third person singular. Augurer, synonym of augur. Augurers, plural of augurer. Augureth, third person singular simple present indicative of augur. Augurial, relating to augurs or to augury. Auguries, plural of augury. Auguring, present participle and gerund of augur. Augurious, alternative form of auguress. Augurize, alternative form of augurize. Augurize, simple past and past participle of augurize. Augurizes, third person singular simple present indicative of augurize. Augurizing, present participle and gerund of augurize. Augurism, the act of foretelling, prophecy. Augurisms, plural of augurism. Auguris, an order, a foreteller. Augurists, plural of augurist. Augurize, to predict or foretell, to augur. Augurize, simple past and past participle of augurize. Augurizes, third person singular simple present indicative of augurize. Augurizing, present participle and gerund of augurize. Auguris, full of augury, foreboding. Augurs, plural of augur. Authorship, the office or period of office of an augur in ancient Rome. Augurship, plural of augurship. Augury, a divination based on the appearance and behavior of animals. August, the 8th month of the Roman, Julian, and Gregorian calendars, following July and preceding September. August Bank Holiday, a public holiday on the last Monday in August. August Plum, a wild plum tree of eastern and central North America having red-orange fruit with yellow flesh. Prunus americana. August plums, plural of August plum. August Thirch, the emperor of ancient China, especially in reference to the literal religious meaning of the title. August Thirches, plural of August Thirch. Augusta, a female given name from Latin. Augusta County, one of 95 counties in Virginia, United States. County seat, Staunton. Augusta Springs, a census-designated place in Augusta County, Virginia, United States. Augusta Margaret River, a local government area in the Southwest region, Western Australia, named after the towns of Augusta and Margaret River within it. Augustan, pertaining to the times of the Roman Emperor Augustus, 63 BCE, 14 ZA. Augustana Lutheran, synonym of Augustanan. Augustanan, of or relating to the Augustana Evangelical Lutheran Church. Augustanans, plural of Augustanan. Augus, a kind of clown, usually serving as an anarchic foil to the whiteface. Augustia, plural of Augustium. Augustet, simple past and past participle of August. Augustenborg, a neighborhood of Malmö, Sweden. Auguster, comparative form of August, more August. Augusts, plural of August. Augustus, superlative form of August, most August. Augustia, a site of imperial cult in ancient Roman religion. Augustin, alternative form of Augustine. Augustins, plural of Augustin. Augustin, synonym of English. Augustin process, a silver extraction technique that involves the roasting of copper ore containing small amounts of silver in chloridizing conditions, then leaching the resulting silver chloride by means of brine. Augustine, a male given name from Latin, notably born by Saint Augustine of Hippo 354-430, a church father and a writer. Augustines, plural of Augustine. Augustine, present participle and gerund of August. Augustinian, of or relating to St. Augustine of Hippo or his doctrines, especially on predestination and grace. Augustinian of the Assumption, synonym of Assumptionist. Augustinianism, the doctrines and practices of the Augustinians. Augustinians, plural of Augustinian. Augustinians of the Assumption, plural of Augustinian of the Assumption. Augustinism, the religious philosophy of Augustine of Hippo. Augustins, plural of Augustine. Augustly, in an august or awe-inspiring manner. Augustness, the state or quality of the august are noble. Augustnesses, plural of Augustness. Augusto, a city in northeastern Poland. Augusts, plural of August. Augustus, the Roman Emperor Augustus, also called Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus 63 BCE 14 Z. Artet Julius Caesar. Augusti, characteristic of the month of August. Augustin, a surname. Augustins, plural of Augustin. Arnan, obsolete spelling of Augean. H2O, nickname for Barry Goldwater. Aila, an oceanic Austronesian language spoken in Milne Bay Province, Papua New Guinea. Aru, the flowering plant Tephrosia purpurea. But, initialism of absolute uterine infertility. Aisan, obsolete form of Avaisana. Initialism of absolute uterine infertility. Adeski, a Hungarian ethnic surname from Hungarian. Adeski's disease, synonym of pseudorabies. Any of several species of Arctic sea birds of the family Alcidae. Synonym of Enduca. Aucaner, synonym of Enduca. Aucaners, plural of aucaner. Aucans, plural of aucan. A lake in Alaska. Otter, a surname. Aukeren, a surname from Dutch. Aukermans, plural of Aukerman. Udders, plural of Auker. Oati, the provincial capital of Malaita Province, Solomon Islands. Aukle, any of several small seabirds in the genera Echia Saurhiga and Tigraphus of the auk family Alcidae. Auklets, plural of auklet. Auks, plural of auk. Auxinas, either of two currencies of Lithuania, a silver coin minted in 1564, or a German Ostmark banknote that circulated in the aftermath of World War I. Auk, abbreviation of Aukštaitien. Aukštaitien, the dialect of Lithuanian spoken in Aukštaitija, Dzūkija, and Suvalkija, upon which Standard Lithuanian is based. Aukštaitiens, plural of Aukštaitien. Aukštaitija. An ethnographic region of Lithuania, located in the northeast of the country. AUKUS, a security treaty between Australia, the United Kingdom, and the United States for the construction of nuclear submarines in Australia and cooperation on cybersecurity and espionage technology to contain the rise of China in the Indo-Pacific region. AUKUS, alternative form of AUKUS. Awkward, obsolete spelling of awkward. Awkwardly, obsolete form of awkwardly. Awkwardness, obsolete form of awkwardness. Awkwardnesses, plural of awkwardness. A surname. A court or hall. Aula magna, a great hall or large classroom used for special occasions at a university. Aulacid, any member of the family Aulacidae of wasps. Aulacids, plural of Aulacid. Aulacigastrid, any fly in the family Aulacigastridae. Aulacigastrids, plural of Aulacigastrid. Aulacosrid, any extinct collid cephalopod of the order Aulacosida. Aulacosrids, plural of Aulacosrid. Aulacogen, a tectonic trough on a craton that is formed as the failed arm of a triple rift junction. Aulacogene, synonym of aulacogen. Aulacogens, plural of aulacogen. Aulacophore, a tail-like longitudinally differentiated appendage found in mitrates and cornutes, originally believed to be used for feeding, but now believed to be used for locomotion. Aulicophores, plural of aulicophore. Aulicoplerid, any trilobite of the family Aulicopleridae. Aulicoplerids, plural of Aulicoplerid. Alicapod, having a pair of parapodial grooves so that the ciliated sole extends above the foot margin. Ale, plural of alla. Ali magni, plural of alla magna. Ale, a surname from Punjabi. Alex, plural of alla. Alarian, of or pertaining to a large hall. Alarians, plural of Alarian. Alas, plural of alla. Allate, having an allah's annular wall between one's axial and periaxial regions. Well, a surname from Scots. Auld alliance, the old alliance between Scotland and France against England. Auld enemy, England or the English people. Auld Turk, the established church in Scotland. Auld Kirker, a member of the established church in Scotland. Auld Kirkers, plural of Auld Kirker. Auld Lang Syne, days gone by, former times. Auld Lit, a member of the Conservative Party in the Church of Scotland in the latter part of the 18th century. Auld Lit, plural of Auld Lit. Alder, comparative form of Auld, more Auld. Audis, superlative form of Auld, most Auld. Alger, a village in Dumfries and Galloway Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NX 9186. Us, plural of Auld. Alle, an allos player. Allates, plural of allete. Allette, of or relating to a musical pipe or piper. Allatrides, plural of Allatris. Allatris, a courtesan or prostitute in ancient Greece who played the flute to provide entertainment. Allet, a surname from Italian. Allettes, plural of Alletta. Ale, of or pertaining to a royal court, courtly. Alex, plural of Alec. Ales, an ancient port town in Boeotia, Greece, where, according to legend, the Greek fleet gathered to set off for Troy, and where Agamemnon sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia. A surname. As, plural of all. An L unit of measure. Aldedge, alternative form of Ulnage. Alnager, alternative form of Ulnager. Alnagers, plural of Alnager. Alnades, plural of Alnage. Aulnoy-Aymeries, a commune in Nord department, Hauts de France, France, originally two separate communes of Aulnoy and Aymeries. Aulis, plural of Auln. Aulachrome, a modern woodwind instrument consisting of two soprano saxophones that can be played either separately or together. Aulachromes, plural of aulachrome. Aulod, an allos player. Aulodes, plural of aulod. Aulodont, of or pertaining to the shape of the teeth in the Aristotle's lantern of certain sea urchins. Aule, plural of aulos. Aulophobia, the fear of flutes. Aulophore, the larval form of some insects that has a mucus too. Aulophores, plural of aulophore. Aulipid, any fish in the family Aulipidia flagfins. Aulipid, plural of aulipid. Aulipiform, any of many fish of the order Aulipiformes. Aulipiforme, a fish that is of a species classified under the order of Aulipiformes. Aulipiformans, plural of Aulipiformid. Aulipiforms, plural of Aulipiform. Allapore. Any extinct carl of the family Allaporidae. Allaporids. Plural of Allaporid. Allorhynchid. Any member of the family Allorhynchidae of gasterostaform fish. Allorhynchids. Plural of Allorhynchid. Aulos. Any of a class of ancient Greek musical instruments resembling pipes or flutes. Allistomid. Any of the family Allistomia trumpetfigures. Allistomids. Plural of allistomid. As. Plural of all. Ut. A surname. Alt Hucknall. A civil parish and small village or hamlet in Bolsover district, Derbyshire, England. OS grid ref SK 4665. Altland. A surname. Altmans. Plural of Altman. Altmore. A small village in Moray Council area, Scotland. OS grid ref NJ 4053. Alt. Plural of alt. Ollie. Plural of alla. Of. Initialism of assets under management. Of. Alternative form of all mystical syllable. Al Shinrikyo. A Japanese doomsday religious movement founded in 1987 known for perpetrating sarin attacks in 1994 and 1995. Amaga. A Samoan social class of untitled men, mostly young, who perform most of the heavy labor and have ceremonial responsibilities. Amagas. Plural of Amaga. Amakura. In Hawaiian mythology, a personal or family god that originated as a deified ancestor and which takes on physical forms such as animals to watch over descendants. Amakuas. Plural of Amakua. A surname from German. A surname from German. Aumann's agreement theorem. A theorem stating that two Bayesian agents with the same prior beliefs cannot agree to disagree about the probability of an event if their individual beliefs are common knowledge. Aumann's. Plural of Aumann. Aumann's. Plural of Aumann. Aumbe. A barangay of Samuel, Davao del Norte, Philippines. Aubry. Alternative form of Ambry. Aumbries. Plural of Aumbry. Aubry. Alternative form of Ambery. Amin. Alternative form of Amine. Amines. Plural of Amine. Armories. Plural of armory. Armory. An ambry or closet. Initialism of authorization for use of military force. Plural of Amo. Synonym of Amuldar. Amuldar. Alternative form of Amuldar. Amuldars. Plural of Amuldar. Amular. A surname. Amulars. Plural of Amular. Amos. Plural of Amul. Amen. Alternative form of Amine. Amen. Plural of Amen. Alms. Plural of Alm. Amus. Archaic form of Amus. Amuses. Plural of Amuse. Initialism of Asian University Network. Onby. A hamlet and site of a medieval village in Kirby Onby and Halliwell Parish, South Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS grid ref TF0214. Onsal. A crude balance for weighing and a kind of weight formerly used in England. Onsols. plural of onsel. Ancestor, obsolete form of ancestor. Ancestors, plural of ancestor. Ancestor, obsolete form of ancestor. Ancestors, plural of ancestor. Ancestral, obsolete form of ancestral. Ancestry, obsolete form of ancestry. Ancestries, plural of ancestry. Ancestry, obsolete form of ancestry. Ancient, obsolete form of ancient. Ancient, obsolete form of ancient. Anciently, obsolete form of anciently. Ancientness, obsolete spelling of ancientness. Ancientry, obsolete form of ancientry. Artha, used especially as a gender-neutral term, the sibling or sibling-in-law of one's parent. Oncles, plural of oncle. Ondana, a barangay of Samuel, Davao del Norte, Philippines. An old French cloth measure, varying around the country, but at Paris equivalent to 0.95 of an English L. On is plural of on. A surname. Ongulen, a town in the Magui region, Myanmar. Is plural of on. Honest, a surname. Honest, plural of honest. Unicornus, a person who does not believe in unicorns. Onicornists, plural of onicornists. Onjidits, alternative form of onetis. Onyan, a small town and municipality in Guadalajara province, Castilla-La Mancha, Spain. Answer, obsolete form of answer. Answerable, obsolete form of answerable. Answer, simple past and past participle of answer. Answer, obsolete spelling of answer. Answer, simple past and past participle of answer. Answer, third person singular simple present indicative of answer. Answering, present participle and gerund of answer. Answers, third person singular simple present indicative of answer. The sister or sister-in-law of one's parent. Antenna, a middle-class playgoer with conventional tastes. Aunt Edna's, plural of Aunt Edna. Aunt Emma, synonym of Miss Emma the drug morphine. Aunt Emma's, plural of Aunt Emma. Aunt Flo, a personification of the menstrual period or menstruation. Aunt Flo, alternative form of Aunt Flo. Aunt Fucker, motherfucker generic term of abuse. Aunt Fuckers, plural of Aunt Fucker. Aunt Jane, a black woman who is obsequiously servile to white authority, a black female race traitor. Aunt Jane's, plural of Aunt Jane. Aunt Jemima, a black woman who is obsequiously servile to white authority, a black female race traitor. Aunt Jemimas, plural of Aunt Jemima. Mini, a distinctive radiographic finding that is virtually pathognomonic. Aunt Minez, plural of Aunt Minnie. Aunt Nell, Anir. Aunt Nelt, simple past and past participle of Aunt Nell. Aunt Nelling, present participle and gerund of Aunt Nell. Aunt Nels, plural of Aunt Nell. And Salad, a traditional game in which balls are thrown to break the pipe in the mouth of a figurine resembling an old woman. Aunt Tavis, plural of Aunt Tabby. Aunt Tabby, a woman who opposes the feminist movement or regards it as too radical. Aunt Thomasina, a black woman who is obsequiously servile to white authority, a black female race traitor. Aunt Thomasina's, plural of Aunt Thomasina. Aunt Thomasina, alternative form of Aunt Thomasina. Aunt-in-law, the wife of one's uncle or aunt parent's sibling. Aunts, sexual relations with one's aunt. Antho, the state of being an aunt. Anters, plural of anter. Anthood, the quality or state of being an ant. Antasai, the killing of an ant. And of irisi, adian, synonym of bingo wings. Adiams, plural of aniam. And in biu, of irisi, anti-flow, alternative form of ant-flow. And the simple past and past participle of anti. And an obsolete form of ancient. And inter, comparative form of ancient, more ancient. And intus, superlative form of ancient, most ancient. Antile, obsolete form of anciently. Antes, plural of anti. Etting, the provision of maternal care by another, alamothering. Antes, characteristic of an ant, ant-like. Antishly, in an antish manner. Antigenous, the state, quality, or condition of being antish. Antlos, without an ant. Atwe, comparative form of antly, more antly. At least, superlative form of antly, most antly. Ant-like, resembling or characteristic of an ant. Alness, that quality of being antly. Of, like, or characteristic of an ant. And thus, the state of being an ant. F's, plural of ant. Aunt-in-law, plural of aunt-in-law. Antship, the status of being an ant. Antships, plural of antship. Alternative spelling of anti. Evi, present participle and gerund of anti. Ade, characteristic of an ant. Antigy, aunt or older woman as a respectful term of address. Antiges, plural of antigy. Oi, obsolete typography of avoided. Alternative form of all village encampment. Plural of all. Initialism of acceptable use policy. Op-an, a barangay of Butuan, Agusan del Norte, Philippines. Amaka, any of various flowering plants of the genus Isodendrion. Initialism of Alberta Union of Provincial Employees. Othanum, a biblical angel made from bright wheels covered in eyes. Ophanems, plural of ophanem. Plural of AUP. Or, initialism of Arch User Repository. Or, acronym of Association of Universities for Research in Astronomy. A diminutive of the female given name Aurelia, from Latin. Aurifarm, to engage in aurifarming, to farm engage in coordinated or repetitive efforts regarded by others as unappealing or a desirable aesthetic. Or a farmer, one who engages in ora farming. Ora farmers, plural of ora farmer. Ora farming, the behavior of a fictional character exaggerating certain desirable character traits, i.e. overall aura, such as their own charm, via characteristic tropes perceived as intentional on their part, but unintentionally comical or hard to take seriously. Aura points, a notional score of someone's charisma or confidence. Oricarian, misspelling of Aricarian. Orchin, any of a group of adiabatic static quinoline and derivatives. Orchins, plural of orichin. Arsenin, any of a group of copper-binding proteins present in the photosynthetic bacterium Chloroflexus aurantiacus. Arsens, plural of oricyanin. Oi, plural of aura. Aura, possessing an aura usually of a specific type. Auria, a city and district of Kanpur division, Uttar Pradesh, India. Oral, of or pertaining to the ear. Oral toilet, a procedure used to clean the external auditory meatus of wax and other debris. Oral toilets, plural of oral toilet. Oral wallpaper, piped music, muzak. Auraless, without an aura or auras. Auralessness, absence of an aura. Aura-like, resembling or characteristic of an aura. Oralization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of oralization. Oralities, plural of orality. Orality, the quality of eal. Oralization, the simulation of acoustic phenomena that is used in configuring the soundscape of concert venues, public spaces, and other such environments. Oralizations, plural of oralization. Oralize, to model acoustic phenomena in a virtual environment, to engage in oralization. Oralize, simple past and past participle of oralize. Orally, pertaining to sound or the ear, via or through the sense of hearing. Orally challenge, deaf or hard of hearing. Auramax, to maximize one's aura, aura farming. Auramax, simple past and past participle of auramax. Auramaxes, third person singular simple present indicative of auramax. Auramaxing, present participle of auramax. Auramazda, Auramazda. Aurama, any of a family of fluorescent dyes used to stain tissues for fluorescence microscopy. Auramine O, a yellow diarylmethane dye used as a fluorescent stain. Auramians, plural of auramine. Orand, a surname from French. Orans, plural of orand. Aurangabad, a district of Maharashtra, India. Aurangzeb, Muhyiddin Muhammad 1618-1707, the sixth Mughal emperor who ruled over almost the entire Indian subcontinent for a period of 49 years. Oranophane, an organogold compound used as an antirumatic. Oenture, an orange coal tar dye that is an ammonium salt of hexanitrotophenylamine. Oranaceous, relating to the former family Oranhaceae. Orancharin, a yellow glucoside present in the albedo of the bitter orange. Oranchimi, the aromatic amide N2s 1,2,1-hydroxy 3-phenyl-propane 2-il-amino-1-oxo 3-phenyl-propane 2-il-benzamide present in Piper aurantiacum. Oranchaceae, a golden yellow discoloration of the skin. Arnaduzin, an anthraquinone present in Cassia occidentalis. Aurethane, alternative form of oriptene. Oriptene, a bioactive monoterpene coumarin ether that helps to prevent degenerative diseases, first isolated from the genus Citrus. Aura, plural of area. Auraria, a gold mining camp established in 1858 in the Kansas Territory of the United States. Auras, plural of aura. Aurasperone, any of a class of naphthypyrin mycotoxins obtained from Aspergillus molds. Aurasperones, plural of aurasperone. Aurate, any salt of auric acid. Oide, having or resembling ears. Aurate, plural of aurate. Aurate, resembling an aura. Aure, a commune in Morbihan department, Brittany, France. Audal, a village in Norddeutsche municipality, Inlandet, Norway. Oye, golden in color or shine. Oleation, the enhancement of the seriousness of a topic by the use of elaborate circumlocutions or polysyllabic or Latinate words for it. Aureans, plural of aureation. Aurignaise, an extinct Norman dialect once spoken on Alderney, one of the Channel Islands. Aure, plural of aureus. Aure, plural of aureus. Auridi, the particular property peculiar to gold, goldenness. Aurelia, a female given name from Latin. Aurelian, a male given name from Latin of mostly historical use in English. Aurelians, plural of Aurelian. Aurelias, plural of Aurelia. Aureliani, an isomer of cyclohexadecinone cyclohexadec A10-11 used in perfumes to give a musk fragrance. Aureoles, a male given name from Latin of mostly historical use in the Anglo-Saxon world. Aureobasidan, any of a family of cyclic dipseptate fungal antibiotics isolated from the fungus Aureobasidium polans. Aureobasidans, plural of Aureobasidin. Aureachrome, a photoreceptor required for photomorphogenesis in stramophiles. Aureachromes, plural of aureachrome. Aureacin, any of a class of bacteriasins produced by Staphylococcus aureus. Aureacins, plural of aureacin. Aureophme, a particular fungus. Aureophacin, a pigment and antibiotic macrolide 1R3, R4, R5, R7, R9, R11s, 12s, 13s, 5, 6 aminopurin in 9-1, 4, 12, 13 tetrahydroxy, 2, 6, 10 triaxatricyclo 7.4.0.037 tridecane, 11 carboxylic acid produced by Streptomyces aureophyscus. Aureola, radiance of luminous cloud that surrounds the figure in a painting of a sacred personage. Aureoli, plural of aureola. Aureoles, plural of aureola. Aureole, any luminous or colored ring that encircles something. Aureole hat, synonym of halo hat. Aureole hats. Plural of aureole hat. Aureole, surrounded by a corona or halo. Aureoles, plural of aureole. Aureole, relating to aureolic acid or its derivatives. Aureolic acid, synonym of plicamycin. Aureole, a yellow pigment used in painting, composed of potassium cobaltinitrite. Aureole, present participle and gerund of aureole. Aureolicin, an extracellular metalloprotease expressed by Staphylococcus aureus. Aureole, plural of areola. Are amazing. The drug chlorotetracycline obtained from Streptomyces aureofaciens bacteria. Ariano, a fungi-derived tetrahydrofuran. Ariathwinin, a particular naphthazurin. Ariatricin, a byproduct made during the thiolutin fermentation. RS, of a golden color. RS, the Ars Mountains located in northeastern Algeria. RS, a gold coin minted in the Roman Empire from approximately 100 BC to 309 CE equal to 25 denarii. Orisis, plural of RES. Oricidin, the orin 2Z2,3,4-dihydroxyphenyl methylidine 4,6-dihydroxy-1-benzofuran 3,2-H1. Orusamine, any of a group of cyclic dipeptides found in Staphylococcus aureus. Orusamines, plural of orusamine. Orizin, the orin glycoside 2,3,4-dihydroxyphenyl methylidine 4-hydroxy 6,2s 4s 5s 3,4,5-trihydroxy 6-hydroxymethyloxin 2-iloxy 1-benzofuran 3,1. Orus virus, any plant virus of the genus Orus virus. Orus viruses, plural of Orus virus. Uri, or plus I. Uria, containing gold. Uri, a male given name. Auric acid, the compound HOO2 formed from the hydrated oxide OH as a brown powder. Uria, a theoretical supercontinent, a possible future supercontinent formed if the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans were to close and a new ocean to replace them both. Orchalcus, having the color of brass. Orchalchum, alternative form of orichalcum. Orchalcite, a basic carbonate mineral of copper and zinc. Orchalcites, plural of orchalcite. Orichalcum, alternative form of orichalcum. Orichloride, tetrachloroaurate. Orichlorides, plural of orichloride. Auricle, any appendage in the shape of an ear or earlobe. Auriculed. Auriculate. Oracles, plural of oracle. Auricemus, having golden hair, yellow-haired. Auricula, the external pet of the ear. Auriculi, plural of auricula. Auricular, a war pertaining to the ear. Auricular arteries, plural of auricular artery. Auricular artery, either of the two arteries supplying the auricle of the ear. Auricular fibrillation, synonym of atrial fibrillation. Auricular muscle, alternative form of auricularis. Auricular muscles, plural of auricular muscle. Auricular style, an ornamental style of the first half of the 17th century, characterized by stylized and softly flowing abstract shapes in relief. Auricularis, plural of auricularis. Auricularis anteriors, plural of auricularis anterior. Auricularis posteriors, plural of auricularis posterior. Auricularis superiors, plural of auricularis superior. Auricularia, the levy of the sea cucumber. Auriculariaceous, relating to the family Auriculariaceae of saprobic basiomeseate fungi. Auricularioi, similar to those of species of the family Auriculariaceae. Auricularis, any of three muscles attaching the cartilage of the external ear to the skull. Auricularis anterior, a muscle that arises from the galea aponeurotica, inserts into the helix and acts to protract the external ear. Auricularis posterior, a muscle that arises from the mastoid process of the temporal bone, inserts into the cranial surface of the concha of the external ear and acts to retract the external ear. Auricularis superior, a muscle that arises from the galea aponeurotica, inserts into the cranial surface of the pinna and acts to elevate the external ear. Auricularly, in an auricular manner. Auriculars. Plural of auricular. Auriculus. Plural of auricula. Auriculasin, a particular prenylated isoflavonoid found in Millettia pachycarpa. Auriculate, alternative form of auriculated. Auriculated, having ears or appendages like ears, eared. Auriculectomies, plural of auriculectomy. Auriculectomy, the surgical removal of the ear. Auriculiform, having the form of a small ear. Auriculo, of or pertaining to the auricle of the heart. Auriculoacupuncture, auriculotherapy. Auriculospala, relating to the auricle and the head, especially to their relative sizes. Auriculocondylar, relating to the ear and the mandibular condyle. Auriculomycene, synonym of auriculotherapy. Auriculopalpebral, relating to the auricle and yellows. Auriculocide, a particular steroid glycoside. Auriculotemporal, of or relating to the external ear and the temporal region. Auriculotemporal nerve, the branch of the mandibular nerve that supplies sensory fibers to the skin of the external ear and temporal region, and autonomic fibers from the otic ganglion to the parotid gland. Auriculotemporal nerves, plural of auriculotemporal nerve. Auriculotherapist, one who practices auriculotherapy. Auriculotherapists, plural of auriculotherapists. Auriculotherapy, a form of alternative medicine that treats ailments of the entire body by stimulation of the surface of the ear. Auriculoventricular, relating to the auricles and the ventricles of the heart. Auricopri, a natural alloy of copper and gold, found as a cubic reddish shallow mineral. Auri, any anion of gold, any salt containing such an anion. Aurides, plural of auri. Aurima, a surname from Italian. Aurimas, plural of aurima. Auriferous, containing or producing gold, gold-bearing. Auriferously, in an auriferous manner. Auriferousness, the quality of being auriferous. Aurive, that produces gold. Aurification, any of several processes, especially in dentistry, that involve working with gold. Aurifications, plural of aurification. Aurify, simple past and past participle of aurify. Aurifies, third person singular simple present indicative of aurify. Auriflamme, obsolete spelling of auriflamme. Auriflammes, plural of auriflamme. Auriform, having the form of the human ear, ear-shaped. Aurify, to turn into gold. Aurifying, present participle and gerund of aurify. Aurea, a winter constellation of the northern sky, said to resemble a charioteer. It includes the star Cape Hela. Aurea, of or pertaining to a chariot. Aurigation, the act of driving a chariot or a carriage. Aurigerous, bearing or yielding gold, auriferous. Auriga, a meteor forming part of a meteor shower appearing to originate from the constellation Auriga. Aurigeds, plural of aurigid. Aurignac, a village in Haute-Garonne department, France. Aurignacien, from or pertaining to a culture of the Upper Paleolithic, located in Europe and Southwest Asia from circa 45,000 to 35,000 years ago, known from archaeological remains. Aurignacians, plural of aurignation, aurignacoi, of or pertaining to the Aurignacians. Aurigraphy, the art of writing with or in gold. Aurelave, an instrument for cleansing the ear consisting of a small piece of sponge on an ivory or bone handle. Aurelaves, plural of aurelave. Aurelac, a prefecture of Cantal Department, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, France. Aure, a red coloring matter derived from phenol, used as an indicator. Oronasal, relating to the ear and the nose. Aurien, dated form of orin. Orin-tricarboxylate, any salt or ester of orin-tricarboxylic acid. Orin-tricarboxylates, plural of orin-tricarboxylate. Orin-tricarboxylic acid, a chemical compound that readily polymerizes in aqueous solution, forming a stable free radical that inhibits protein nucleic acid interactions. Arpidie, embroidered or decorated with gold. Auripigment, variant of orpiment. Auripigments, plural of auripigment. Auriporcine, a polyketide peptide associated with a strain of Brevibacillus laterospores in pigs. Auris externa, synonym of outer ear Latin designation. Auris interna, synonym of inner ear Latin designation. Auris media, synonym of middle ear Latin designation. Auriscalp, an earvic. Auriscalpia, plural of Auriscalpium. Auriscalpium, Auriscalpium, a genus of mushrooms. Auriscalpiums, plural of Auriscalpium. Auriscalps, plural of Auriscalp. Auriscope, an instrument for examining the condition of the ear. Auriscopes, plural of auriscope. Auriscopic, relating to auriscopy. Auriscopy, examination of the ear using an auriscope. Auris, one skilled in treating and curing disorders of the ear. Auristatin, any of a family of particular adeneoplastic agents. Auristatins, plural of auristatin. Aurists, plural of aurists. Auride, having lobes like the ear. Auriculate. Aurivilicite, a monoclinic prismatic dark gray-black mineral containing bromine, chlorine, iodine, mercury, and oxygen. Aurivorous, gold-devouring. Åland, a municipality in Vestland County, Norway, previously in said Avodin. Nold, Aurobindo, a male given name from Bengali. Aura, alternative spelling of aurochs. Aurochloride, the complex anion OCl produced when gold is dissolved in aqua regia. Aurochlorides, plural of aurochloride. Aurochrome, a carotenoid derivative 2,3-methylphenylamino-carbonyl benzoic acid present in bell peppers. Aurochs, an extinct European mammal, Bos primigenius, the ancestor of domestic cattle. Aurochsen, plural of aurochs. Aurochses, plural of aurochs. Aurizani, the complex anion OCN produced when gold is dissolved as part of the cyanide process. Arsenides, plural of arseni. Ordroseptorin, a minor red pigment in the eyes of Drosophila. Orofuserin, a dimeric derivative of naphthaquinone 5-hydroxy, 7,5-hydroxy, 8-methoxy, 2-methyl 4,6-nitriexobenzo G-chrome 7-8-methoxy 2-methyl-benzo G-chrome 4,6-9-trione. Auriblausin, an organic compound found in Aspergillus species. Aura, a flavonoid that contains a benzofuran element associated with a benzolidine linked in position 2. Orans, plural of oron. Aura palpebral, relating to the eyelid's response to noise. Aurophilic, characterized by attraction between gold ions. Auraphobia, the fear of gold, by extension, the fear of wealth. Aurora, Roman goddess of the dawn, equivalent of the Greek Eos, sister of Luna and Sol. Aurora australis, the aurora of the southern hemisphere. Aurora australis, misspelling of Aurora australis. Aurora bluedale, a species of very small coenagriana damselfly, Isnura aurora, distributed from India east to the central Pacific, including Australia. Aurora bluedales, plural of Aurora bluedale. Aurora borealis, the aurora of the northern hemisphere. Aurora County, one of 66 counties in South Dakota, United States. County seat, Plankinton. Aurora East, a barangay of Difon, Quirino, Philippines. Aurora Glass, synonym of carnival glass. Aurora Hill, a name of several barangays in Baguio, Banked, Philippines. Aurora Hill proper, a barangay of Baguio, Banked, Philippines. Aurora Islands, a group of 3 phantom islands first reported in 1762 by the Spanish merchant ship Aurora while sailing from Lima to Cadiz. Aurora sauce, a kind of creamy tomato sauce. Aurora West, a barangay of Difon, Quirino, Philippines. Aurora yellow, synonym of cadmium yellow. Aurora colored, having many colors reminiscent of those in an aurora. Aurora colored, alternative form of aurora colored. Auri, plural of aurora. Aurorahan, a native or inhabitant of San Francisco, Quezon. Aurorahans, plural of Aurorahan. Ural, pertaining to the dawn, dawning, eastern, like a new beginning. Auroral chorus, a series of electromagnetic waves created by geomagnetic storms that resemble chirps, whistles, or other musical sounds. Auroral choruses, plural of auroral chorus. Auroi, in the dawn. Auramycin, a polymacrolactin that has antibiotic and antifungal properties. Aurora, an inhabitant from Aurora province. Aurophobia, fear of the northern lights. Auroras, ellipsis of Aurora Islands. Aurorian, belonging to the dawn or resembling it in brilliant hue. Aurorian, alternative form of Aurorian. Aurite, a triclinic pinaquidal mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and silver. Aurori, obsolete spelling of aurori. Horoscope, synonym of otoscope. Horoscopes, plural of horoscope. Aurostibite, a rare isometric gold antimonide mineral of the pyrite group. Aurotherapy, synonym of chrysotherapy. Aurothioglucose, a compound, chemical formula OSC6H05, used in the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis. Aurothiamylate, a thiomalate with the addition of gold. Aurothiamylates, plural of aurothiamylate. Aurothiasulfate, the anion OS2O3, any salt containing this anion. Aurothiasulfate, alternative form of aurothiasulfate. Auris, relating to gold. Aurovertin, any of a group of proteins that inhibits respiration. Orovertins, plural of orovertin. Aurochs, alternative spelling of aurochs. Auroxanthin, a particular carotenoid. Auroxas, plural of aurochs. Oriscu, alternative form of oriscu. Oriscas, plural of oriscu. Oriscu, a traditional Basque dance. Oriscas, plural of oriscu. Arthur, a male given name, a rare form of Arthur. Arouette, gold in color. Oro, a sweet Italian liqueur having a golden yellow color manufactured from brandy, oranges, and saffron. Aurum coronarium, a tax or tribute levied on conquered peoples. Auray, a factory of the East India Company for the purchase on advances of native piece goods, etc. Auras, plural of auron. Auri, plural of aura. Oth, abbreviation of Army of the United States. O, plural of O astronomical units. Ut, abbreviation of Australia. ASA, initialism of Assistant United States Attorney. ASA, plural of ASA. Osbow, alternative letter case form of Osbow. Osbrooks, a surname. Osbrooks. Plural of Osbrooks. Osbruch, a kind of very sweet wine produced especially in Austria, Germany, and Hungary, historically usually made from or with the juice that runs out of grapes without any pressing, and now often made from botrytized grapes, those infected with noble rot. Osbruchs, plural of Osbruch. Osbur, a surname. Osburns, plural of Osburn. Oscar, a five-color military camouflage pattern used by the Australian Defence Force. Auschwitz, a city in Poland, also called Oswiecim. Oscult, synonym of auscultate. Auscultable, that can be ausculted, that can be diagnosed by auscultation. Auscultate, to listen, for example, to the heart or lungs by auscultation, to examine by auscultation. Auscultated, simple past and past participle of auscultate. Auscultates, third person singular simple present indicative of auscultate. Auscultating, present participle and gerund of auscultate. Auscultation, diagnosis of disorders by listening to the sounds of the internal organs, usually using a stethoscope. Auscultations, plural of auscultation. Auscultative, relating to auscultation. Auscultator, someone who performs auscultation. Auscultators, plural of auscultator. Auscultatory, of or pertaining to auscultation. Auscultoscope, a stethoscopic instrument, especially one that amplifies